As Jake emerged in the grand, dimly lit living room of his mansion, the air still charged with the remnants of the teleportation from Vasper's estate, he felt the weight of the tension pressing on him. Chanty, weakened by the events that unfolded, suddenly stumbled, her legs giving way beneath her. Her breath hitched as she collapsed, but Jake moved with swift precision, catching her before she hit the floor. Without hesitation, he gathered her in his arms and, with a sense of urgency, teleported them to their bedroom. The room was vast yet felt stifling, as if the very walls pressed down on the emotions stirring within. Gently, Jake laid Chanty on the bed, his face shadowed with concern. Her tears fell in steady streams, her gaze vacant, staring past him into a void of pain he couldn't reach. She hadn't eaten. He could see it in her hollowed cheeks, the exhaustion etched deeply into her expression. Though her allure and sophistication never wavered. Jake knelt beside her, his voice barely above a whisper, trembling with worry. "Can you eat something, Chanty? Please. I'll get you some food. You need to eat, you can't keep going like this." His voice cracked, his eyes pleading as he scanned her face, noticing the strain, the anguish. Chanty's eyes, once vibrant, were dull now, but still holding a tantalizing sight, and she barely registered his words. She remained silent, her body motionless, drained not just physically, but emotionally shattered. Jake hesitated for a moment, his heart tightening. "I'll go get Lorena, okay? Just hold on." As soon as Jake disappeared from the room, a wave of dread washed over her. Her mind pulled her back to the scene in Vasper's room, Samara and Vasper, naked, entangled in an embrace so wild, so primal, that it seared into her memory like a nightmare. Their moans echoed in her head, a torment that she couldn't escape. How could Vasper, after just a few days apart, find comfort in another woman? Though she knew that woman is his past girlfriend. The image replayed like a cruel loop in her mind, Vasper, with no hesitation, no restraint, indulging in Samara's body on that very bed. How could he so easily give himself to someone else? But did she even have the right to feel this jealousy? Samara was there before her, a more rightful place in Vasper's life than she could ever claim. Chanty's chest heaved, sobs clawing their way out as she curled into herself on the bed, hugging her pillow tightly to her chest. "It hurts." Chanty screamed into her pillow, her voice muffled but filled with a rawness that shook her entire being. "It hurts so much. I feel like I'm dying." Her words were desperate, filled with agony, the kind that wrenched the soul apart. She had no right to be jealous, she told herself over and over again. Samara had always been there, yet the sight of Vasper so completely lost in Samara's embrace, with no inhibition, tore her apart. It was a betrayal she never anticipated, and the pain was unbearable. She felt herself unravel, screaming into the pillow, trying to expel the poison from her heart, but it clung to her, suffocating her every breath. Her stomach growled, reminding her of the hunger she had been neglecting. The food Jake had brought earlier sat on the table, untouched and now cold. But even the thought of eating felt distant, irrelevant compared to the storm raging in her mind. Every breath, every second, the scene replayed, over and over again. She couldn't shake the image of Vasper, his face, his body moving against Samara's, wild, untamed. Tears blurred her vision as her thoughts spiraled further. Samara had even mocked her, boasting that it wasn't just once, it was 3 times that they had shared their ecstasy. 3 times. The humiliation, the betrayal, crushed Chanty's spirit. Her sobs grew louder, more guttural, as she wrapped her arms around the pillow, clutching it tightly as if it could somehow absorb her pain. "I can't take this. I can't," she cried, her voice breaking. "I love him. I love him so much. How can I ever forget him?" Her tears soaked the pillow beneath her. "Vasper, I loved you. Why? Why did you do this to me?" Her cries echoed through the room, filling the empty spaces with her anguish. Minutes passed in a blur of grief until there was a knock on the door. Chanty flinched, startled, her heart racing. Was it Jake? No, the voice that followed was familiar yet different. "Miss Chanty, can I come in?" It was Lorena, her voice soft but filled with concern. Chanty wiped her tear-stained face, trying to compose herself, but the redness in her eyes and the puffiness of her cheeks betrayed her emotions. "Come in, Lorena," she called out, her voice shaky. Lorena entered, her eyes filled with worry as she approached Chanty, sitting beside her on the bed. Without a word, she wrapped her arms around Chanty, pulling her into a comforting embrace. Chanty broke down again, her sobs racking her body as she clung to Lorena. It was as if all the pain she had been holding in poured out, raw and unfiltered. Lorena gently rubbed her back, letting Chanty release everything she had been bottling up. "Let it out, Miss Chanty, let it all out," Lorena whispered, her voice soothing. Chanty cried for what felt like hours, the weight of her sorrow slowly lifting with each tear. Finally, when she had no more tears left to cry, she pulled away from Lorena, their eyes meeting. Lorena wiped away Chanty's tears, offering her a tissue from the box on the nightstand. "Sir Jake ordered food from the restaurant for you. You need to eat something," Lorena said gently, though the concern was evident in her tone. Chanty didn't respond, simply nodding as she stared at the tissue in her hands. "Please, Miss Chanty, you have to take care of yourself. You have so much ahead of you, you need your strength." Lorena squeezed Chanty's hands reassuringly, her smile kind but firm. "Thank you, Lorena," Chanty whispered, her voice hoarse from crying. Meanwhile, Jake had returned, silently teleporting into the room with bags of warm food. He paused, watching the scene unfold, Chanty, vulnerable but resilient, Lorena comforting her like a mother. He handed the food to Lorena and stood at the edge of the room, observing Chanty, his heart heavy with both sadness and hope. As Chanty sat up, her eyes met Jake's, and for a moment, they simply stared at each other, a silent understanding passing between them. He knew she needed time, needed to process the whirlwind of emotions. He just hoped, in time, she would heal. "Eat, Chanty," Jake said softly. "I ordered your favorite. I think you'll like it." Chanty hesitated for a moment, but the smell of the food was too inviting, and she realized just how empty her stomach was. She got off the bed, her legs still shaky but stronger than before, and sat at the table. Jake watched her with quiet relief, while Lorena smiled, her eyes full of warmth. "Join me, Lorena," Chanty said with a small smile, trying to push through her pain. She needed the company, needed the distraction. And when she looked at Jake, her heart softened a little. "You too, Jake, have you eaten yet?" Jake hesitated, but eventually joined them at the table. For a moment, silence filled the air, the tension lingering but softened by the shared meal. They ate in silence, each lost in their own thoughts, but the heaviness that had hung over them began to lift, if only slightly. Jake smiled to himself, glancing at Chanty between bites. He wanted to take her away, to let her forget the pain, to show her the world and distract her from the memories that haunted her. "Tomorrow, let's have breakfast in Paris, lunch in Mauritius, and dinner in Egypt," he said with a hopeful smile. Chanty's eyes brightened, if only a little, at the thought. Lorena's excitement was contagious, and for the first time in days, Chanty felt a flicker of something other than despair. She nodded, needing the escape, needing to feel alive again. As they finished their meal, Jake quietly teleported the dishes away, offering a small smile as he moved about. Chanty watched him, feeling a strange mix of gratitude and confusion. She wasn't sure where her heart stood anymore, but for tonight, she let the warmth of the company and the soft comfort of Lorena's laughter ease her pain, if only for a little while. That night, as Jake lay on the couch, he couldn't help but think about the future, the adventures he wanted to take Chanty on, the places he wanted to show her. And maybe, just maybe, in time, she could heal. The days turned into weeks, yet despite the passage of time, the memory of Vasper remained vivid in Chanty's mind. Every night, the nightmares returned, relentless and cruel. She would wake in a sweat, tears streaming down her face as the haunting image of Vasper and Samara together played over and over again in her mind. Their passionate moans echoed in her ears, a painful reminder of what she had lost. When would this torment end? Chanty wondered, the anguish of betrayal tearing her apart. She felt trapped in a cycle of grief, unable to escape the shadows of Vasper's betrayal. But during the day, Jake was her savior. His constant efforts to keep her distracted were not lost on her. They traveled to new cities, places she had only dreamed of visiting, each one more mesmerizing and mysterious than the last. The beauty of these places filled her with a sense of wonder and relief. Jake was giving her experiences she never thought possible, and in these moments, she was thankful. And yet, even with all the wonders she was witnessing, Chanty couldn't help but acknowledge a darker truth. It was Jake, not Vasper, who had given her this. Lorena, always by their side, seemed to thrive in the joy of their adventures. Her laughter was infectious, and Chanty found solace in the growing bond between them. Each afternoon, they practiced sword fighting, archery, and even shooting. Jake made sure there was never an idle moment, except, of course, during the nights when her demons returned. She took comfort in knowing Jake had brought Rhonda, her horse, along. The vast expanse of Jake's property gave her the freedom to ride Rhonda every day, a small slice of normalcy amidst the chaos of her emotions. Jake no longer bought newspapers. They lived in a bubble, isolated from the world outside. Chanty avoided any mention of Samara or Vasper, unwilling to reopen the wounds. And somehow, in that isolation, she felt as though a heavy chain had been lifted, releasing her from the guilt that had shackled her. There was a strange peace in not knowing. Yet, every night, Vasper would return, like a ghost in her dreams. He was still there, in the recesses of her heart, haunting her with his touch, his kiss, their shared intimacy. Chanty loathed the way her heart betrayed her, still yearning for a man who had shattered her soul. How could she ever forget him? How could she let go of the past, when every fiber of her being seemed to pull her back into the pain? She told herself, time and time again, that she didn't want to return to that past, but deep down, she feared she never truly could escape it. This morning, she sat sipping coffee she had made herself, seated in the gazebo overlooking the garden and pool. The sun filtered through the trees, casting long shadows on the ground as she watched Rhonda and Jake's brown mare, seemingly playful in the distance. A smile tugged at her lips. How amusing it was to see the two horses frolicking like a pair of lovers. For a brief moment, the tension in her chest eased. But then she saw Jake emerge from the mansion, walking toward her with a folder in hand, his face alight with a warm smile. The sight of him made her chuckle. She remembered how much she had once hated him for his persistence, for how he had relentlessly pursued her affections. Back then, she had been afraid, terrified, even, of Jake's intensity. But now, those fears had faded. Jake no longer scared her. In fact, he reminded her of David in so many ways. Even though Jake no longer expressed his feelings for her outright, she could still sense his emotions in the way he looked at her, in the way he moved when he was near her. But she didn't let it affect her anymore. She had decided that friendship was all they could have, and Jake, to his credit, respected that. As Jake drew closer, she couldn't help but notice how handsome he looked, fresh from the shower, his damp hair tousled, wearing a simple white shirt that clung to his muscular chest. His presence was almost magnetic, but Chanty kept her focus elsewhere. She wasn't looking for anything more than friendship. No one could replace Vasper in her heart, a painful truth she struggled to accept. Chanty, I've got good news. Jake's voice broke through her thoughts as he sat across from her, his smile wide. His excitement was palpable as he opened the yellow folder and pulled out a blueprint. Your mansion is ready to be constructed. His eyes sparkled as he spread the plans in front of her, revealing a layout that was an exact replica of the mansion she once called home. Her breath hitched in her throat. Tears welled up in her eyes as she traced the lines of the familiar design with trembling fingers. My God, Jake. Thank you. Her voice cracked as she stood, clutching the plans, overwhelmed by the gesture. It's exactly the same. No difference. Jake's grin widened. David took care of everything. I just helped a little. No, Jake. This means so much. Thank you, and thank David as well. Her voice softened as she spoke his name. But then, Jake's expression darkened slightly as he glanced at the papers in his hand. David also sent some reports about the vineyard. Things aren't looking too good. He folded the papers back into the folder, the atmosphere shifting from joy to melancholy in an instant. Chanty sighed. She had expected this news. But the scholarships are still intact, right? She asked, a tinge of worry in her voice. Jake nodded. Yes, the donations keep coming in. The mayor is incredibly happy because of it. The charity work won't be affected. A small smile returned to Chanty's face. That was all she needed to hear. David might come by next month. He wants to check on how you're doing, Jake continued. Most of the guardians have the week off. Gabriel especially is thrilled. Jake chuckled. Chanty nodded, half listening, her mind already wandering to their next adventure. Are you ready? Jake asked, his eyes fixed on her, noticing every subtle movement she made. Yes, she replied, standing tall. Today was another day of travel, another city to explore. She wore a simple white blouse and skinny jeans, her figure effortlessly perfect in the casual outfit. She knew Jake admired her appearance, but it didn't matter to her. Today, they were headed to Japan, 3 cities in one day, and Lorena, as usual, was beyond excited. As they headed inside to gather their bags, Chanty felt a surge of anticipation. Jake's teleportation abilities had grown stronger, and it was almost like being with Vasper. A tinge of nostalgia hit her, but she quickly pushed it aside. Today wasn't about the past, it was about moving forward. Japan awaited, and with it, a visit to Jasmine, a dear friend she hadn't seen in far too long. As they prepared to leave, Chanty couldn't help but wonder what Jake's true life was like. He had homes in every city they visited, each one simple yet elegant, and without any visible signs of wealth or extravagance. What did Jake do for a living? How did he manage all this? But she didn't ask. It wasn't important, not now. The only thing that mattered was that, for today, she could escape. For today, she could breathe. Chanty and Jasmine happily faced each other in the living room of Jasmine's house. It was winter in Yokohama, so both of them were dressed in winter clothes. They had just come from Tokyo and went straight to Yokohama before heading back to the mansion. Their last stop was Jasmine's house. They had already agreed to have dinner at a sushi restaurant, and Jake had accepted Jasmine's invitation. Jasmine's siblings were sitting beside her on the sofa, and Chanty couldn't help but admire how beautiful they all were, resembling Jasmine so much. They all looked like their mother, Maria. Jasmine's siblings kept glancing at Chanty. When they were younger, they used to play together at Chanty's mansion, and now they were all grown up. Chanty, you're unbelievably beautiful, like a goddess, said Margaret, Jasmine's 19-year-old younger sister. They rarely saw each other since they started high school. Meanwhile, Clarissa, the youngest, who was the same age as Chanty at 18, was considered the most beautiful of the 3 sisters. I could stare at your face all day and never get tired, Clarissa added, smiling. Chanty laughed while looking at her 3 childhood friends, the daughters of her nanny, Maria. They all had similar straightforward personalities to Jasmine. They blurted out whatever came to mind without hesitation. Chanty noticed that Jake, with his handsome looks and stature, attracted attention wherever he went, including from Jasmine, whose admiration for him was quite obvious. Jake likely noticed Jasmine's feelings too, how could he not? Chanty smiled as they all chatted casually. Lorena had been left at home because she couldn't handle the cold weather, claiming that the snow made her knees ache. So, it was just Jake and Chanty who had gone to Jasmine's house. Sorry, Jasmine, I couldn't make it to your farewell party. My schedule was too tight, Chanty apologized, unable to reveal the true reason behind her absence. Jasmine and her sister smiled at her understandingly. It's all right, Chanty, we get it. We're just glad you made it here today. Imagine, we're meeting again after the vineyard trip. Jasmine said, glancing at Jake, who was casually flipping through a magazine but clearly listening to their conversation. Jasmine kept sneaking glances at Jake. Almost 3 weeks now, huh? Time flies. We know you're busy, businesswoman and all, Jasmine added with a playful tone before turning serious and looking directly at Chanty. I still can't believe the last bit of news about you. My God, I was shocked. Jasmine exclaimed with a laugh, glancing between Chanty and Jake. Chanty forced a laugh, feeling uneasy as the conversation drifted dangerously close to the topic of Vasper and Samara. Imagine. They dragged you into a scandal with Vasper? They even edited photos to link you to Vasper Mondragon, Samara's boyfriend? Good thing Laika cleared it up with the press, right? It was all just misinformation made up by your fans. I didn't know you had fans now, Chanty. Just from being in the newspapers and TV? Jasmine teased, clearly amused, while Jake remained stoic, still looking at the magazine. Chanty noticed Jasmine's teasing and how uncomfortable she was becoming with the direction of the conversation. Hey, don't tell me you didn't know? Samara's pregnant, right? They'll probably get married after she gives birth, Jasmine continued, seemingly oblivious to Shanta's growing discomfort. The news felt deafening to Chanty, as if a loud bell had rung in her ears, drowning out Jasmine's voice. She struggled to focus but forced herself to smile at Jasmine. Last week, Laika even held a press conference to clear up the issue between Vasper and Samara, which finally cleared your name. It's so unfair how you got dragged into their mess. But that's how it goes, right? After a big fight, they probably missed each other so much that it led to, well, you know, Jasmine said, clearly entertained by the story. They even interviewed Samara's parents. They're so excited about their first grandchild. It's like a fairy tale. That baby is bound to be beautiful, don't you think? Jasmine went on. Chanty took a sip of the tea Jasmine had offered and stood up to look out the window, putting some distance between herself and the others. She gazed outside, her back turned to them. She couldn't hold it in anymore. Tears silently rolled down her cheeks as she stared at the snow-covered streets below. They were on the 5th floor of Jasmine's apartment. She tried to contain her sobs, feeling a tightness in her chest that made it hard to breathe. The view here is beautiful, Jasmine, Chanty said, trying to steady her voice, though it trembled. Yes, that's what I love about this place, Jasmine replied. Jake quietly approached Chanty and stood beside her, looking at her without making a fuss, as if trying not to draw attention. The view really is beautiful, Jake agreed softly. Chanty discreetly wiped away her tears. Unfortunately, we have to move out next year. The landlord is selling the building because they're moving to Tokyo. They're buying property there, so we'll be forced to leave, Jasmine said, her voice tinged with sadness. From their vantage point, the building overlooked the town, perched on a cliff near the road. The window offered a view of the mountain peaks and the sunrise. How much are they selling the building for? Jake asked seriously, turning to face Jasmine. The conversation shifted into a more serious discussion between Jake and Jasmine. Jake made arrangements to meet with the building's owner, expressing his interest in buying the property and letting Jasmine's family manage it. Jasmine was overjoyed at Jake's plan. Jasmine was so overjoyed that she hugged Jake tightly in her excitement, but she quickly felt embarrassed. Jake simply smiled. Chanty, who had just forced herself to regain control of her emotions, turned back toward Jasmine in the living room. She smiled as she looked at the happiness of Jasmine and her siblings. At exactly 5 o'clock in the afternoon, they left to eat at a sushi restaurant, bringing Jake's car. They entered a cozy atmosphere greeted them, and Chanty took off her thick, long winter coat, with Jake helping her, even taking off her hat. Jasmine smiled as she observed Jake's gestures toward Chanty. Jake gently held Shanta's elbow as they walked inside, with Jasmine following behind. When Chanty and Jake entered, it felt like the diner's eyes were magnetically drawn to them. Chanty overheard murmurs from nearby tables, though she couldn't understand the language. However, Jake smiled. Did he understand Japanese? Even the waitstaff from their section came out just to catch a glimpse of them at their table. Chanty felt embarrassed by the attention they were receiving. Jasmine smiled as she looked at Chanty. They probably think a celebrity has arrived, Jasmine said, glancing between Chanty and Jake. They're saying that a celebrity couple just walked in, she added, translating what she overheard from the nearby table. Shanta's eyes widened in surprise as she glanced at Jake, feeling embarrassed on his behalf. But Jake simply smiled back at her. Well, they do kind of look like a couple, don't they? Clarissa remarked, turning to Margaret. Margaret smiled as she observed Chanty and Jake as well. Chanty could feel the gaze of everyone in the restaurant focused on them, particularly on her, making her even more self-conscious. They were heading to a table Jake had reserved for them that day. Jasmine smiled knowingly. "You seem pretty familiar with this place, Jake?" Jasmine asked him. Jake smiled as he pulled out a chair for Chanty. He seated her before sitting down himself, while Jasmine and her sibling sat across from them. The atmosphere inside was cozy and quiet, with only the sound of the television positioned on a large pillar in the center of the restaurant facing them. Chanty couldn't understand the news on the TV since it was in Japanese, with no English subtitles. The waiter soon attended to them, and even before their orders arrived, Jasmine had already started sharing stories about her life in Japan. She also made sure to thank Chanty and her father for helping her come to Japan and study through their Vineyard Scholarship program. "Jasmine, you're like a sister to me," Chanty said with a smile as she looked at Jasmine. Jasmine's two siblings smiled as well. Soon, their food arrived, and they began eating. Chanty thoroughly enjoyed the sushi she was eating, and in her excitement, she took a piece of sushi and fed it to Jake. Their eyes met, and Chanty realized what she had done. She smiled. "Isn't it delicious?" Jasmine, watching them, smiled knowingly, a mischievous grin spreading across her face. "Maybe next month, the news will be about your wedding," she said teasingly, making both Chanty and Jake blush. Chanty laughed awkwardly. "Hey, Jasmine, you're just making things up," Chanty said defensively. "Jake and I are just friends, and that's all there is to it." Jake simply smiled, but Jasmine was quick to respond. "Oh, so defensive. Of course, everything starts as friends. You don't just become a couple instantly." "What is this? Instant dating?" Jasmine teased, knowing her words hit a little too close to home for Chanty, as that's exactly what happened with her and Vasper. No friendship, just straight into a relationship. Chanty fell silent, and Jake did too. "You're single now, aren't you? You and your rich boyfriend are over?" Jasmine asked. "You're not wearing your ring anymore. That was an expensive ring, right? Did you give it back?" she whispered. Chanty forced a smile, avoiding looking at Jake. Jasmine didn't press further. "Look!" Clarissa suddenly called out, pointing at the TV. Jasmine and her siblings, who understood Japanese, seemed shocked as they watched the news, while Jake's eyes grew serious. He understood the language as well. He glanced at Chanty. "Vasper. How unfortunate," Jasmine said, shocked by what she saw on TV. Chanty's eyes widened as she looked at the television. She couldn't understand the language, but the footage showed a car crushed like a tin can. "Why is Vasper unfortunate? What happened, Jasmine?" Chanty asked nervously, turning to Jasmine, while the other diners in the restaurant were all glued to the TV. Chanty felt Jake's hand squeeze hers. She glanced at Jake briefly before returning her attention to Jasmine, waiting for an answer. The footage showed a mangled car, the impact so severe it looked like it had been crushed. "Is that a sports car?" Chanty asked, suddenly remembering Vasper's sports cars. A cold fear gripped her as she watched Jasmine. Jasmine turned to Chanty. "That handsome Vasper Mondragon had an accident. He was driving his newly bought sports car," Jasmine said, shaking her head. "What a waste of a car, brand new, worth millions, and now that's what happened." Jasmine seemed more concerned about the car than Vasper himself. Chanty's heart raced, panic setting in. "Vasper?" she couldn't help but ask, her voice full of worry. Jake squeezed her hand again. Jasmine turned to her. "Vasper's alive. He's lucky, you know. He was rushed to the hospital covered in blood. They thought he would die, but when they got to the hospital, it was just a few scratches. Can you believe it? He survived with barely a scratch, even after what that car went through." Jasmine explained. Chanty finally took a deep breath, though the worry still gnawed at her. She kept glancing at the TV, which was now showing a live report. Jasmine added, "Even here in Japan, they're big news, because Vasper's fiancée is a princess, that's why they're famous." Hearing the word fiancé made Chanty feel sick. She could hardly swallow her food and had to drink water to wash it down. A shot of Vasper's face appeared on the screen, and Chanty felt like her heart stopped. He was as handsome as ever, a face she could never forget. How is he that good-looking? Jasmine marveled. Just look at him. It's so unfair. Even his fiancée is a princess. He's more handsome than a prince. The mention of Vasper's fiancé brought back all of Chanty's painful memories. She could hardly bear it. Images of Vasper and Samara together, their intimate moments, flooded her mind again. Her mood sank. Was he involved in racing? Jasmine wondered aloud. Samara is so lucky, waking up to that handsome face every day, going to sleep with him every night. Can you imagine? Jasmine's words were laced with humor, but they stung Chanty deeply. Jake remained stoic and quiet, his expression unreadable. Jasmine added, and Samara didn't let him go. She even got pregnant right away. Chanty stayed silent, thankful she could keep her emotions in check. After they finished their meal, they dropped Jasmine and her siblings off and were on their way back to Jake's house. Chanty remained quiet in the passenger seat as Jake drove. Thank you, Jake, for what you did for Jasmine, Chanty said, referring to Jake's plan to buy the building where Jasmine lived. Jake smiled but didn't say anything. The car ride was quiet again, except for the sound of other vehicles. They couldn't teleport because there were too many people around who might see them. Where do you want to go tomorrow? Jake asked. Which country, which city? Chanty smiled. Aren't you tired? She asked softly. Jake shook his head and smiled. As long as I'm with you, I won't get tired, he said. Chanty laughed, surprised by his flirty remark. Surprise me, Chanty said, and Jake grinned widely. Okay. They both laughed together for the first time. When the laughter subsided, the silence felt almost deafening. Chanty stared out the window at the snowy scenery. Jake was driving slowly. She suddenly remembered Vasper's house near Antarctica, particularly the scene where Jake had taken her white lingerie. She glanced at Jake, her face flushing red at the memory. She felt embarrassed, and Jake sensed her reaction. What's up? Jake asked, glancing at her quickly before focusing back on the road. Nothing, I just remembered something, Chanty replied. Jake laughed. I think I know what it is, he teased. Should I guess? Chanty laughed. What? Can you really read my mind? Would you be mad if I guessed right? Jake teased again. Don't try it, there's no way you'll guess, Chanty said, still looking at the road, her face even redder. Jake chuckled. That white lingerie of yours? Jake said. Chanty fell silent, her face turning crimson. Sorry, Jake apologized, sensing her discomfort. Chanty didn't look at him. Even I'm shocked at what I did. I hope you can forgive me for my craziness back then, Jake said softly. Chanty didn't respond. But is it true that Vasper returned it to you? Jake asked, his curiosity piqued. Chanty nodded. Can we not talk about him, Jake? She said gently. Jake fell silent after that, and they didn't speak again until they arrived at Jake's house. He carried a sushi bento box as a gift for Lorena. Jake quickly got out of the car and opened the door for Chanty. He helped her take off her winter jacket as they entered the house. Lorena greeted them with a smile, happy with the sushi Jake had brought her. Later that evening, Chanty and Jake returned to the mansion with Lorena. When they arrived in the grand living room of Jake's mansion, Chanty collapsed momentarily onto the plush sofa, her eyes drifting toward the staircase. Just the thought of climbing those stairs made her body feel heavy, her limbs weak, as if she might faint. Meanwhile, Lorena struggled with the luggage, dragging it up the stairs. Jake noticed her struggling and he teleported the suitcase to the top of the stairs. Lorena smiled gratefully as she continued her ascent. Thank you, Sir Jake, Lorena said, still smiling. Jake returned to the sofa, sitting beside Chanty, who was watching him closely. Tired? Jake asked in a low voice, giving her a gentle smile. Chanty smiled back at him, raising her arms in a playful gesture, asking to be carried. Jake chuckled softly, surprised by her actions. Standing up, He lifted her effortlessly, and Chanty wrapped her arms around his neck. "Thank you," she whispered, her gaze locked with his as he teleported them both into their room. Gently, Jake laid Chanty down on the bed, smiling as he stood at the side. "Good night," he whispered. "Good night, Jake." "Thank you," Chanty murmured, her eyes heavy with exhaustion. Jake smiled one last time before disappearing from her sight. The moment he left, tears silently slipped from Shanta's eyes. She stared into nothingness, feeling like she was floating, weightless in a void. She didn't sob, knowing Jake could hear her if she did. Instead, she quietly reached for a tissue from the box on the nightstand, dabbing her eyes in silence. Is Samara really pregnant? She thought to herself, overwhelmed by the revelation. Vasper would soon be a father. He would soon marry Samara. As these thoughts churned in her mind, it felt as if she was walking through a dark tunnel with no light in sight. Her breaths were shallow, as though they never fully reached her chest. On top of it all, she was still haunted by the accident Vasper had endured. In her heart, she longed to see him again, if only she could. "Vasper, no matter how hard I try, I can't forget you," she whispered to herself. "How can I move on when every empty moment is filled with thoughts of you?" But she knew that her longing was forbidden, especially now that Samara was pregnant. It was clear that any attempt to reach out to Vasper would make her the villain. She glanced at the clock. It was almost 10 p.m. Her body felt as if it was being weighed down by an invisible force. Reaching for another tissue, she realized the box was empty. Forcing herself to get up, she went to the drawer to retrieve another box. Her body ached, but she willed herself to head to the bathroom for a hot shower, hoping the water would ease her mind enough to let her sleep. No matter how much she tried, sleep wouldn't come. Every time she closed her eyes, all she could see was Vasper. An hour passed, and after finishing her shower and blow-drying her hair, she's still awake. Standing in front of the mirror, her tears started to fall again. "Vasper, I miss you so much," she whispered, her voice barely audible, more like a breath than a sound. For several minutes, she stood there, staring at her reflection, feeling as though everything that had happened between her and Vasper had been a dream, a beautiful, unreachable dream from which she had now woken up. Slowly, she walked back to her bed and lay down. Was everything she had with Vasper now destined for Samara? The beach house? The home near Antarctica? The vineyard where Vasper had said they would live after their wedding? Even the yacht named after her? All of it would go to Samara. Chanty curled up in bed, her sobs silent, her tears flowing freely as she bit her lip to keep her voice from escaping. She stared up at the ceiling, her mind replaying every memory she had of Vasper. Soon, they would all fade, leaving only faint imprints in her heart. Samara was pregnant. Vasper and Samara would marry after the baby was born. "Move on, Chanty," she whispered to herself, her voice shaky and filled with pain. She turned onto her side, her tears still falling. "Vasper, I love you so much," she whispered again, this time letting the words escape her lips, though only she could hear them. With that, she finally closed her eyes. Chanty awoke to the sound of someone calling her name. The voice echoed softly, coming from beyond the room. She followed the sound, her steps slow and cautious as she opened the door. The voice drifted with the wind, leading her down the stairs. Strangely, she felt no fear. The living room was illuminated by the soft glow of lights from outside, the curtains left open. The voice called again, this time from outside the mansion. She hesitated, unsure whether to step out, but the persistent call drew her further. She walked into the garden, where the night was still, the air cool against her skin. She looked around, gazing up at the bright moon. Suddenly, a loud voice startled her, calling her name with urgency. At that moment, the sword of destiny appeared in her hand, and she was bewildered, for she hadn't summoned it. Before she could comprehend, the sword floated out of her grip, hovering before her. Its tip rested on the ground, and the blade seemed to glow. Suddenly, the sword split into 6, each sword circling the original in the center. The 6 swords formed a ring around Chanty, and then her sword returned to her hand. Out of nowhere, 6 women materialized next to each of the swords. Shanty's heart raced. Each woman bore her exact face. But their expressions were different. Some smiled, others were serious. It was as though she was staring into 6 mirrors. In a panic, she slapped herself, hoping to wake from what seemed like a dream, but the sting told her it was real. Her sword lifted, poised to strike. She gasped as the 6 women, each a reflection of her, prepared for a fight. Would they attack her? Why were they facing her? Before she could react, one of them lunged. Chanty barely blocked the attack, but the force sent her tumbling forward. Their swords crackled with energy, like lightning bolts. "Who are you?" Chanty cried, but the women didn't answer. Suddenly, all 6 of them attacked at once. Chanty was astounded. How could she see their attacks coming? And even more, how was she able to block them? The clashing of their swords echoed in the night, like the crash of thunder. The sword seemed to control her movements, guiding her as she defended against the relentless onslaught. Her eyes blazed as she blocked the onslaught of attacks from the women surrounding her. One swift strike caught a woman square in the chest, sending her flying across the yard. Furious, the woman charged back at her, the path of her sword illuminated as if struck by lightning. Their movements were so fast that they seemed to flash across Jake's vast estate, battling fiercely until they neared the horse stables. The horses whinnied, startled by the chaotic clash, and she struggled to keep the fight away from them. But the relentless barrage of attacks left her no room to escape. Anger surged within her, and with all her strength, she plunged her sword into the ground. A powerful shockwave erupted from the impact, flinging the women backward. But it was only a brief respite. In mere seconds, they were attacking again. She studied their faces. Was this how she looked when consumed by fury? Their strikes were deadly, just like her own. Suddenly, she felt a sharp pain as one of the women's swords slashed across her stomach, sending her sprawling backward. Desperately, she planted her sword in the ground to stop herself from being thrown further. Her hand instinctively went to the wound on her abdomen, the other gripping the hilt of her sword. She glanced down at the blood now staining her skin. This battle was real, not a dream. She felt the pain, the weight of the fight. Forcing herself to stand, she decided this needed to end now, before she sustained more wounds. Pointing her sword at the 6 women, she challenged them with a low, dangerous voice. "Come on, get closer." Her eyes were fierce, her stance unyielding. The 6 women charged at her, their movements as swift as lightning. But she was ready. In one fluid motion, she leaped high into the air, landing with her sword slicing through the air behind them. In a single stroke, all 6 women fell to the ground. Panting heavily, she knelt, planting her sword in the dirt for support. Sweat dripped down her face, and the wound in her stomach burned fiercely. As she caught her breath, she noticed a glow, a strange, ethereal light. The swords of the women were returning to her own, merging back as if drawn by an invisible force. Slowly, the women's bodies faded, dissolving into smoke that was swept away by the wind. She slapped herself, questioning whether this was still a dream. But no, the pain was real. The battle had happened. Out of nowhere, Jake appeared by a nearby tree, his eyes serious as they locked onto hers. He walked toward her without a word. Their eyes met in a tense silence as he noticed her wound. Without hesitation, Jake lifted her into his arms. Her sword vanished from her hand as he teleported them back to the mansion's living room. Gently, he laid her on the sofa. He disappeared for just a moment, then returned with a first aid kit in hand. He raised her oversized t-shirt, and only then did she realize she was wearing nothing but lace lingerie underneath. Her eyes widened, panicking as she looked at him, but Jake remained focused on her injury, unaffected by her flustered expression. The sting of the medicine against her wound made her wince, her gaze locked onto Jake's face as he worked. Occasionally, their eyes met, but he stayed silent, his expression concentrated and calm. When he finished dressing her wound, he covered her stomach again, pulling the shirt down just past her underwear. She lay there, too exhausted to sit up, while Jake stood over her, their eyes meeting once more. Raising her arms, she gestured playfully, asking him to lift her again. Jake chuckled softly, scooping her up in his arms, her hands clinging to his neck. With a smile, Jake teleported them back to her bedroom, placing her gently on the bed. As he stood up, she couldn't help but ask, "Jake, who were they? What just happened? Why did I fight myself?" Jake's gaze lingered on her for a moment before he answered, "They are the 6 shadows of the Sword of Destiny. They appear when the day of the great feast draws near, a time when you must face their challenge, a trial by blood." Confused by his words, Chanty asked, "What do you mean, Jake? Why did they attack me? They came from my sword." "I don't understand." "That was part of your spiritual training, Chanty," Jake explained. "Next time, you'll see a different face. The first face was your own. After this, who knows? Only you can discover what lies ahead." Chanty was speechless for a moment, her voice trembling when she asked, "When is the great feast?" Jake's answer came swiftly, 5 months from now. You must face Alexander before then. If you don't, you'll have to wait for another chance. You did well tonight, but be careful. The blows from the sword are real, not a dream." Jake smiled at her kindly. "You should rest now. You didn't sleep well, and we'll need to go out tomorrow. Get some proper rest, okay?" Chanty blushed slightly, realizing that Jake knew she hadn't slept well. She nodded in response. As Jake glanced down, noticing her exposed thigh and the glimpse of her underwear, Chanty finally realized how vulnerable she looked. Before she could react, Jake had already disappeared with a knowing smile. Flustered, she hurried to pull the blanket over herself, smacking her forehead in embarrassment. "Idiot," she scolded herself. Her hand grazed the bandage covering the wound on her stomach. Had she really injured herself with her own sword? She still couldn't fully believe what had just happened. Spiritual training? Would she have to face all 6 shadows at once every time? Looking at the clock, she saw it was almost 5 in the morning. She closed her eyes and drifted back to sleep, exhaustion finally taking over. Days and weeks passed, and Chanty kept herself busy honing her sword fighting and archery skills while riding her horse, Rhonda. She placed targets in different directions around Jake's mansion and, as her horse galloped, she aimed for the center of the red spots. Despite missing every bullseye, she smiled, pleased with her progress, and repeated the exercises until fatigue set in. She was grateful for Lorena, who was always by her side, assisting her. One day, Jake observed her practice, smiling as he watched her efforts. After Lorena reset the targets, Chanty approached Jake, who was still smiling. "I want to see how you do it, Jake. Can you show me in action?" Chanty asked. Jake smiled and replied, "Okay, watch and observe." He whistled for his horse, Tally, a brown steed that came trotting up. With one swift motion, Jake mounted the horse. Chanty handed him the bow and arrow, and as she observed, she also mounted Rhonda in a single leap. They started slowly, moving toward the targets positioned on the wall of the property, some attached to trees and others in various spots. Jake gave Tally one firm kick, and the horse took off, galloping around the mansion. Jake pulled arrows from his quiver with lightning speed, hitting every target as Chanty followed in awe from behind. Despite the horse's speed, Jake's posture remained steady, his body perfectly aligned as he shot each arrow with precision. When they reached the finish line, Jake smiled at Chanty. "Show off," Chanty teased, flashing a playful smile. "What?" Jake laughed as he dismounted and walked toward her. "Me? A show-off?" Chanty laughed too and started to run, knowing Jake would chase her. They sprinted around the house, laughing and playfully teasing each other. "When did I ever show off, huh?" Jake said, laughing as he ran after her. Finally, Jake caught up, wrapping his arms around Chanty from behind, causing them both to tumble onto the grass, breathless with laughter. As their laughter subsided and their breathing calmed, their eyes met. They were inches apart, lying on the grass, staring at each other. Chanty sat up first, while Jake remained lying down, watching her. She noticed that Jake had hit the bullseye on every target. "You're too good to be true," she said, shaking her head in disbelief. "Don't worry, practice makes perfect. You'll get there as long as you stay persistent and consistent," Jake reassured her with a smile, propping his arm under his head while bending one knee. Chanty smiled back, her eyes locking onto his. Jake glanced toward the far end of the property, saying, "David's coming tomorrow. I'll also get an update on the construction of your mansion." Chanty nodded, her mind drifting as she thought about how different things were between her and Jake now compared to when she was with Vasper. Jake noticed her smile and distant expression. "What's on your mind?" Jake asked. "I was just thinking about how annoying you used to be. Who would have thought we'd get along like this?" Chanty chuckled. Jake laughed and said, "Sorry." "Sorry? That's all?" Chanty teased, her playful grin returning. Jake gazed at her, his smile softening. "So, is it okay for us to talk about Vasper now? Because if we're going to have a long conversation, he's bound to come up," Jake said gently. Chanty fell silent, her eyes avoiding Jake's. He sat up beside her, his tone thoughtful. "There's only one reason why hearing his name still bothers you, because you haven't fully moved on. You haven't healed yet." Chanty looked away, her throat tight with emotion. Jake's voice remained soft as he continued, "If you can't even hear his name, that means he still has a hold on you. You're not free from him yet." Chanty stayed quiet, staring off in the distance, unwilling to meet his eyes. Jake observed her, knowing how much she was hurting. The media always keeps things stirred up, especially with Samara and Laika making sure the public knows every detail about Vasper's life. They make sure everyone knows about their relationship, especially now that she's pregnant, almost 2 months along. Jake watched Chanty closely, noticing how she was trying to mask her feelings. But Chanty refused to meet his gaze. "I don't care about them, Jake. Why are we even talking about this?" she said, though tears were already falling. She turned her face away, pretending to look at her horse, Rhonda, hoping Jake wouldn't see her crying. "How old do you think is Rhonda now, Jake? Can you guess?" she asked, forcing a calm tone to change the subject, though her voice wavered. But Jake didn't answer. Instead, he gently turned her face to meet his gaze. As their eyes locked, Chanty could no longer hide the pain she felt. Jake silently wiped the tears from her cheeks, saying softly, "I'm sorry." Chanty couldn't hold it in anymore. She broke down, wrapping her arms around Jake, sobbing into his shoulder. Jake held her tightly, pulling her close, his voice quiet but firm. "I'm here, Chanty. I'll be here until you heal completely." Chanty slowly stopped crying, releasing Jake and looking into his eyes. "How, Jake? How can I heal?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper, her chest heavy with the weight of her emotions. "He's a nightmare I can't escape. He haunts my dreams every night. The scene of them together keeps replaying in my head, and it's unbearable." Her sobs grew louder, the hurt on her face reflecting in Jake's eyes. Seeing her so broken pained him deeply. "No matter how tired I am during the day, Vasper always finds his way into my dreams at night, turning them into nightmares. What can I do to ease your pain, Chanty?" Jake asked softly, his voice trembling. He couldn't stop himself from crying, watching her suffer like this. Chanty was momentarily stunned by Jake's tears. She had seen him cry before. But now it felt different. She wiped his tears from his cheek, but Jake gently took her hand and kissed her palm, then the back of her hand. "I love you, Chanty. Seeing you like this, it tears me apart," Jake confessed, his voice shaky, his emotions raw. Chanty's heart ached as she gazed at Jake. "If only I could transfer this love to you, Jake. Maybe I wouldn't be this miserable," she whispered. Jake held her hand tighter. "Why don't you try, Chanty?" he said gently. "If, in the end, you can't love me, then I'll accept it. But at least let me help you heal. I'll support whatever your final decision is." Chanty looked at him, speechless. "Jake, I don't want to use you to cover up my heartbreak over Vasper. That's unfair to you. I don't want to play with your feelings." Jake gave a small smile. "I'm willing to risk it, Chanty. I'm willing to get hurt. What I can't accept is the thought of you marrying Vasper, knowing he's not good for you. I know about his past, and I don't trust him around you. I can't stand by and watch you fall into his hands. Now, my wish might have come true because of what he did, but seeing you like this, I can't take it," Jake continued, his voice filled with emotion. "I just don't think I can enter a relationship like this, Jake, not while I'm so miserable," Chanty said softly, tears still glistening in her eyes. "Let me take care of you, Chanty. That's enough for me. Just being with you, like this, is already more than I could ask for. Being by your side, taking care of you, that's all I need," Jake replied, his eyes gentle and sincere. Chanty smiled, nodding slightly. "Are there other applicants qualified to take care of me? Anyone else who fits the requirements?" she asked playfully, trying to lighten the mood. Jake laughed, catching on to her attempt to ease the tension. "Can I know the qualifications?" he teased back, still amused by the shift in conversation. Chanty's smile grew. "First, they have to be kind. Then, they need superhero strength and skills," she said, trying to keep her tone light. Jake laughed again. "Well, it seems like all the guardians would qualify then. Should I get in line?" Chanty chuckled. "Also, they need teleportation powers, so if I'm too tired, I won't have to walk or exert myself." "Straight to bed," she added, making Jake burst out laughing. "Okay, thanks. That pretty much narrows it down to me," Jake said with a grin, and Chanty joined him in laughter. In that moment, the heaviness in her heart seemed to lift slightly as their light-hearted exchange filled the air. Just then, Lorena called them for lunch. Both Jake and Chanty stood up, and in a flash, Jake teleported them to the dining table. They sat down, still smiling. "Lorena, join us for lunch," Jake invited kindly. Lorena smiled back. "I already ate, Sir Jake, in the kitchen." "I couldn't wait," she said with a laugh, and Jake and Chanty joined in her laughter. As they ate, it felt like there was a small ray of hope shining on the path they were walking, a faint light at the end of a long, dark tunnel. Though their journey was still filled with heartache and tears, they both sensed a glimmer of possibility, a chance for healing and happiness. Their lives, unlike those of ordinary people, were complex and entangled in extraordinary circumstances, especially when it came to matters of the heart. But in that simple moment, just sharing a meal, Jake found joy in Chanty's company, grateful that she was living under his roof, where he could see her every morning and night, where he could share their days together. Jake cherished these moments, even the small ones like sitting with Chanty over a meal. For him, it felt like they were already a married couple, with only one thing missing, her complete healing. He longed for the day when Chanty could fully open her heart again, free from the pain of her past with Vasper, and allow someone else, perhaps even him, into her life. The next day, David arrived at Jake's mansion. He laughed heartily when he saw Chanty, his face lighting up with joy. He was holding several folders in his hands. "Chanty, how have you been? It's been almost 2 months. Can you believe it? It's been so long since we last saw each other. I'm sorry, after you disappeared, Jake wouldn't let me come over unless I practically begged." He finally agreed, but not without a whole list of conditions, David said, glancing toward Jake. Jake sat casually on the sofa, legs spread wide, arms resting on his knees as he leaned forward. A small smile tugged at his lips as he watched Chanty and David, his eyes filled with a quiet amusement. Chanty and David looked like siblings reconnecting after a long time apart. Chanty laughed, feeling the warmth of their reunion. "David, you're looking more handsome than ever," Chanty teased, genuinely noticing how much better David seemed. David blushed slightly and smiled shyly. "Thanks, Chanty. I think it's because we've had some time off from all the craziness. Ever since you've been here with Jake, he's given us a break from our duties and problems. He insisted that he'd handle everything. And, well, he was right. You look healthy and more beautiful than ever." He chuckled, looking between Chanty and Jake. "I'm not surprised, though." David looked around the room, still somewhat in disbelief at the peaceful vibe between Chanty and Jake. "I never imagined the two of you would ever get along like this, living under the same roof," he remarked, shaking his head as if the sight of their peace together was something miraculous. Jake laughed softly at David's comment, his voice playful yet sincere, his expression almost disbelieving. Jake joined in with a soft chuckle. His voice carried a playful yet sincere note. "So, Jake," David began, turning his attention toward him, "is everything sorted now? Are we good?" David asked, turning his attention to him. Jake raised an eyebrow, his face the picture of feigned innocence. "What do you mean?" he asked, a teasing smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. "Oh, come on, you know what I'm talking about," David teased back. "Don't play dumb with me." Chanty, unable to contain her laughter, shook her head. "David, stop." "It's not what you think," she chimed in, her laughter filling the room and dissolving any tension. David's eyes twinkled with mischief. All right, just a misunderstanding, then," he said with a grin, his laughter infectious. Just then, Lorena came out of the kitchen, carrying a tray of juice and snacks for David. "Hey, Lorena. How's everything here? Are you doing all right here?" David asked warmly. With a soft smile, Lorena nodded. "All good, Sir David. Everything's going well," she replied politely, placing the refreshments on the table. "I've also spoken with my family." "Thank you, Sir David." Then she excused herself and returned to the kitchen. David surveyed Jake's mansion, his eyes wide with admiration, taking in the grand surroundings. "Jake, this place is like a palace," he exclaimed. Jake smiled but remained humble. "Don't worry, I won't be sharing any of this with anyone. We had an understanding," he added with a wink. Jake smiled appreciatively but said nothing. "Chanty, how have you been? I'm sorry we couldn't be there when you needed us. I know we've been away when you might have needed us the most, and for that, I'm really sorry. Jake has been super strict, not trusting us with you, thinking Vasper might track us down. Unfortunately, Vasper has been visiting my mansion," David confessed, his voice growing serious. Shanta's heart raced at the mention of Vasper, and she tensed up. Jake immediately grew serious, his eyes locking onto her. The moment she heard his name, her heart clenched in her chest, a pang of anxiety striking through her. Jake's expression shifted instantly, his face growing intense as he fixed his gaze on her. "Vasper hasn't been detected lately," David continued. "I can't detect him anymore, but I've installed CCTV cameras inside the house for extra security. Even though I can't sense his energy anymore, I still review the footage regularly. Every time, I see him. Always in your room." Chanty gasped, her heart pounding even harder. "Even now? While his fiancée is pregnant?" Jake asked, his voice laced with incredulity and anger. David nodded solemnly. "I can't control what he does. Despite everything, he keeps coming after you, Chanty, even though his fiancée is expecting. He has no shame," David added while looking at her. "It's like he wants Chanty to be his mistress," David said, his tone heavy with disgust. Jake's fists clenched, his anger rising. "What does he want, to make you his mistress?" Jake's voice rose, his words sharp with frustration, his jaw clenched. Chanty felt a wave of fear and disbelief surging through her, realizing just how far Vasper was willing to go. She could feel her heart racing. She hadn't expected Vasper to go this far. David continued, trying to shift the conversation. "By the way, Chanty, Samara hasn't backed out of the vineyard partnership either," David continued, breaking the heavy silence. "She's away in their country for now, but she'll be back next week. As for your gold mine, I've temporarily closed it as per your request. I've made sure all the necessary paperwork is in order and that everything is strictly compliant with the regulations. Everything should run smoothly." Shanta smiled at David, grateful for his efforts. But deep down, she wished that Samara would just be out of the picture altogether when it came to the vineyard partnership. "Thank you so much, David," she said, her voice full of appreciation. "And your mansion, it's progressing well." "Look at these photos," David said, pulling out images from the folder. Shanta's face lit up as she stared at the pictures, the memories of her home flooding back. Her smile grew wider as she flipped through the images. As she looked through the photos, her smile grew wider. Memories of her mansion started flooding back, making her eyes well up with emotion. "David, thank you so much," Chanty said, her eyes gleaming with the hope of seeing her home fully restored. David understood the weight of her gratitude, and Jake, watching her intently, could see the way Chanty's heart seemed to stir to life again, her eyes bright with the promise of something familiar and comforting. He watched her with gentle eyes, full of love and understanding. "There's also a vineyard meeting next week. The major investors are requesting your presence," David added. "Do you think you'll be able to attend the vineyard meeting next week?" David asked. Chanty turned to Jake, uncertainty flickering in her gaze. "I'll think about it, David. I can't promise anything," she replied softly. David, still curious, turned to Jake again. "Jake, how have you managed to keep Vasper from tracking you? Is it the yellow crystals? Do you have them?" Curiosity sparking in his eyes. Jake remained silent, choosing not to respond, while Chanty opted to stay out of their conversation. They talked about Chanty's business, her mansion, and all the projects she had been working on. Through it all, Chanty felt both comforted and unsettled by the looming threat of Vasper, yet she knew Jake and David were doing everything they could to protect her. Despite the serious topics at hand, there was an undercurrent of warmth and camaraderie, a feeling of hope that perhaps things could start to heal. At noon, Jake ordered a special dish at the restaurant, and they sat at the dining table to eat. This time, Lorena joined them. "Next week, David, can you come here for at least a week? I need to watch over Chanty because I have something to take care of in Yokohama," Jake said, looking seriously at David. David nodded while continuing to eat. "No problem, Jake. That's my job, isn't it?" David replied. Chanty then asked, "Is this about Jasmine's building?" Jake smiled and responded, "Yes, it's about the paperwork, and I need to be there personally, but I'll still come back here at night," Jake said, glancing at Chanty, who nodded with a smile. "Thanks again," Chanty softly and gently said. After they finished eating, it was time for David to leave, but with one condition: David had to remove his clothes exposed to the mansion's air and leave them behind. He would teleport back and go straight to the shower to wash away any traces of energy or air from the mansion that Vasper could use to track him. Jake handed David a fresh towel to wear as he returned to his mansion. Chanty laughed. "So the trackers can trace people by the scent of air clinging to fabric?" Maybe Jake used Chanty's clothes in the laundry basket to follow her wherever she went before, Chanty smiling at David as he stripped and wrapped himself in the towel. David chuckled. "Okay, I'm ready," he said. "David, straight to the shower, all right?" Jake reminded him. David nodded confidently. "This is the only way. Vasper can't track me, right?" "No problem, I'll head straight to the shower," David said. But Jake went quiet, lost in thought. "There's one more thing, Vasper is a mind reader. With women, he uses a kiss to read memories, but with men, he uses blood. If he's desperate enough, he might resort to that with you." David was stunned. "Even just a little blood, and he can access my memories?" David asked. "Yes, like we learned from Lewis, right? Lewis is also a tracker, but his method is through blood, though he's not a mind reader," Jake explained. "You're right, but did you hear Justin calling for you?" "I told him to summon you," David asked. Jake nodded. David shook his head. "Because you never showed up, even though he called for you several times." "All right, Chanty, I'll see you next week." "Take care," David said, leaving some papers on the living room table. "Here are the papers. You can keep a copy." "Thank you, David," Chanty replied. Jake walked up to Chanty and whispered softly, saying, "I'll be back soon. Do you need anything? Groceries? Personal items? I can stop by the store." His voice was soft as he asked. Calm and gentle, as if this was now a normal routine for them. David, who had been watching from the side, was stunned. He couldn't believe what he was seeing, surprised by the change in the bond between Jake and Chanty. It was different from before. David's sharp ears picked up the subtle changes. The connection between them had clearly changed. David's sharp ears caught every word, but what really struck him was the warmth between them. Chanty smiled softly and, without warning, leaned in and kissed Jake on the lips. "Come back soon," she whispered. In that moment, it was as if time stopped for Jake. He stood there, frozen, his eyes locked on hers, his heartbeat pounding in his chest. He felt an overwhelming rush of joy he couldn't quite explain. But David was even more shocked, stood behind Jake, unable to see his reaction but sensing the unexpected moment. David could tell from Chanty's bold gesture that this was something completely unexpected. He cleared his throat awkwardly, trying to break the tension as Jake seemed lost in a dream, while Jake finally snapped back to reality, grinning slightly but trying to hide his happiness. "All right," Jake said, stepping back slightly to let David place a hand on his shoulder. Chanty watched them with a smile, and soon, both Jake and David vanished from her sight. Chanty smiled to herself, realizing Jake hadn't expected her gesture, thinking about Jake's reaction. But deep down, she thought about it often. There was nothing wrong with giving Jake a chance. She had made up her mind Jake deserved a chance. There was no one in his life to get hurt by her actions, and she needed to move on from the memories of Vasper. It was time for her to move forward, for everyone's sake. It wasn't wrong to start anew. "Move on, Chanty," she whispered to herself. Lorena then approached Chanty, carrying a water bottle, and placed it beside the papers Chanty was reading. She smiled, sitting down next to her on the sofa, her expression warm and supportive. "Miss Chanty, you know what? I've seen the complications of your love life. I've seen your happiness with Vasper, but I've never seen anyone better suited for you than Sir Jake. Who's truly good for you. I've seen how much he cares for you since I started working here, being around you both. He's healthy for you," Lorena said with a smile. "And who else could give you a different city to dine in every meal?" Lorena said with a laugh, making both of them chuckle. "Thanks, Lorena," Chanty said, her heart full. "That's why I've decided to give Jake a chance. I'm grateful for your words." The two women shared a heartfelt hug. "And by the way, Miss Chanty, did you know that Sir Jake bought this mansion because of you? We talked about it in the kitchen while he was helping me cook. He said that if he's lucky enough to marry you, he'll hire more servants here, just like Sir Jacob's elves. That's why his room is designed for a couple, with that huge walk-in closet and that massive bed. It's all intended for the two of you." Chanty was touched by Lorena's words, a soft smile forming on her lips. It all made sense now, the spacious room, the thoughtful designs. It was all meant for them. Lorena stood to head back to the kitchen when suddenly, Jake teleported into the room, his face dripping in blood, clutching his abdomen. Both Chanty and Lorena froze in shock. Chanty screamed his name, rushing over to him. "Jake! What happened? What's wrong?" Chanty cried, her heart racing with fear. Jake looked at her, his face twisted in pain, clutching his stomach where a deep wound was visible. "It's Vasper," Jake managed to say, his voice strained. "He was at David's mansion when we arrived. He was waiting, desperate to get blood from either David or me," he explained, struggling to catch his breath as he removed his shirt, revealing a large, deep cut from Vasper's crystal knife. "This wound, it won't heal easily," Jake whispered. Chanty sobbed at the sight of the large gash, while Lorena rushed to get the first aid kit. Chanty's heart sank at the sight of the gaping wound. Tears streamed down her face as she tried to process the gravity of the situation. Lorena rushed back with a first aid kit, but the blood kept pouring, the wound too deep. Blood poured from Jake's wound as Chanty, trembling, tried to treat him. With trembling hands, Chanty fumbled through the kit, trying to find something to stop the bleeding. But the blood flow was too strong, and the wound was deep. "Lorena, get me some towels. We need to stop the bleeding," Chanty cried, her voice shaking with fear. Lorena sprinted up the stairs but immediately ran back toward the kitchen, grabbing a large roll of kitchen towels. She rushed it to Jake, who lay sprawled out, his heart pounding hard, fighting through the agony brought by the crystal knife wound. His mind flashed back to the island where he had first been injured by the crystal sword, but the blood kept flowing, Jake's wound far too serious for simple first aid. Jake's eyes locked on Chanty's face, filled with terror, her tears streaming down endlessly. He reached out, gripping her arm. "Don't worry," he whispered, his voice strained. "It'll heal, eventually. It'll take time, but I'll be fine." Lorena handed Chanty a fresh shirt for Jake. Trembling, Chanty began cleaning his wound. Jake let out a scream, unable to contain the pain. Lorena turned away, not wanting to witness the scene. Chanty, though petrified, knew she was the only one who could help. Jake's body convulsed from the pain, his hand gripping Chanty's wrist, as if he wanted to push her away, but he knew she needed to tend to his wound. Minutes passed in agonizing silence as Chanty finished cleaning and dressing Jake's wound. He lay back on the sofa, his body drained. Lorena quietly mopped up the blood on the floor. Jake kept his eyes shut, grimacing as the pain seemed to penetrate deep into his bones. Chanty knelt by his side, tears continuing to stream down her face, her heart divided between concern for Jake and fear of Vasper's life. Her thoughts raced. What about Vasper? She wondered. Jake groaned in agony, shifting on the sofa. "What can I do?" Chanty asked, her voice trembling. Jake glanced at her through half-closed eyes. "Don't worry about Vasper. He's fine. Louis and Justin took David away with some sort of flying object. Marco and Jacob only managed to steal the knife Vasper used on me, so he couldn't get my blood," Jake muttered through gritted teeth. "He's not a threat anymore." Chanty sighed in relief, though her anxiety still lingered. "And who said I was asking about Vasper?" she retorted, a slight smile breaking through her tears. Jake managed a faint grin, but it quickly faded into a grimace as another wave of pain hit him. Chanty squeezed Jake's hand, her voice barely steady. "When will it heal?" "It'll take more than an hour," Jake groaned. "But the longer it goes, the worse the pain gets. I just have to bear it." Tears rolled down Chanty's cheeks as she watched Jake writhe in agony. His wound glowed faintly, radiating the torment of the crystal knife. Jake clenched his jaw, sweat dripping down his face. His body was shaking, drenched in cold sweat. "Chanty," he gasped, "I need to go to my room. I can't stay here. Once I'm healed, I'll come back. Just stay here." Chanty, overwhelmed with emotion, nodded, watching as Jake disappeared from the sofa. Moments later, his scream heard from upstairs. Unable to take it anymore, Chanty stood up and began pacing. How much longer? She wondered. How long can Jake must endure his pain? Lorena approached, her forehead creased with worry. "He can't take much more," Lorena whispered, her eyes reflecting the same fear that was mirrored in Chanty's heart. Chanty couldn't bear it any longer. She dashed up the stairs, heading straight for Jake's room, which was right next to hers. She swung open the door, and the sound of Jake's groaning filled her ears. There he was, lying on the bed, shirtless, curled up in agony, clutching his wound. His body was trembling uncontrollably, soaked in his own sweat, his face twisted in unbearable agony. Chanty's heart broke at the sight. She wanted to hold him, to comfort him, but she knew she couldn't. The glow from his wound was growing brighter, the torment escalating with every passing second. She sat at the foot of the bed, watching Jake writhe in agony. Their eyes met, hers, filled with tears and compassion, his, contorted with pain. Jake's muscles tensed, every vein on his arms and chest bulging out as his body strained under the intensity of the pain. His long hair, drenched in sweat, clung to his face, his skin glistening in the dim light. His suffering was unlike anything she had ever seen. "Chanty, you don't have to see this," Jake managed to whisper, his voice cracking under the strain. "Don't talk, Jake," she replied, tears rolling down her face. "Can't you focus on healing?" Jake's voice trembled with exhaustion. "Wounds from a crystal knife, they don't heal easily. You have to endure the excruciating pain before it begins to heal." Chanty sobbed quietly as Jake spoke through his pain. "The brighter the glow, the worse the agony," Jake explained, each word punctuated by labored breaths. The light from Jake's wound grew fiercer, and so did his torment. He gasped in agony, clutching his abdomen, while Chanty could do nothing but sit helplessly at his side, her heart shattering with every groan, every shudder that racked Jake's body. This was not a normal pain, it was something far more sinister, something meant to break even the strongest of men. And yet, Jake, through his suffering, kept fighting. Minutes had passed as Jake endured the pain, but as the glow from his wound began to fade, so did his groans. The brightness of the wound dimmed gradually. Chanty stood by the bed, watching, her heart filling with relief. Jake, now lying down, straightened his body, and the pain became bearable. He smiled at Chanty, who stood beside him, her eyes reflecting the joy of seeing Jake no longer writhing in agony. Chanty rushed to Jake's cabinet, searching for a face towel, then hurried to the bathroom to wet it before wringing it out and returning to the room. Jake's eyes followed her, his face more relaxed now, though blood still marked his cheek and forehead. The wound had healed, but the stains of blood remained. Chanty approached the bed, holding the towel. "Let me wipe your face." "There's still a lot of blood," she said softly. Jake sat up, as if the pain had completely left him, placing his feet on the floor. Chanty stood in front of him, gently dabbing his face. Jake stared at her, mesmerized, captivated by her beauty and gestures as she focused on her task, unaware of his intense gaze. She moved down to wipe his neck, and Jake remained transfixed, unable to believe how tenderly Chanty was caring for him, how close they had become. He glanced at his wound, then she did the same. "Has it healed?" Chanty asked, her eyes meeting his. Jake nodded. "Yes, it's completely healed," he replied. He peeled off the bandage, revealing smooth skin, the wound fully closed, not a scar in sight. His abs, now visible, were clear and defined. Jake was shirtless, his perfectly sculpted muscles on display. Unlike Vasper, who had fair skin, Jake was the epitome of tall, dark, and handsome, though not too dark. Why was she comparing Jake to Vasper? She wondered. Jake's body still glistened with sweat. Turning away with the face towel, Chanty rinsed it out in the sink, while Jake's eyes followed her every move. By the time she returned, Jake was already standing, his movements back to normal as if he hadn't endured intense pain earlier. He was rummaging through his cabinet, pulling out a shirt and slipping it on. He opened a drawer, retrieved a rubber band, and tied back his shoulder-length hair. As Jake fastened his hair, his eyes never left Chanty, and she couldn't help but smile at him. She had always noticed his physical allure, his magnetic presence. But once, she had feared and hated him. The difference between then and now was stark. Not a trace of her former disdain remained. How much her life had changed since those days, and now it was she who hid from Vasper's presence. Was fate playing with her? Chanty snapped out of her thoughts as Jake stood in front of her, smiling, a smile that only enhanced his good looks, accentuated by the black crystal earring in his left ear. "Thank you," Jake said, his voice filled with warmth, his eyes sparkling with joy. Chanty smiled back, simply nodding. "Don't go back to David's mansion," she said softly. Jake only smiled in response. "What if Vasper finds me here?" Chanty asked quietly, walking over to the bed and sitting down, her voice filled with sadness. Jake sat beside her, looking deeply into her eyes. He took her hands, gently squeezing them. "It's not impossible. Vasper is powerful. If it's taken him this long to find us, it's not impossible he might find us even with the crystals protecting us," Jake replied. "At that point, Chanty, it's your decision if you go back with him." Jake smiled faintly, but pain evident in his eyes. "Maybe next time, I won't interfere. I'll respect the path you choose. Whatever Vasper has done, your decision is all that matters. As long as it's for your good and happiness. Maybe I'm being too selfish," he added, his voice sincere. "But I'm grateful. Even for this brief moment, my dream has come true, to be with you here in my home." Jake's voice was low, baritone, full of emotion. "So, if Vasper comes, you'll just give me to him?" Chanty asked, waiting for Jake's answer. Jake smiled mischievously. "Of course not. Not without a fight." They both laughed, the tension between them easing. "Earlier, in the living room, that kiss, was it real?" Jake asked, both of them blushing, their eyes locked. Shanta's lips parted slightly. "Why? Did you think it was fake?" she teased. Jake blushed deeper. "Of course not, Chanty. I just didn't expect it," Jake confessed, his hesitation clear in his eyes. Without a word, Chanty moved closer to him. She leaned and captured his lips, and instinctively, Jake responded, no longer needing words. Their kiss was fervent, raw, and filled with the weight of unspoken desire. Jake's longing pouring into it, his lips hungrily devouring hers, his lips moving over hers with a hunger that had been building for what felt like an eternity. God knew how many nights he had dreamed of this moment, kissing her while fully awake, sober, and utterly aware of every second. Shanta's arms wrapped around his neck, pulling him closer, as if she couldn't bear even a sliver of space between them. "Chanty, I love you so much," he whispered against her lips as they tumbled onto the bed, Chanty beneath him. Their bodies fit together like two halves of a whole, their kiss deepening with every breath, and Jake's groans echoed in the room, his voice a mixture of desire and reverence, her name spilling from his lips like a prayer. His lips and tongue trailed down her neck, his hunger and desire palpable, as though he could never get enough of her. Every secret glance he had stolen from afar, every imagined touch, was now reality, had led him to this moment where she was his. Fully and completely. Shanta's moans filled the room, heightening Jake's desire as his hands slid under her blouse, his fingers expertly unhooked her bra, each movement slow, deliberate, savoring the way she trembled beneath him, and slowly removing her clothes. When her blouse and bra fell away, revealing her bare breasts, Jake paused. He could hardly believe it. He had seen them before, but now, they were his to touch, to worship. He gazed at them with reverence, his hands caressed her as though she were a sacred offering, his fingers gently squeezing her breasts as if to imprint the moment in his memory forever. Chanty writhed beneath his touch, the sensation overwhelming her, her breath catching as her body responded to his touch. Jake locked eyes with her, his voice full of awe. "Thank you, you're mine now, Chanty. You're mine. I love you so much. Tell me I'm not dreaming." Chanty, her breath heavy, smiled up at him. "It's real, Jake. I'm with you, and I'm yours, from this moment on, hopefully forever," her breath coming in ragged gasps, her voice thick with emotion. Jake's heart swelled with joy, his chest tightening with a love so deep it threatened to consume him. His lips once again claiming hers in a kiss full of passion, need, and tenderness. His hand continued to caress her breast, and as his mouth moved lower, trailing down her body, his kisses became hotter, more demanding. He suckled her breast gently, drawing soft moans from Shanta's lips as he worshipped her body with every kiss, every stroke of his tongue. Shanta's moans grew louder, urging Jake on as he explored her body, savoring every inch. Meanwhile, Jake's hand slid into Shanta's pants, slipping beneath her underwear, his fingers grazing the soft, sensitive flesh that awaited him. Their breaths hitched in unison, both gasping for air as waves of desire crashed over them. Jake let out a deep, guttural groan, Shanta's name escaping his lips in a raw, primal sound. His body burned with a fiery heat, trembling as he fumbled to unbutton and unzip her pants with urgency. His body trembled with the intensity of it, and with urgent hands, he unbuttoned and unzipped her pants. With a swift motion, he tugged her pants and panties down, exposing her completely. Jake's body was hungry, ignited with a desire he had suppressed for too long. It was as if a volcano of tension had erupted, flooding every nerve in his body with intense need. Chanty was open before him. Her legs parted in front of him, as Jake's gaze devoured her, offering a view he had never dared to imagine. Trembling with anticipation, Jake's hands caressed the delicate skin between her thighs, his touch light but burning with intent. His touch sent shivers through Shanta's body as soft moans escaped her lips, her voice a melody of pleasure in response to the heat of his palms, her voice a melody of desire that only spurred Jake further. Jake, completely consumed by her, lowered himself between her legs. His mouth found her, his tongue moving in slow, deliberate strokes that drew deep groans from his throat. His hand moved up to cup her breast, massaging it tenderly with a reverence that spoke of love and tender reverence, as though she were a dream come true. He worshipped her body, savoring every inch as if it were his salvation. Jake's senses were overwhelmed, his heart soaring to heights of joy he'd only ever dreamed of. Chanty, lost in the sensation of Jake's mouth and hands, writhed beneath him. The warmth of his body, the skillful caress of his fingers, the heat of his mouth, it all made her feel as though he had claimed a part of her soul. Her body writhed beneath his touch, every sensation heightened as Jake lavished attention on her. She could feel the heat of his mouth, the gentle pressure of his tongue, the way his fingers caressed her with such care. It was as though he was imprinting himself on her soul, claiming a part of her she didn't know she could give. Chanty's hands found their way into Jake's hair, fingers tangling in the strands as she tugged him closer. She was teetering, lost in the rhythm of his movements, on the edge of release. As she neared her peak, her body tensed, and Jake's name slipped from her lips in a deep, desperate moan. To Jake, it was like hearing a choir of angels. To Jake, it was the most beautiful sound he had ever heard. Her body moved against his mouth, her mouth open, her breath coming in short gasps as she silently cried out in pleasure. Jake was relentless, his mouth never leaving her, as if he intended to drink in her very soul. Then, it hit her, a climax so powerful it shook her entire body. Chanty's body convulsed as her fingers gripped Jake's head, pulling him even closer. Her breath came in ragged gasps as she called out his name, her voice full of raw ecstasy. Leaving her trembling and breathless, her fingers gripping Jake's hair tightly as she rode the crest of her release. Her moans grew louder, raw with pleasure, until finally, she collapsed back onto the bed, her chest heaving. Jake's smile was one of pure satisfaction, his heart swelling with love as he watched her trembling beneath him, knowing she had reached the height of her pleasure. He lowered his head to kiss her deeply, their mouths moving together with the same fiery passion that had ignited between them. Still basking in the heat of their passion, his hand never leaving her breast. Still caressing her as though he could never let go. "I love you so much," he whispered against her lips, his voice hoarse with emotion. Chanty responded with a soft, contented moan, her body still trembling from the waves of ecstasy that coursed through her. But Jake wasn't done yet. He slid back down, returning to the wet heat between her thighs, his tongue gently licking her clean. His tongue flicked gently, licking away the remnants of her first climax, but his intent was clear, he wanted more. Chanty, propped up on her elbows, watched him with wide eyes, her body still pulsing with the aftershocks of her first orgasm. But soon, the desire rekindled within her, sparked by Jake's persistent, steady rhythm. Slowly but surely, her body began to respond again, her hips moving of their own accord as Jake's mouth continued its gentle torment. His mouth worked slowly, deliberately, building her up again, until her hips were moving of their own accord, pressing against his face. "Jake, please, don't stop," Chanty moaned, her voice thick with need as her hips ground against his mouth. Jake's strong hands lifted her buttocks off the bed, holding her in place as he maintained his steady, expert rhythm, as he continued his torturous rhythm. Chanty's hands clutched at the sheets, feeling as though she might float away if she didn't hold on for dear life. As Chanty approached her second peak, her body arched off the bed, her mouth falling open in a silent cry of pleasure. She called out Jake's name once more, her voice raw with ecstasy, her body trembling uncontrollably as Jake smiled against her skin, gently lowering her hips back onto the bed. He licked up the final traces of her release, his mouth lingered, savoring the taste of her second release. Until Chanty's body was spent, quivering with aftershocks. Jake gazed down at her with adoration, his beloved Chanty laid out on his bed, her heartbeat slowly returning to normal. He climbed back up, his lips trailing over her breasts with tender devotion, teasing them with his tongue and fingers, before finding her mouth again. "I love you, Chanty Lorenzo," he whispered between kisses, his voice full of devotion. "If I could, I would never let you rest." With those words, he positioned himself between her thighs again, pressing his body against hers as he kissed her with a passion that threatened to consume them both. His love for her poured out with every touch, every kiss, as they became one once again. Chanty gazed up at Jake, her body still humming from the intensity of his love and passion, but there was something deeper stirring inside her. A fire that matched his own, a desire not just to receive but to give back everything he had shown her, to make him feel what she felt, the overwhelming joy, the deep intimacy, the pleasure. Slowly, she reached up, her fingers tracing the lines of his face, feeling the soft stubble of his jaw, the strength of his features. Her touch was gentle, reverent, as if she were memorizing every inch of him. Jake's eyes softened as he looked down at her, his chest heaving with her touch. He leaned in for another kiss, but this time, Chanty took control, her lips brushing softly against his in a way that made his heart skip a beat. She didn't rush. Instead, she kissed him slowly, teasingly, savoring the way his lips responded to hers. The heat between them simmered, but Chanty kept it slow, deliberate, wanting to make him wait, wanting to drive him to the edge the way he had with her. She gently rolled him onto his back, her body now straddling his as she looked down at him with a smoldering gaze. Her hands trailed down his chest, fingers brushing over the hard planes of his body, feeling every muscle beneath her touch. Jake's breath hitched, his hands instinctively moving to rest on her hips, but she gently pinned them down to the bed, her eyes playfully daring him to stay still. "Let me," Chanty whispered, her voice sultry and full of intent. "I want to make you feel what I felt." Jake's eyes darkened with desire, his lips parting to protest, but the words died in his throat as Chanty leaned down and kissed him again. This time, her mouth explored his with a slow, burning passion, her tongue teasing his lips, tasting him, drawing out soft groans of pleasure. While slowly removing his shirt, sliding it up, and her fingers moved lower, tracing the lines of his abs, before slipping under the waistband of his pants. She felt the shudder that ran through him, the way his breath caught as her hand brushed over him, but still, she kept it slow, savoring the anticipation. Chanty sat back, her eyes never leaving his as she unbuttoned and unzipped his pants with a deliberate slowness that made Jake's heart pound in his chest. She pulled his pants down, exposing him fully, her gaze intense as she admired the sight of him, her own body already reacting to the moment. Jake's breath came in shallow, uneven gasps, his muscles tense with need, but Chanty wasn't done yet. She wanted to savor every second. Her fingers trailed up his thighs, her touch light, teasing, before finally wrapping around him. Jake groaned at the contact, his head falling back against the pillow as Chanty began to move her hands slowly, her fingers tracing every inch of him with care, with love. She watched his reactions, the way his body responded to her, the way his muscles tightened beneath her touch. It was intoxicating, knowing that she had this power over him, that she could unravel him with just a touch. "Chanty." Jake's voice was thick with need, but she hushed him with a gentle kiss, her lips brushing against his ear. "Let me take care of you," she whispered, her breath hot against his skin. She lowered herself slowly, her lips trailing down his chest, placing soft, lingering kisses along the way. Each kiss was filled with intent, with love, as she made her way lower. Jake's breath came in ragged gasps, his hands fisting the sheets as he fought to stay still beneath her touch, every nerve in his body on fire with anticipation. When Chanty's lips finally brushed against him, Jake let out a deep, guttural groan, his body arching off the bed at the sensation. She took him into her mouth with the same slow, deliberate care she had shown before, her tongue moving in long, teasing strokes that made him tremble. Chanty savored every moment, her eyes flicking up to watch his reaction, the way his chest rose and fell with each ragged breath, the way his fingers gripped the sheets as if trying to hold on to the last threads of control. Jake's head was spinning, every sensation heightened as Chanty worked him with a skillful, steady rhythm. Her mouth moved over him, slow and sensual, teasing him to the brink of madness. He wanted to touch her, to guide her, but Chanty's hands pressed against his hips, holding him down, forcing him to submit to her pace. And he did, willingly, lost in the waves of pleasure she brought him. "Chanty, please." His voice was a rasp, desperate and full of need. She didn't quicken her pace, instead, she took her time, torturing him with pleasure as her mouth moved over him. Every stroke, every flick of her tongue, was calculated, meant to draw him closer and closer to the edge without letting him fall. Jake's moans filled the room, each one louder than the last, his body completely at her mercy. The tension built inside him, coiling tighter with every second, until he was teetering on the brink of release. Chanty's eyes locked onto his, a smile tugging at the corners of her lips as she felt him tremble beneath her. She knew he was close, his breath coming in shallow, ragged gasps, his muscles tensing as the pleasure overwhelmed him. And then, with one last, deep stroke, she pushed him over the edge. Jake's body arched off the bed, a deep, guttural moan tearing from his throat as he came, the release crashing through him with a force that left him trembling. Chanty held him steady, her hands gently stroking him through the waves of his climax, her mouth never leaving him until he was spent, his body shuddering with the aftershocks of pleasure. When he finally collapsed back onto the bed, breathless and dazed, Chanty crawled up beside him, pressing soft kisses to his chest, his neck, his lips. Jake's arms wrapped around her, pulling her close as he tried to catch his breath, his heart still racing in his chest. "You're incredible," Jake whispered, his voice hoarse with emotion as he gazed up at her, his eyes filled with love and awe. "I don't think I'll ever recover from that." Chanty smiled, her fingers brushing through his hair as she kissed him softly, tenderly. "Good," she whispered against his lips. Jake's heart swelled with emotion, his arms tightening around her as he kissed her deeply, their bodies still tangled together, their love stronger than ever. And as they lay there, wrapped in each other's arms, the world outside faded away, leaving only the two of them, lost in the depths of their passion. At 7 o'clock in the evening, they had lost track. Time seemed to vanish in the intimate warmth of the room. Chanty lay resting her head on Jake's arm while he held her tightly, his arms tight around her, as if trying to shield her from the world. His lips moved softly, leaving tender kisses on her cheek, her forehead, then finally, they found her lips. Each kiss, gentle yet filled with longing, was followed by whispered words of love, endless and sincere, like a melody meant only for her ears. His whispers filled the air, tender words of love repeating over and over, as if he couldn't tell her enough how much she meant to him. Chanty smiled as she gazed up at Jake's face, her heart swelling with affection, but that smile quickly faded when she noticed something: tears. A single tear had slipped from Jake's eye, concern crept into her chest. Gently, she pulled back, enough to see his face more clearly. Their eyes met, and confusion filled her as she softly asked, "Jake, why? What's wrong?" "Don't worry," Jake's voice trembled, but his lips curled into a smile that was as full of joy as it was overwhelmed. "These are tears of happiness, Chanty," he whispered, his voice thick with emotion. "I just never thought I'd be able to have you, to hold you like this, lying here in my arms. You were always just a dream, something I never thought could come true. I used to watch you from a distance, never daring to believe you'd be by my side like this. I never imagined you'd be mine. Forgive me, but I don't want to let you go. You've given my life a meaning, Chanty. All this time, I could only watch you from a distance, dreaming of moments like this, never believing they could be real. You were always out of reach, but now you're here, lying beside me." His hand moved to gently stroke her hair, as if confirming to himself that she was truly there. The depth of his emotion stunned Chanty. His words, filled with longing, took her breath away. His tears fell more freely now, not from sadness but from overwhelming emotion. His voice quivered with the weight of everything he felt, the sheer disbelief that he was finally holding the woman he longed for. Chanty, stunned and deeply moved, slowly, her hand reached up to wipe the tears from his face, her fingers tender and soft against his skin. Jake, overwhelmed by her touch, gently took her hand in his. He pressed it to his lips, kissing her fingers softly, reverently, as though worshipping her very presence. Over and over, on both sides, his lips warm and full of love. Each kiss sent a wave of sensation through Chanty's body, each kiss sent a wave of warmth coursing through her, lighting a fire deep inside her heart. She could feel his love in every kiss, every gentle press of his lips against her skin, making her heart beat faster. She could feel the intensity of his love in every touch. Then, without warning, Jake captured her lips again, kissing her hungrily, as if he was devouring not only her mouth but her very essence, her breath, her life. His kiss was fierce, demanding, as though he was trying to pour all of his love, all of his passion, into her. His arms tightened around her, pulling her naked body closer to his as if he were afraid she might slip away. His hands moved over her skin, caressing her with both tenderness and need, as though memorizing every inch of her, with both passion and tenderness. Their mouths never parted, as though their souls were intertwined in that kiss. Their mouths moved together, tongues entwined, breathing in each other's essence. Jake groaned deeply, his voice vibrating through her body as he whispered between kisses, telling her again and again how much he loved her, how much he needed her. Chanty gasped for air, struggling to breathe as she struggled to keep up with the intensity of Jake's kisses. And his embrace and the intensity of their connection, his embrace was so tight, so overwhelming, but she didn't care. She was lost in the moment, lost in him, in the heat of his love, in the passion that consumed them both. She felt herself spiraling, as Jake guided her again and again to the heights of ecstasy, their bodies moving together in perfect harmony. Their sounds, her soft moans, his deep groans, filled the room, mingling with the quiet hum of the air conditioner, creating a symphony of their love. In that moment, Chanty felt as if she had been reborn. She was completely engulfed in the happiness Jake gave her, in the warmth of his body and the fire of his love, as if he were the sun rising in her life, casting light into every corner of her soul, pulling her from the darkness into a bright, new beginning, pulling her from the darkness she had once known. She had wandered through life in shadows, but now, with Jake, she had found her light. She had made the right choice to let go of her past with Vasper. She realized now that giving their love a chance had been the right choice. Jake's love was the light guiding her through the tunnel she thought had no end. Jake was her future, the one who held her hopes. With him, she could breathe freely again, as though a weight had been lifted from her chest. It was time to bury the past, to forget the pain she had known. Jake was her tomorrow, the one who held her hands and her heart. As the moments passed, Jake still felt as if he were dreaming. Despite everything that had happened in the room between them, it all felt surreal, like a dream he never wanted to wake from, like a fantasy he had once thought was impossible. His eyes, bright with joy, reflected a new kind of happiness that had just come into his life. His once black and white world had suddenly burst into color, everything around him feeling more vivid, more alive. His life, once dull and colorless, now seemed vibrant and alive with her by his side. The air he breathed seemed fresher, lighter, as if simply being alive in the same world as the woman he loved made everything better. He couldn't describe how it felt to finally hold Chanty, the woman he once thought he could only admire from afar, out of reach. Now, after all the longing and waiting, she was his. He had spent so long watching her from afar, admiring her from a distance, believing she was beyond his reach. And yet, here she was, lying beside him, her body pressed close to his. He had finally won the love of the woman who had owned his heart from the start. He gazed at Chanty as she slept, her head resting on his arm. They lay there, both of them naked under the warmth of the blanket, the soft hum of the air conditioning and their breathing the only sounds in the room. Minutes, maybe hours, passed. Jake couldn't tell how long he had been staring at her beautiful face, memorizing every feature, every curve of her peaceful expression. But he knew this wasn't a dream. It was real. She was real, here in his arms, where he could touch her, kiss her, and she was his. He could feel her skin, warm and soft beneath his fingers. He heard her murmur his name in her sleep, and a soft smile spread across his face. "Thank you," he whispered, his voice barely audible as he watched her breathe. He watched her chest rise and fall with each breath, his heart swelling with joy. "You're mine, Chanty. You don't know how happy I am right now," his voice thick with gratitude and love. He couldn't stop looking at her, couldn't stop running his eyes over her body, hidden beneath the blanket, still entwined with his. He couldn't resist, he gently stroking her hair, letting his fingers trail down to her lips. Smiling as he did, so lightly that he didn't want to wake her. But Chanty stirred, reacting to his touch, letting out a small moan as she called his name again, nestling even closer to him. Jake's smile widened as he tightened his embrace, pulling her naked body closer to his. He kissed her forehead and glanced at the wall clock. It was already past 8 in the evening. They hadn't had dinner yet. He chuckled quietly to himself, wondering how long they had spent in the room. He worried for a moment that Chanty might be hungry, knowing Lorena had probably prepared dinner. He thought about getting up to fetch food for them, to set it up in the dining area. But as he carefully tried to remove Chanty's arm that was draped over him, she let out a soft groan and tightened her hold on him, locking their bodies together with one of her legs tangled around his, making it impossible for him to move. Jake couldn't move, but he didn't mind. Chanty's gesture was something he couldn't refuse. Jake smiled, her touch, her warmth, it was something he could never say no to. His body warmed again with desire, but he didn't want to disturb her sleep. He knew she was exhausted, drained of energy. He smiled to himself, content with his thought. He couldn't help but smile as he held her, his heart full of contentment. He had everything he had ever wanted, and he would never let it go. As the heat from Jake's lips pressed against Chanty's, a surge of warmth spread through her body. His kiss lingered on her lips, long and tender, until she stirred, roused not only by the intensity of his touch but by the intoxicating warmth of his breath. Jake's deep groans, reverberating with his natural baritone, held a distinct and irresistible charm, something that only Jake could create. Slowly, Chanty opened her eyes, her gaze locking onto Jake's face, mere inches from hers. He was smiling down at her, his lips brushing hers again in a quick, playful smack. "Good evening," he murmured, his voice a soft caress against her lips. He stood up from the edge of the bed, and as Chanty blinked in surprise, she saw he was already dressed in a formal suit, complete with a neatly knotted necktie. Confusion furrowed her brow, and she quickly sat up, her voice tinged with curiosity. "Where are you going?" she asked, puzzled as she took in his polished appearance. Jake, standing by the bed, his gaze now transfixed on her, appeared mesmerized by what he saw. Chanty realized in that moment, she was still naked. With a gasp, she hurriedly pulled the blanket up to cover her body, but Jake, his eyes already filled with desire, couldn't resist. He tucked the blanket away and gently pushed her back onto the bed. Chanty squirmed, giggling at the ticklish sensation of his lips now grazing her neck, nibbling softly. Jake positioned himself between her thighs, their laughter filling the air as Chanty's legs wrapped around his waist, locking him in place. His mouth found hers again, the kiss this time more fervent, more consuming. His hands roamed her body, while Chanty's arms wrapped tightly around his neck, her fingers tangling in his hair. "I love you so much," Jake breathed against her lips, his voice low and full of emotion. His hand trailed down, gently cupping her breast, making her gasp softly. She could feel the hardness of Jake's arousal pressing firmly between her thighs, the evidence of his desire impossible to ignore. Chanty's lips curled into a playful smile as she gazed up at him, her mind racing. She wasn't about to let him leave. "Where are you going?" she asked, her tone holding a subtle hint of protest. Jake chuckled, his eyes gleaming with mischief. "Not just me. Both of us," he replied with a grin that made Chanty's heart skip a beat. At his words, Chanty immediately unlocked her legs from around his waist. "Okay, let's go then," she said, her face lighting up with excitement. Jake, noticing her sudden change in mood, laughed again, his amusement clear in his eyes. Chanty, now fully aware of how irresistibly handsome Jake looked when he laughed, something she rarely saw, found herself mesmerized by him. His whole face lit up, even his eyes crinkling with joy. She stared, unable to look away. "Aren't you hungry?" Jake teased, glancing at the clock. Chanty followed his gaze, her eyes widening in shock. It was almost 9 p.m. "What time did we even come in here?" she asked, her tone filled with disbelief. Jake's laughter filled the room once more. "I didn't notice either," he admitted with a mischievous smile. "Sorry. I must have worn out," Chanty murmured, her voice trailing off into a soft moan, her body still buzzing with the heat of Jake's touch. The way she said it, so soft, so sweet, sent a shiver down Jake's spine. Jake, feigning innocence, asked, "Why would that be?" His voice teasing, as though he didn't already know. Chanty's cheeks flushed a deep red, embarrassment flooding her as she gave him a playful slap on his chest. "You should answer your own question," she mumbled, her voice like that of a child, sulking in the sweetest way. Jake, thoroughly amused, couldn't resist the temptation anymore. He captured her lips in another searing kiss, their bodies igniting once again. Chanty's hands moved to the waistband of Jake's pants, undoing the button and zipper with practiced ease. Together, they slid his trousers down, his briefs following shortly after. Jake groaned, the sound rumbling from deep in his chest as Chanty's hand wrapped around his hardened length. His body tensed, trembling in anticipation as she stroked him slowly, her touch driving him wild. Beads of sweat formed on Jake's forehead, despite the cool air blowing from the air conditioner. Their lips remained locked, their connection deep and unbroken. Jake, his body tense and trembling with desire, fought to maintain control. He was determined to respect Chanty's boundaries, to protect her innocence, but the struggle was evident. His muscles quivered with restraint as he pressed against her, their sensitive parts rubbing together in a friction that was both torturous and electrifying. Chanty could feel Jake's struggle, his entire body was trembling, his face flushed with the effort of holding himself back. His knuckles were white as he gripped the bed sheets, his breath coming in heavy, ragged gasps. "Chanty," Jake groaned, his voice a strained whisper. "I think I'm going mad." His words sent a jolt of heat through her. Chanty, now just as lost in the moment, felt her own body heating up. Jake's restraint only fueled her desire, making her ache for him even more. She smiled to herself, feeling the wildness in Jake's body as he rubbed against her, careful not to cross the line but barely holding on. His groans were deeper now, almost feral, as he fought to maintain control. "Fuck," Jake growled, the word escaping his lips in a guttural moan against her neck. Chanty smiled at the sound. It was raw, sexy, and she loved hearing it in his baritone voice. The seconds ticked by, their bodies moving together faster, more urgently. Jake's hips thrust against her, the friction building to a fever pitch. Chanty's breath hitched as she felt herself nearing the edge, her body trembling with anticipation. "I'm close," she whispered, her voice breathless, as she broke their kiss to gasp for air. Her eyes squeezed shut, and she moaned his name as her body tightened with pleasure. Their climax hit them both simultaneously. Jake's final thrust was slow but deep, their bodies locking together as he released himself, his warmth spreading against her sensitive flesh. Chanty's moans mingled with his deep groans, filling the room with the sound of their shared ecstasy. As the intensity of their passion faded, they lay there, panting heavily. Jake's mouth hung open as he caught his breath, while Chanty rested her face against his chest, their bodies still tangled together. Jake's suit was drenched with sweat, just like Chanty's body, both of them soaked despite the air-conditioned room. Even after the peak of their passion, they remained close. Jake's tongue found its way back into Chanty's mouth, their kiss now more tender, soft, but just as long-lasting. Between kisses, Jake whispered, "I love you," over and over, his words wrapping around her like a blanket of devotion. Chanty's only response was a soft moan and a sweet kiss in return, her lips speaking her love through every gentle touch. When their lips finally parted, they stared into each other's eyes, still intoxicated by the aftermath of their passion. Chanty, her face glowing with a soft smile, reached up and loosened Jake's necktie, undoing the buttons of his suit jacket while he hovered over her. They both laughed, realizing they had only managed to strip him of his pants during their heated moment. Finally, Jake's shirt joined the rest of his clothes on the floor. Chanty grabbed a cloth to wipe the sweat from his face, down his neck, and over his chest. Jake propped himself up on his elbows, his gaze never leaving hers, filled with love and admiration. It was as if he were worshipping her, every glance, every touch reverent. As Chanty finished wiping Jake's face, she glanced down at his lower body, noticing he was still partially hard. She gently wiped him as well, their eyes locked the whole time, playful and mischievous grins shared between them. Then, it was her turn. Chanty cleaned herself, too, their laughter filling the room once again, light and full of love, as they prepared to face whatever awaited them outside that room. Jake gazed deeply into Chanty's eyes, his voice soft but heavy with emotion. "I love you so much, Chanty," he said, as if each word carried the weight of his soul. He waited, breathless, his heart pounding for her reply, the words he longed to hear. Chanty gently cupped his cheek, her touch tender. "I love you too, Jake," she whispered, her voice barely audible but filled with sincerity. It came straight from her heart, a declaration that held all the emotions she had buried. Jake's face lit up, glowing as if illuminated by 1,000 colors of the rainbow. His joy was so intense that he felt like he had stepped into a dreamlike world, one filled with the beauty and magic of an elven realm, ethereal and serene. Overcome with emotion, Jake leaned in, capturing Chanty's lips in a kiss full of longing and love. "Thank you," Jake whispered against her lips, his voice thick with gratitude and passion. "That's all I've ever wanted to hear from you, Chanty. It's enough to keep me alive for 100 more years." His emotions bled into every word, and Chanty smiled up at him, teasing him softly. "Dramatic much," she said, her voice playful, which made Jake laugh, a deep, rich sound that filled the room. Unable to resist, Jake playfully bit her neck, causing Chanty to yelp in surprise, her giggles bubbling up from deep within. They laughed together, their shared joy echoing through the room, their happiness contagious. Meanwhile, in the living room, Lorena sat quietly, a smile on her face as she listened to the laughter and playful screams coming from the bedroom. She was relieved, truly happy for Chanty. In her heart, she knew Jake was the right one for her, someone who could cherish and love Chanty in a way no one else could, not even Jacob, despite his strong affection. Jake was the right choice, even she knew Vasper has a strong hold in Chanty's heart until now. But Lorena's thoughts darkened as she considered the shadows of the past. Jacob, for all his love for Chanty, came with a past tangled in complications that Chanty should never be a part of. Jake, on the other hand, was uncomplicated, a safe harbor in the storm that had always surrounded Chanty's life. She sighed, the weight of Chanty's beauty feeling more like a curse than a blessing. The lady had never lived a normal life, never had the freedom of an ordinary teenager. Instead, her beauty had drawn men into her life like moths to a flame, men who sought to possess her, to claim her heart as their own. And now, it was Jake who had stepped in, protecting Chanty from the chaos that once engulfed her. Lorena shuddered, recalling the terrifying thought of what would happen if the men from Chanty's past ever crossed paths. Her heart raced at the memory of Vasper, the one who had once held Chanty's safety in his hands. But now, it was Jake. Jake, who had taken over that role, keeping Chanty hidden and safe. Lorena smirked to herself, the irony not lost on her. Vasper, once Chanty's protector, was now hunting her. And it was Jake, the man who had fallen deeply in love with Chanty, who was hiding her away, shielding her from danger. The drastic change in their lives since that fateful night on the yacht was almost too much to process. It had only been 2 months since the incident, but everything had shifted. Lorena chuckled softly to herself, unable to believe that Vasper, once the epitome of control and composure, was now tied to Samara, expecting a child. With Samara pregnant, there was no longer any place for Chanty in Vasper's life. Chanty needed to stay far away, to avoid complicating Vasper's new reality and disrupting his chance at a family. Lorena's thoughts snapped back to the present as she saw Jake and Chanty emerge from the bedroom. Their laughter had faded into contentment as they stepped out, only to slip quietly into Chanty's room, both now dressed in matching bathrobes. Jake's hand rested on Chanty's waist, a protective gesture that didn't go unnoticed by Lorena. She smiled knowingly. It was clear, they were a couple now. Lorena stood from her seat, glancing at the clock. It was already past 9 p.m., nearing 10. She figured Jake would handle dinner, or perhaps he'd summon food from a nearby restaurant, using his ability to teleport. Either way, she trusted him to take care of Chanty. With a yawn, she stretched and headed to her room, her eyes heavy with sleep. As Lorena walked, the mansion's exterior lights cast a soft glow through the glass walls, illuminating her path. Meanwhile, in the bathroom, Jake and Chanty shared an intimate shower, their moans and groans mingling with the sound of the water cascading down around them. Their passion ignited again, even more intense than before, with Chanty pinned against the cold tile wall, Jake nestled between her thighs. His movements were deliberate, each one sending waves of heat coursing through her body. Chanty surrendered herself completely to the heat of his love, her ecstasy building with every touch, every kiss. Minutes passed, their breaths labored as they finally emerged from the bathroom, their bathrobes loosely tied. They dressed for their night out, Chanty choosing a fitted polo blouse that clung perfectly to her curves and a pair of skinny jeans, paired with 2-inch heels. The look was simple, but the effect was undeniable, an angelic beauty with an allure that was almost devilish. Jake, watching her, was mesmerized, unable to believe that the woman before him was truly his. He moved closer, wrapping his arms around her waist, pressing his lips to hers in a kiss that left them both breathless. "I love you so much," he whispered, his lips brushing against hers. "Thank you for being mine." Chanty smiled, her fingers gently buttoning his black polo shirt, the fabric stretching over his muscular frame. "I love you too, Jake," she replied softly, her hands lingering on his chest. Once dressed, Chanty grabbed a bag from the cabinet, carefully packing a few essentials for their night out. Jake watched her with a smile, unable to take his eyes off her. When they were both ready, he pulled her into one last embrace, his strong arms wrapping around her as they prepared to teleport. With a sudden shift in the air, they disappeared from the room, vanishing into the night, ready to explore the world together. Jake and Chanty materialized in the living room of Jake's apartment in Paris, France. The bright afternoon light filtered through the windows, casting a warm glow on everything. The space was bathed in natural light, modern and elegant. Jake smiled, watching Chanty as she looked around, her eyes wide in wonder, spinning in awe, taking in the surroundings. "What time is it here?" she asked, glancing at Jake. He pointed to the wall clock. It was 4 p.m. Chanty gasped, covering her mouth with her hand in awe. She turned toward the glass wall that faced the Eiffel Tower, her breath catching as she saw the Eiffel Tower looming majestically in front of them. They were in a penthouse, and the view before her seemed surreal. She'd only seen it in magazines, and now, here she was, standing face to face with the iconic tower. "Is this your house? I mean, your apartment?" she asked, completely mesmerized by the stunning surroundings. Jake nodded, a smile tugging at his lips. Without hesitation, Chanty rushed to the sliding glass door, pulling it open, and she stepped onto the modern-designed balcony, which was furnished with sleek sofas, and he followed closely behind, amused by her excitement. The balcony was a sleek, modern design, with wooden flooring and comfortable seating, offering a perfect view of the Eiffel Tower and the city sprawling beneath them. From this height, the people below looked like ants, busy with their lives. And she looked down at the busy streets, where people scurried like ants far below. The wooden floor gleamed under the sunlight. The view of the Eiffel Tower, standing tall and majestic, took Chanty's breath away. "Oh, Jake! It's so beautiful here." "I can't believe it," Chanty said, pure joy radiating from her voice. She was lost in the scenery, as she absorbed the stunning view, while Jake was lost in her, completely captivated by her beauty and the joy she expressed. Jake couldn't take his eyes off her. The sight of Chanty, standing against the backdrop of the Eiffel Tower, was breathtaking, a moment that felt like it belonged in a painting. To him, the sight of her standing there, with the tower as the backdrop, was worth more than $1 million view. Her allure, her graceful posture, it all seemed like a perfect picture. The wind played with her enchanting beauty, sending strands of her hair fluttering across her face and shoulders like a soft caress, which danced across her face and shoulders. Each delicate strand seemed to dance in perfect harmony with the breeze, as Chanty, her eyes sparkling with joy, swept her hair aside. It was a mesmerizing sight. In that moment, it felt as if the world stopped spinning for Jake as he gazed at her, a sight that took Jake's breath away. His gaze locked onto her, mesmerized. Her laughter could make any man weak at his knees. Jake still couldn't believe that the woman he had once admired from afar was now here in front of him, within his reach. He never imagined he could win Chanty away from Vasper, knowing full well how deeply in love they were with each other. The same woman whose life had revolved around Vasper, whose love for Vasper seemed unshakable. Yet here she was, not in Vasper's arms but his. Fate, in its mysterious way, had taken Jake's side, gifting him a moment he never thought possible, had dealt Jake a winning hand, giving him a chance and favoring him over Vasper. Jake glanced up at the sky with a smile, silently thanking whoever or whatever had brought Chanty to him. He felt grateful beyond words. When he looked back at her, she smiled at him, her eyes speaking words their lips couldn't utter. Chanty raised her hand, gesturing with her finger for him to come closer, as if there was an invisible thread pulling Jake toward her, her eyes speaking a language beyond words, as if some invisible thread tied their souls together. Drawn in by her presence, they both laughed as they drew nearer, their shared laughter filling the air around them thick with love and romance. The scene became even more enchanting as the golden hues of the sunset bathed the horizon, casting golden rays over them. The world around them felt distant, as if only they existed in this moment. Their bodies moved in sync like magnets, drawn together, their lips meeting in a kiss that felt inevitable, magnetic, and filled with the tenderness of a love long suppressed. Chanty's soft moans, barely audible, sent a shiver of electricity through Jake's entire being, igniting every fiber of his soul. His arms instinctively tightened around her, pulling her closer, as her hands wrapped around his neck, holding him as if afraid to let go. The kiss deepened, lasting far longer than either of them had expected, what felt like an eternity. When they finally pulled apart, they locked eyes, staring at each other deeply, hearts pounding, eyes communicating the depth of emotions they couldn't yet put into words. Jake reached out, gently brushing away the strands of hair that had fallen across Chanty's flushed cheeks, his touch light, tender. He was mesmerized by her allure, and for the first time, Chanty truly appreciated just how handsome Jake was. Though she had always known he was good-looking, strikingly handsome and attractive, there was something different now. With their faces mere inches apart, she noticed the details that made him irresistibly captivating. His features were sharp, as if sculpted by a master's hand, his light brown skin glowing in the fading light, giving him an aura that was equal parts mysterious and alluring, only heightened his magnetic aura, a mysterious, almost aloof charm that had reminded Chanty of her first impression of him, just like Jasmine had thought about Jake. It was the same aura that had drawn her in, from the very start, when she first met him at the river. "I can't believe you're mine," Jake whispered softly. "I still can't believe you're here, with me," his voice barely audible. Shanta's lips curved into a soft smile, as her gaze dropping to his lips as she gently touched them with her fingers, lightly tracing them, her fingers sending jolts of warmth through his body. The electricity from her touch surged through him. "Fate led us here, Jake. Neither of us could have predicted this," she replied softly, her words carrying the weight of the journey they had both taken. "Fate decided our paths, bringing us here. Even I didn't expect to find myself in your arms like this," she added, her voice filled with warmth. "But now, here I am, in your arms." They both imagined that fate would twist in such a way. Neither of them had ever expected their paths to collide like this, but in that moment, it felt as if the universe had conspired to bring their hearts together. Shanta slowly turned her back to see the iconic tower, and Jake standing behind her as she gazed out at the iconic view. Gently, Jake wrapped his arms around her waist, and Chanty placed her hands over his. Chanty instinctively held onto his arms, leaning into his embrace. "I love you," Jake whispered into her ear, his deep voice sending a familiar warmth through her. She would recognize that voice anywhere, its unique tone standing out no matter the situation. Slowly, Chanty turned around to face Jake, leaning against the balcony railing. "I love you too, Jake," she replied, her voice soft and sultry. Their lips met again in a slow, passionate kiss. Shanta's arms encircled Jake's neck, while his hands pulled her closer, one hand cradling her head as if he couldn't bear to let her go. Their lips parted only after a long, intense moment, leaving both of them breathless. Jake smiled. "Let's go. Let's grab dinner at a restaurant right near the tower," he said, pointing to a nearby building. Shanta's eyes lit up with excitement as she looked at where he was pointing. Jake gently pulled her back inside, holding her close, and in an instant, they teleported to his garage. The 3 luxury cars were parked inside, and Jake led her to a sleek black Hummer. Jake opened the passenger door for Chanty, helping her into the car before sliding into the driver's seat. As the car roared to life, the garage door opened automatically. Jake leaned over, stealing a quick kiss from Chanty before they set off down the streets of Paris. Chanty gazed out of the window, taking in the beautiful cityscape, her eyes wide with wonder. "How long have you lived in that apartment?" she asked, her voice full of curiosity. "A while," Jake answered, still smiling, his hand resting casually on her thigh. Keeping one hand on the steering wheel, she placed her hand over his. Chanty felt a momentary pang. Memories of Vasper haunted her, memories she didn't want to relive. She squeezed Jake's hand, entwining their fingers, as if anchoring herself to the present, to Jake. Jake glanced at their hands, then at her, his eyes soft with affection. As they approached a stoplight, Jake turned on the radio, and the song "Passenger Seat" began playing softly in the background. Shanta smiled, recognizing the song, and their eyes met in the soft, meaningful gaze, and they shared a moment of silent connection. Jake squeezed her hand, then brought it to his lips, kissing the back of it tenderly. Chanty felt the warmth of his kiss travel through her, but something stirred within her, a memory she didn't want to dwell on, a shadow from her past with Vasper. She squeezed Jake's hand in response, focusing on the present, focusing on the man beside her. Determined to move forward. When the light turned green, the car started moving again, and soon they arrived at the restaurant near the Eiffel Tower, parking in the underground garage. Jake got out first, walking around to open the door for Chanty, lifting her out of the car effortlessly, her bag in hand, and together they strolled toward the entrance of the building. Jake's arm around her waist. As they entered, heads turned. Shanta's beauty and allure, effortlessly radiant and captivating, drew the attention of everyone in the room, impossible to ignore, and Jake's confident presence and handsomeness only added to their magnetic aura. Jake's presence commanded respect. People whispered, eyes lingering on them as they passed. Jake smiled, not minding the stares, but Chanty noticed how several women in the elevator couldn't take their eyes off him. One woman, bold enough to step closer, seemed to flirt with Jake, even tried to sidle closer, brushing against Jake as though by accident. Chanty felt a flash of irritation. She felt a spark of jealousy rise within her, but she kept her cool. But Jake's stoic expression remained unchanged, and he held Chanty's hand, his grip firm and reassuring. Chanty felt her hand grow cold, but Jake squeezed it gently, grounding her. As they stepped out of the elevator onto the top floor, they were greeted with an elegant dining area bathed in natural light from the glass walls that surrounded it. The view of the Eiffel Tower was spectacular from here. Natural light flooded the space, offering a breathtaking view of the Eiffel Tower. Jake led Chanty to a table by the window, pulling out her chair with care before sitting across from her. The waiter arrived, and Jake ordered for both of them. As the waiter left, Chanty gazed at the view, her face glowing with happiness. She couldn't take her eyes off the tower, her smile growing wider as she took in the breathtaking sight. "It's so beautiful here, Jake, it's perfect," she said softly, her voice barely audible over the quiet murmur of the restaurant. Jake reached across the table, taking her hand, entwining his fingers with hers. And they smiled at each other, lost in the moment. "Can we stay a little longer after dinner? I want to explore the area," Chanty said, looking at Jake with a hopeful smile. He nodded, his deep voice laced with affection. "Of course, my love. Whatever you want." Their eyes locked in a moment of silent understanding, the air between them charged with a romantic energy. When the waiter returned with their wine, Chanty's stomach churned at the sight of the red wine. It reminded her too much of the time with Vasper on the yacht. She masked her discomfort, declining the drink. "No, not now, Jake. Maybe when we get back home, I'll drink," she said with a soft smile. She pushed the thought away, refusing to let it ruin the moment. Jake chuckled, bringing her hand to his lips again, kissing it gently. "That's fine," he said, his eyes speaking volumes. Jake noticed her hesitation. "White wine?" he asked, raising an eyebrow. "No, not now," Chanty said, shaking her head with a smile. "I'll drink when we're home. I just want to enjoy this." Jake chuckled softly, kissing her hand again. "As you wish," he whispered. Chanty's heart swelled with happiness, her thoughts drifting to a future with Jake. She blushed at the thought of him being the father of her children. Jake noticed her blush. "What's on your mind?" he asked, his voice teasing. "Nothing," Chanty replied, but the waiter returned with their food before she could elaborate. As they began eating, Chanty admired the perfect presentation of the dishes. She took a slice of steak and playfully fed it to Jake, who took it with a grin, praising the taste. They shared a quiet, intimate meal, occasionally feeding each other bites of steak. Jake smiled, savoring not only the food but the joy of being with her. Suddenly, out of nowhere, Chanty broke the silence, her voice filled with warmth. "When we have kids, let's bring them here. Every afternoon." She was staring dreamily at the tower. Upon hearing the words Chanty had just spoken, Jake was momentarily stunned, staring at her face as if trying to read her emotions, searching for a clue whether she was serious about what she had just said. In his chest, a surge of joy welled up, like that of an innocent child receiving a long-desired toy. He was utterly elated. Yet, he held back, determined to keep the overwhelming happiness from showing too much. "How many children do you want?" Jake asked casually, cutting into the steak on his plate, a mischievous smile curling at the corners of his lips. His voice had a playful edge to it. Chanty turned to him, her eyes meeting his, and only then did she realize the words she had just let slip from her thoughts. Her heart skipped a beat as their gazes met, and for an instant, it felt as though time stood still. Her gaze locked with Jake's, and for a brief moment, it felt like the world stopped spinning. Her face turned bright red, blushing with embarrassment, flooded her senses. Why on earth had she said that out loud? She was only 18, yet she was already thinking about children? The heat of her blush deepened as Jake's gaze lingered on her, making him appear even more handsome with that playful expression on his face. Her mouth fell open, words failing her as she scrambled to find a way to defend herself. If if she could crawl under the table to hide, she would have. Her hands trembled as she reached for her glass of water, taking a slow sip to calm her nerves, trying to compose herself. Jake, however, kept his eyes on her, waiting patiently, not saying a word, patiently waiting for her response. Then, unexpectedly, he reached across the table, gently taking her hand in his. He squeezed it, smiling as he continued to look deep into her eyes. "I want 6 children, or more," Jake said with a smirk, his voice brimming with amusement. Chanty's eyes widened, her face turned an even deeper shade of red. "What? 6? That's way too many, Jake." "3 is enough," she replied, her voice soft but laced with the same playful tone. Their romantic conversation felt like it could go on forever, the quiet intimacy between them building. The romantic energy between them seemed endless, their intimate conversation like a quiet melody only they could hear. Jake couldn't help but chuckle at her reaction. Though his laughter was soft, so as not to disturb the other diners, his eyes gleamed with amusement. Chanty watched him equally amused, realizing how rare it was to see Jake laughing so freely, his face completely lighting up, revealing all his teeth in a genuine smile. It was a sight that made her heart swell. His joy as infectious as it was captivating. "I don't mind. Honestly, I'd be happy having a child every year," Jake said with a grin, still holding her hand. Chanty's eyes grew even wider, and she burst out laughing. "What? Are you crazy?" "I can't handle that," she said, giving his arm a playful squeeze. Jake feigned a wince, laughing along with her. If they weren't in a restaurant, Jake probably would have pulled Chanty in for a kiss right then and there. Instead, he took her hand, the one that had playfully squeezed him, and kissed it gently, his eyes twinkling. They both smiled at each other, their happiness so infectious that the people sitting at the next table couldn't help but smile too, watching the sweet scene unfold between them. But neither Chanty nor Jake noticed the other pair of eyes that had been quietly watching them from across the room, nor the ears that had been eavesdropping on their conversation. When Chanty and Jake entered the restaurant, they already sat near a large round table reserved for families. Seated there was Vasper, with Samara and her parents. Samara's parents had insisted on this dinner, a final family gathering before they left for their country after a vacation. Vasper, out of obligation, couldn't refuse. The moment Vasper saw Chanty enter with Jake, his heart raced. He had spent sleepless nights searching for her, and now, after all this time, she was finally right in front of him. But the joy that surged in his heart quickly turned to excruciating pain. It spread through him like poison, consuming every part of his being, consuming him entirely. It felt as though he was falling into a deep, bottomless pit, the darkness enveloping him, and no light to guide him out. Breathing became difficult, each breath grew heavier, as if the weight of his emotions was suffocating him. Listening to Chanty and Jake's conversation tore him apart. Had Chanty moved on already? She seemed happy, too happy. But he hadn't moved on. He was still suffering, still yearning to see her, hold her, kiss her, and claim the woman he had loved with all his heart. But now, here she was, in Jake's arms? His body felt cold, his hands shaking uncontrollably. Thankfully, Samara's parents were preoccupied, were too absorbed in their meal, unaware of his distress. But Samara had seen everything. From the moment Chanty and Jake walked in, Vasper had changed. He couldn't sit still, his fists clenching and unclenching, his leg bouncing with nervous energy. Every so often, he stole glances toward Chanty and Jake's table, which was partially hidden by a pillar. While Samara's parents didn't notice anything, she and Vasper had seen it all, both she and Vasper had witnessed their arrival. Watching Vasper's heart break in real time felt like her own chest was being stabbed. Samara felt her own heart breaking, the pain sharp and deep. She wanted to cry but held back, too many people were around. She continued eating, even though the pain was nearly unbearable. She's aware that Vasper had only joined them out of respect for her parents, not for her. As she placed a protective hand over her baby bump, she silently resolved to endure it all, for her child. She wouldn't let Chanty take away the father of her child. She would do whatever it took to keep Vasper. She would do everything in her power to keep Vasper by her side. Then, Vasper heard Jake and Chanty talking about having children. His hand clenched on instinct, and without realizing it, he knocked over the wine bottle on their table, sending it crashing to the floor. The sound reverberated through the restaurant. All eyes in the restaurant turned toward them, including Samara and her parents, who looked at the shattered bottle. Jake's and Chanty's laughter was cut short by the sound of glass breaking nearby. They turned their heads, Jake and Chanty froze in shock, their gazes meeting Vasper's. The air between them was charged with tension. They saw Vasper was seated at a nearby table, along with Samara and her parents. Vasper and Chanty's eyes met. However, she immediately looked away. She noticed Jake was still glancing at Vasper's table. Jake, however, noticed Vasper lingering glances toward their table. Chanty's heart pounded so loudly, she felt like she could hear it. They hadn't finished their meal yet, but she had lost her appetite. Jake, sensing her discomfort, gave her hand a reassuring squeeze, and Chanty gestured that they should leave. With a slight nod, Jake didn't hesitate, slowly rising from his chair. He promptly called the waiter and had his black card swiped. As they waited, Chanty couldn't help but glance at Vasper's position, and once again, their eyes locked. He looked serious and professional in his movements, but she knew that Vasper's attention was solely on her and Jake. Chanty felt her breath catch in her throat, her hand tightly gripping Jake's arm. While Jake's arm encircled her waist, providing a sense of security amidst the rising tension. Once the card was swiped and returned, they quickly made their way out. But Jake's eyes were scanning the room, noticing the CCTV cameras everywhere. There was no way they could use his teleportation power. There were no blind spots, especially in the elevator, and she grabbed her bag. They walked together, casually, trying not to show any tension. As they headed toward the elevator, Chanty saw a waiter cleaning up a broken wine bottle near Vasper's table. She then heard Vasper say, "Excuse me," to his companions. His voice rang in Chanty's ears like a bomb, still having an effect on her. Samara also said, "Excuse me," and followed Vasper, which irritated him. Samara was always keeping a close eye on Vasper, especially when Chanty was around. Chanty's anxiety intensified when she sensed Vasper was very close behind them, even right next to her. The tension in her body felt suffocating. Jake's hold on her waist tightened in response, a silent promise that he would protect her. They stood in front of the elevator, and Jake pressed the button. As they waited, the tension between them felt like a ticking time bomb. Vasper and Samara were right behind them, and she could hear Vasper's breathing. She clung to Jake's waist, her body trembling, feeling like she might collapse, but Jake held her firmly. When the elevator doors opened, Jake, ever the gentleman, gestured for Samara and Vasper to enter first, a courteous smile plastered on his face. Jake quickly stepped back, pulling Chanty with him, smiling professionally, and gesturing for Samara and Vasper to enter first. Samara, exuding her usual arrogance, pulled Vasper in, and the two stepped inside. Chanty's entire being was screaming to avoid eye contact. She didn't look at Vasper, and she and Jake stayed outside while other people who had finished eating got on as well. The elevator closed, leaving Chanty and Jake outside. She exhaled in relief when the elevator door finally closed, momentarily thankful they had avoided any confrontation. She stared out the glass wall, feeling the familiar pain in her chest at the sight of Vasper and Samara. She recalled the scene she witnessed of the two of them on a bed, naked. She was grateful when the elevator closed. Jake suggested they take the stairs to avoid Vasper. But just as they were about to leave, Samara's parents called out to Chanty, smiling widely. "Chanty Lorenzo." It was the Queen's voice, ringing with warmth and authority. Chanty and Jake turned to look. Their eyes meeting the Queen's regal figure, sitting beside the monarchs were dressed casually, but their aura of power was unmistakable. Chanty bowed respectfully and smiled. The elevator doors reopened just as the Queen and King greeted them, and this time, Chanty couldn't avoid looking. Revealing Vasper and Samara still standing inside, staring at them, waiting for them to enter. She couldn't avoid looking at the elevator, and her eyes met Vasper's once again. His eyes looked tired as though he hadn't slept in days. And his hair was longer, untrimmed, his once sharp, captivating gaze was now hollow, and his hair was longer than she remembered, framing his face in an almost reckless style. Yet despite his disheveled appearance, he seemed even more handsome than before, his casual t-shirt and jeans adding to the ruggedness that made him undeniably attractive. A surge of conflicting emotions rushed through Chanty, and for a moment it was as though time stood still. His magnetic presence only seemed to grow stronger. Next to him, Samara's beauty hadn't faded. Her fitted dress emphasized her growing baby bump, yet she still looked gorgeous, beautiful, and sexy, but her expression was far from serene. Her face was twisted in anger, but she clung to his arm, her eyes flashing with jealousy as she glanced between Vasper and Chanty. The tension in the elevator spiked to unbearable levels. As soon as the Queen stood and approached Jake and Chanty, her anxiety grew stronger. If she could, she would avoid the situation, but she knew it would be rude to do so. When the Queen came closer, she took Chanty's hand. "Wow. So, this is really you," the Queen said excitedly. Just then, Vasper and Samara stepped out of the elevator. "Can you join us here at the table? We have 3 extra chairs," the Queen said, radiating warmth and friendliness. Jake smiled politely as he declined. "Sorry, Your Majesty, but we have another engagement," he explained, glancing briefly at Vasper and Samara, who had just sat back down. Chanty, though not looking at Vasper, could feel his eyes on her. "Please, Chanty, come over, just for a quick chat. We're flying back to our country soon, and I really like you," the Queen said in a soft, affectionate tone, while the King merely smiled. Samara, although appearing professional, masked her discomfort and hidden animosity towards Chanty. "Mom, maybe they have somewhere else to be?" Samara suggested. Vasper, sitting with a stern expression, watched Chanty intensely, though she pretended not to notice. Meanwhile, the Queen pulled a chair for Chanty, positioning her next to Vasper, with Samara and Jake on either side. Chanty hesitated for a moment but sat beside Vasper without revealing her unease. Jake remained stoic. On her left sat Vasper, and on her right was Jake. Samara, ever the actress, concealed her true feelings skillfully. "Is this your boyfriend?" the Queen asked, gesturing towards Jake. Chanty nodded with a sweet smile. "Yes, he is," she answered, sharing a brief, knowing glance with Jake, who smiled back. "You two really suit each other." "Your boyfriend is very handsome," the Queen remarked. "Anyway, I wanted to invite you personally to apologize for your name being dragged into the drama with Vasper and Samara because of some fans who edited a picture of you and Vasper at the beach," the Queen said, her voice full of emotion. Samara observed Chanty closely, her gaze piercing, studying her reaction. Vasper also watched, though he kept his emotions hidden in front of the Queen. Jake squeezed Chanty's hand gently on top of the table. "No worries, I understand the situation," Chanty replied, though her heart pounded with anxiety. "So, he's the owner of your red diamond, huh?" the Queen smiled, looking at Jake. Chanty was startled by the Queen's words. "Yes, Your Majesty," Jake answered, smoothly deflecting the attention. Vasper cleared his throat but received no response from Jake. "But when we go out in public, we leave it at home," Jake added casually, making the Queen smile even more. "You and I are the same, Chanty," the Queen grinned warmly. "By the way, don't you see Samara often in your country? She's almost 2 months pregnant now." "Well, the baby's coming before the wedding, it seems to be the trend these days," the Queen said. "They plan to marry in our country after the baby is born," she added, her excitement evident. "We're thrilled about our first grandchild," the Queen exclaimed. Chanty felt like she was floating in a haze, desperately wanting to escape the presence of those who had betrayed her. Vasper fidgeted at the table, clearly uneasy, while his eyes lingered on Chanty and Jake's clasped hands on the tabletop. "And you, Chanty? When's your wedding?" "My son Raphael will be heartbroken," the Queen joked playfully. Vasper lowered his head, staring at his plate, while Samara's gaze stayed locked on Chanty. "This year, Your Majesty. We might even marry before Vasper and Samara," Jake said with a smile. Chanty glanced at Jake in shock but quickly realized he was merely responding to the Queen's question. Jake then took Chanty's cheek and gave her a quick kiss, much to the Queen's delight. "Congratulations to both of you. I hope we can attend your wedding, the queen said cheerfully. Samara felt a sense of relief at the news, thinking that now that Chanty would be married, there would be no reason for Vasper to chase after her anymore. However, Vasper stared seriously at Chanty and Jake. Congratulations, Chanty, to you both. Can we know when the date is? Samara asked, eyeing Chanty with a smirk. We'll reveal it soon, Jake replied confidently, making it sound as if everything was already planned. Chanty looked at Jake, her expression showing her uncertainty, but Jake kept smiling reassuringly at her. Suddenly, Chanty felt Vasper grab her hand under the table, and panic surged through her, though she didn't show it. The long tablecloth hid what was happening beneath, but Chanty's heart raced with fear. Vasper's hand clasped hers tightly, and the heat of his touch sent an unwelcome sensation through her, one that now disgusted her. She struggled to free her hand, but Vasper's grip was strong. Desperately, Chanty glanced at Jake, her eyes pleading for help, all while maintaining her calm exterior. She squeezed Jake's hand as a silent cry for assistance. The queen kept chatting, oblivious to the tension. Chanty felt as if her hand had turned to stone under Vasper's unrelenting grip. Unable to endure the discomfort any longer, she whispered her problem to Jake. Without showing any emotion, Jake stood up, smiled at the king and queen, and politely excused both himself and Chanty. Jake moved behind Chanty, signaling her to stand so that Vasper would have no choice but to release her hand. Chanty stood up as instructed, and Vasper finally let go of her hand. The queen and king smiled as they bid them farewell. Jake and Chanty hurried toward the elevator, but Vasper quickly made an excuse to escort them to the garage. Samara, ever watchful, also offered to accompany them. The unspoken animosity between Jake and Vasper was palpable, but neither let it show. Samara kept a close eye on Vasper, determined not to let him get a chance to talk to Chanty. As soon as the elevator doors opened, Samara grabbed Vasper and pulled him inside first. Reluctantly, Jake and Chanty stepped inside. The tension was palpable, and people in the restaurant began to notice the odd behavior. The moment they entered, the tension increased even more. The air was thick, almost stifling. Chanty could hear Vasper sigh heavily behind her, and she instinctively clung to Jake, their bodies pressed close as if it were the only thing keeping her grounded. Chanty and Jake stood right by the elevator doors, while Vasper and Samara were at the back. She heard Vasper sigh deeply. "Chanty, I miss you so much," Vasper whispered, loud enough for everyone to hear, his voice trembling. Chanty's grip on Jake's body tightened, as did Jake's hold on her. She could feel Jake's body tense up, his muscles hardening. Chanty squeezed Jake's hand, which was also clenched tightly around hers. Jake gently brushed Chanty's hair aside and glanced at her. Vasper spoke again. "Can we talk?" "Just talk, I promise." "Please?" His voice was casual but pleading, and in the small space of the elevator, everyone could hear him. Chanty and Jake pretended not to hear. "Vasper, leave them alone. Don't you dare talk to her. I swear," Samara said angrily, clearly irritated. Chanty couldn't believe Vasper was doing this in front of Samara, the woman carrying his child. Chanty acted like she hadn't heard anything. "Jake, can we stop by the grocery store?" Chanty asked sweetly. Jake looked at her and gently brushed her hair aside, leaning in to plant a soft kiss on her lips. "Go to hell, Jake. You bastard," Vasper muttered under his breath, loud enough for Jake to hear. Everyone heard him. Chanty's body grew cold with tension. Vasper's voice revealed his anger and jealousy toward Jake. But Jake remained calm, responding softly to Chanty, of course, as if he hadn't heard Vasper. As soon as the elevator doors slid open to the parking area, Chanty and Jake moved swiftly, walking out in hurried strides. They hurried out, almost running to their car. "Chanty," Vasper called, his voice echoing around them, filled with urgency. "Vasper," Samara shouted after him, her tone sharp and commanding. "Leave them alone," she screamed. Her voice echoed in the garage, but neither Chanty nor Jake looked back, walking as fast as they could. Their pace quickened, Jake's eyes scanning the area, noting the presence of several security cameras. They couldn't use their powers. Specifically his teleportation ability. He wanted to avoid making the news again, especially since Vasper and Samara were famous. But Vasper didn't stop chasing them. Still, pursued them, his footsteps growing closer. Chanty spotted their car and started running toward it, as if it were a scene from a suspense movie. She broke into a run, dragging Jake along with her. They ran to avoid being caught by Vasper. As they reached the car, Jake swiftly opened the passenger door for Chanty with precise movements. But before she could get in, Vasper caught up, grabbing Chanty's arm. "Chanty, let's talk, please?" Vasper's voice was pleading, his hand warm against her skin, his face full of desperation. Chanty, her eyes sharp as she glared at Vasper and Samara, who stood watching, Samara's face filled with anger and pain. Witnessing Vasper's desperation for Chanty was like a knife to her chest. Chanty yanked her arm free just as Jake lunged forward, shoving Vasper backward with a force that sent him sprawling to the ground. Samara's scream pierced the air as she ran toward Vasper. "Get your husband in line, Samara. He's shameless, disrespectful." His words were venomous, seething with anger. "Vasper, there are CCTV cameras everywhere. Use your brain. Do you want to become famous on TV? Do you want to make the news again? You and Samara? Do you want to drag Chanty into your spotlight again?" Jake spat, his teeth clenched in anger. Samara, enraged by Jake's words, snapped, "Hey, Jake. Who are you to talk to Vasper like that? We were here first at the restaurant. Then you showed up. Why are you even here? Chanty? Did you plan this? Did you purposely show yourself to my husband? For what?" Samara's eyes blazed with fury, her body trembling in anger. Vasper approached Samara, his voice firm. "Go back inside, Samara. Stay out of this, and I'm not your husband." Samara only glared at him. Chanty didn't want to engage with Samara, knowing how difficult her situation was, especially since she was pregnant. She tugged on Jake's arm. "Let's go," she said softly. Chanty and Jake quickly got into the car. Jake fastened Chanty's seatbelt hurriedly. "Just drive," Chanty said urgently, wanting to leave as quickly as possible to avoid Vasper. And Jake wasted no time starting the engine, reversing with a screech, swiftly backing out before speeding forward. The car rocketed down the parking lot ramps, and Chanty's stomach lurched as Jake expertly maneuvered the vehicle. Impressed by his driving skills. Jake's driving was swift and precise, his focus unshaken by the chaos they had just escaped. "I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have brought you here. This is all my fault," Jake said, frustrated, hitting the steering wheel and banging his head against the seat. Chanty grabbed his arm. "It's okay, Jake. Neither of us knew. We didn't mean for this to happen," she reassured him, trying to calm him down. Jake looked at her, his face filled with concern. He quickly removed his black crystal earrings and handed it to her. "Please, take this. It has a tracker inside. I'm not sure if I can protect you from him. He's desperate, Chanty, and you know how powerful he is. If he takes you, at least I'll be able to find you." Chanty looked at the earring in her hand and put it in her pocket. Tears welled up in Chanty's eyes as she leaned back in her seat. Right now, her feelings were a mixture of fear and concern for the two men in her life. She didn't want either of them to get hurt. Vasper, who she wanted to forget but still loved deep down, even though she didn't want to go back to him. And Jake, who was slowly taking up space in her heart, a man she wanted to be the last in her life. She wanted to choose what was right. Jake squeezed her hand as they sped down the highway toward a building with an underground garage. They entered quickly, and when they reached a dark corner, Jake teleported them. Chanty was briefly startled by the sudden stop in the garage. Jake used his teleportation power, appearing swiftly by Chanty's door, precise in his timing, and opened it for her, gesturing her out of the car. Chanty's heart was pounding hard. "Jake?" Her voice was barely a whisper. Without a word, Jake pulled her into his arms, and she clung to him, their bodies pressed together as though they could never bear to be apart. Their lips met, but Shanty's body was trembling. Jake gently stroked her hair, his gaze locked with hers. "Let's go home first." "Can we go to the grocery tomorrow?" he murmured, his voice tender. She nodded, unable to speak, and they held and didn't let go of each other. But suddenly, Jake stiffened. He turned to look at a post after sensing a strong energy. His eyes darted to the side, sensing a presence. He wasn't mistaken. Standing at the edge of the garage, bathed in shadows, was Vasper. His gaze burned with hatred, a cruel smile twisting his lips, staring with a fierce and sarcastic look aimed at Jake. "How does it feel, Jake? Enjoying yourself? After all, you took the one thing I loved most." Vasper asked. His voice dripped with venom. "I bet you're overjoyed, right? You took the woman I love the most away from me," he said, slowly walking around them. He stepped forward, his movements slow and deliberate, circling them like a predator. But when Vasper shifted his gaze to Chanty, she recognized that look all too well. She felt a cold dread settle in her stomach. It felt like a knife stabbing her heart with pain. She looked away, turning her gaze to Jake. Jake's eyes narrowed, his jaw clenched. He was staring at Vasper with sharp, murderous eyes, his jaw clenching with rage. He didn't let go of her, holding her tighter as he glared at Vasper with a fury that made the air crackle with tension. "You're wrong, Vasper," Jake began. "That moment, when you and Samara were together, I was ready to let her go. I was the one who brought Chanty to your room, remember? She begged me to take her back to you," she pleaded, Jake said. Chanty gasped, his words hitting Chanty hard, the weight of Jake's words almost too much to bear. Her knees buckled, but she gripped his waist, grounding herself in the only place she felt safe. "She begged me to take her back to you. She pleaded with me." Jake growled with pain. The pain of the past rushed back, and tears started streaming down her face, though she didn't look at Vasper, only staring at Jake's chest while holding onto his waist with both hands. Vasper's expression changed, but his gaze at Jake remained sharp. "But what did we find?" "Blame yourself, Vasper. Chanty had only been gone for a few days, and you had already found comfort in another woman, already found comfort in someone else," Jake said, his words cutting deep into Vasper, his words cutting deeper than any blade. In his anger, Vasper's face twisted with rage, his hand rising to point at Jake, shouting, "You don't know what I've been through, Jake." His voice echoed in the garage. "You don't know the hell I've lived." But Jake stood firm, and Chanty clung to him even tighter, which only deepened Vasper's pain, making him feel like his heart was being ripped out of his chest. "It was because of the magic wine I drank. Samara and Laika planned this," Vasper exclaimed, trying to explain. His voice cracked with desperation. "It was the magic wine. Samara and Laika, they set me up." Jake's bitter laugh echoed through the garage, cold and merciless. "Vasper, what are you saying? Are you trying to fool us? No matter what a woman does, if you don't intend to sleep with her, she wouldn't get pregnant. Look now, Samara's pregnancy is undeniable proof. Would you leave the room if Samara was inside?" "Stop making excuses," Jake shot back. Vasper wanted to retaliate, but he couldn't because Chanty was holding on to Jake so tightly. "Magic wine? Really? Is that your excuse?" Jake can't believe what he was hearing from Vasper. "No woman can make you do something you don't want to do, Vasper. You got Samara pregnant. That's the truth. Stop lying to yourself." Vasper opened his mouth to argue, but the sight of Chanty, clinging so tightly to Jake, silenced him. The pain in his chest was unbearable, a suffocating weight. "Chanty," Vasper's voice broke, pleading. "I just want to talk. Just the two of us, please," he begged, his voice desperate. "For what, Vasper?" Jake snarled, stepping between them. "So you can make her your mistress? You have some nerve. You're the most shameless person I've ever known. After your wedding with Samara and after she gives birth, what will you do with Chanty? Hide her on an island? Hide her away, keep her a secret forever?" Jake added, making Vasper even angrier. Vasper's face darkened, his fists clenched. I should have ended you back on that island, Jake. Letting you live was the biggest mistake I made. Vasper shouted. I should have killed you on that island when I had the chance, he hissed, his voice shaking with barely controlled rage. Hearing this, Chanty looked at Vasper. She took a deep breath, summoning every ounce of strength left in her. Vasper, enough. Please, stop bothering me. Give me the freedom I gave you. Jake is the man for me. He's the one I want to spend my life with, the father of my children. Please, let me go. Let me be free. Chanty said, her words cutting like a knife into Vasper's heart. Her words were a final, devastating blow to Vasper. Tears filled his eyes, but he refused to break. Even as his heart shattered, he wasn't ready to surrender so easily. He knew Chanty still loved him. He could see it in her eyes that he was still in her heart. Jake felt like he was lifted into the heavens hearing Chanty's words. Tears of joy filled his eyes as he gazed at her. Both Jake and Chanty locked eyes, and the love Jake felt for her was immeasurable. He kissed her, deeply and passionately, right in front of Vasper. Vasper's face twisted in pain, but behind his tears, something darker flickered. He wasn't finished. Not yet. Let's go, Chanty said to Jake, but before they could react, in a flash, without warning, like a bolt of lightning, Vasper lunged. He yanked Chanty out of Jake's arms. Jake's body flew across the garage, slamming into the wall with a deafening crash. The impact set off a car alarm, the wail of it echoing through the night. Dazed, Jake tried to stand, but his vision swam as he reached out for Chanty. But she was already gone. Chanty and Vasper vanished from Jake's sight, leaving Jake behind consumed by rage and helplessness. Meanwhile, Chanty and Vasper materialized in a room from Jake's garage. Chanty already knew what had happened, that Vasper had taken her from Jake's arms, even though she and Jake had been holding each other tightly. It all happened so fast that they hadn't even noticed, and in an instant, she was snatched away. As she and Vasper appeared in the room, Chanty immediately struggled with all her strength to break free from his grip. She shoved him forcefully and dashed toward the door she spotted. Vasper was caught off guard by her reaction. He stared at her, hurt, as he witnessed the sudden change in her behavior. Vasper felt like a criminal, as if Chanty was afraid of him. His chest tightened painfully as he watched her panicked movements, desperate to escape his presence. She moved like a frightened, slippery eel, slipping from his grasp. When Chanty flung the door open, she didn't look around. She didn't care about where they were or what this place was. All she cared about was finding an exit, a way to escape Vasper's presence. Tears streamed down her face as she whispered Jake's name, frantically running, desperate to evade Vasper. She spotted a large door ahead, believing it led outside, to freedom. She rushed to turn the knob, but it wouldn't budge. No matter how hard she tried, it wouldn't open. She pounded on the door with her fists while pulling at the handle, trying to force it open, but the lock held firm. Panicking, she glanced back and saw Vasper standing still, watching her. His face was stern, but the anguish was clear in his eyes. Chanty's fear surged. Why did she feel such an overwhelming difference toward Vasper now? Her hands trembled as they gripped the door's handle. She stared at him, standing motionless, lips pressed tightly together, his jaw clenched. One arm rested against the wall, the other on his waist. He looked like he wanted to speak, but no words came. His eyes were brimming with unshed tears. Maybe he looked even more handsome now, his long hair falling to his shoulders, his aura magnetic, his presence still powerful. But something was gone for Chanty, the desire to be touched by Vasper. There had been a time when she was drawn to his strength, to his love, to the comfort of his embrace, his kisses, everything. But now, she couldn't bear the thought of Vasper touching her. Memories of Samara and Vasper in bed together, naked, their moans echoing like nightmares in her mind, haunted her. She couldn't let herself be held by Vasper again, not even kissed. The pain, the jealousy, and the betrayal she felt toward him covered the love she still had for him. She had already made up her mind to give herself, body and soul, to Jake. She had chosen to be with him, and she would stand by that decision. Chanty's heart raced faster. She was terrified, not just of Vasper, but of herself. What if she gave in to him? What if she forgot everything and made a choice that went against her principles? Vasper, please, take me back to Jake. I beg you, enough. Let me have peace. I've started moving on, I've begun my new life, Chanty pleaded, her voice soft but desperate for Vasper to understand. Vasper's face contorted with more pain at her words. He looked up at the ceiling, as if searching for answers or to keep his tears at bay. Then he looked back at her, biting his lip, fighting to hold back his emotions. Chanty watched as he struggled to keep control, and it terrified her even more. What scared her most was the possibility of forgetting everything, of being swayed by the love she still felt for him, love she had buried deep, trying to keep it from affecting her new life. But she had moved on with Jake. Jake was her future now, and he had carved out a small place in her heart. She loved him. Yet here was Vasper, standing in front of her, making her question everything. What was she supposed to do? She was more afraid of her own feelings. If she stayed too long, her resolve might melt, and she might fall victim to her emotions again. Vasper, please. Her voice broke, tears streaming down her face. Please, let me go back to Jake. Give me the freedom I gave you. I've buried the past. I forgave you. Please, let's both move on. It's for the best. Her voice trembled, barely a whisper, the words catching in her throat. Before Chanty could react, Vasper suddenly teleported right in front of her, so close their bodies and faces were mere inches apart. Their breaths mingled. She was trapped between Vasper and the door, his arms caging her in. She gasped, the air around her tightening, her breath shallow. She could feel the heat of his body, smell the familiar scent of his cologne. But all she could remember was the image of Vasper and Samara together on the bed. Don't forget what he did, Chanty, she reminded herself, desperately trying to hold on to the pain to stop herself from falling for him again. Vasper's influence on her was still there, just as strong, but it was buried beneath the massive betrayal that made her body rebel against him. She no longer wanted his touch. With a burst of strength, she pushed Vasper, but his body wouldn't budge, solid as stone. Their eyes locked, both now crying. Vasper's face showed the depth of his pain, his jaw clenched as he tried to hold back his tears, but they fell anyway. What do I have to do to make you come back to me, Chanty? Please, tell me. I would do anything to win you back. Vasper's voice trembled, barely audible as his body and voice shook with emotion. His eyes flickered between Chanty's eyes and her lips, longing to kiss her again, to claim what he had once lost. Chanty felt his heart break. She looked into his eyes, their faces so close she could feel his breath. Nothing, Vasper, she replied, her voice soft but firm between her sobs. I won't come back to you. It's over. Tonight, it's really over for us. Her voice trembled as she forced the painful words out, as though each one pierced her heart like thorns. Her words made Vasper's jaw clench harder, his muscles tensing with anguish. His tears fell in silence, but the pain was sharp, as if someone had stabbed his heart again and again, even though it was already shattered. Please, come back to me. I can't live without you. What do I need to do? How can I earn your forgiveness? Tell me what I must do. You are my happiness, my life, Chanty. Vasper's voice was filled with desperation. His body trembled as he spoke, barely able to stop himself from pulling Chanty into his arms, to hold her close and kiss her, to make her feel how much he still loved her. He wasn't ready to give up. Vasper, please, let me go. You're going to be a father now. I've moved on with Jake, and we have plans for our future, Chanty said, her voice shaking as she begged for understanding. Vasper turned away, looking up at the ceiling, biting his lip to suppress his emotions. He let out a heavy sigh, trying to relieve the crushing pain in his chest that made it hard for him to breathe. Chanty could see how hard he was breathing, his chest rising and falling heavily. The very chest that once brought her comfort and safety now felt foreign. Do you love Jake? Vasper's voice broke as he asked, pain lacing his words. Did you forget me that quickly? Just 2 months, and I'm gone from your heart. Shanty's anger flared at his question. She let out a bitter laugh, staring at him. Why wouldn't I try to forget? I forced myself to move on, Vasper, because every night I'm haunted by what you did with Samara. Not a day goes by that I don't remember what I saw in your bed, she spat through gritted teeth, tears falling harder. Vasper shared the same pained expression he had back then. Yes, Vasper, I've learned to love Jake. He took care of me, showed me love, and I will love him as long as I live. He's the right man for me, Vasper. He never hurt me. Shanty's voice trembled, filled with the pain of recalling the hurt Vasper had caused her. I'm an idiot. I regret everything I did, Chanty. I was drunk that night when Micah and Samara came. Please, forgive me. What you feel for Jake is pity, not love, Chanty. It's not the same as what you feel for me. Vasper pleaded, confident that his words were true, but Chanty cut him off. Enough, Vasper. Enough. You don't need to explain anymore. I saw it with my own eyes. What's left to explain? The sounds of your betrayal still ring in my ears. Her voice shook with fury, her tears falling freely as Vasper winced from the sting of her words. And yes, I love Jake. I couldn't have given him my body if I didn't love him. What we used to do, Vasper, what was once ours, I've already given that right to him, to my body. Shanty's voice trembled, the words biting at Vasper, causing him to wince as they pierced through him. Vasper forced a bitter laugh, his face contorting in pain. You really love him that much? His voice was a mix of frustration and sorrow. Without warning, he roared, slamming his fist into the door, splintering it. Shanty screamed in terror as the door buckled under his blow, her eyes wide with fear. Her knees trembled, her body frozen. But in the midst of his rage, Vasper's expression shifted. He stared at Chanty, his face softening, regret and guilt overwhelming him at the sight of the terror in her eyes. Shanty's body had gone stiff, her face pale, and her hands trembling as she backed away from him. Please, Vasper whispered, his voice breaking. I'm sorry. He reached out as if to touch her, but Chanty recoiled, slipping from his grasp and darting to the other side of the room, sobbing uncontrollably. Don't touch me! Chanty screamed, her voice shaking with both fear and fury. Vasper stood there, tears now spilling from his eyes as he could no longer hold back the flood of emotions. Shanty's sobs turned into desperate pleas. Jake, please. Save me. Why aren't you here yet, Jake? Take me away from here, she cried out, her voice filled with anguish, twisting the knife deeper into Vasper's heart. How did everything change between us? Vasper choked, his voice heavy with tears. How did you slip from my grasp, Chanty? Not even a small chance? Can't we bring back what we had? I know I still have a place in your heart, Chanty. Please, come back. Let's start over. Vasper collapsed onto his knees, pleading with her. His face was a mixture of desperation and hopelessness. Chanty glared down at him, her expression hardening. Vasper, I don't want to be your mistress. Why would I choose you when Jake is here, someone who doesn't make me share him with anyone else? My life is peaceful with Jake, Vasper. I won't take a father away from his child. I won't be the one to tear you away from Samara. You're going to have a child, Vasper. I'm not a homewrecker, and I will never agree to be your mistress. I'm not that kind of person. Shanty's voice was firm, but there was a hint of pain. You're about to marry Samara, just focus on her, Vasper. Forget me. You have a family now. Let me and Jake live our lives in peace. Everything we had? I consider it all beautiful dreams and nightmares, nothing more. Her words were sharp, each one like a dagger aimed at Vasper's heart. He staggered to his feet, trying to approach her again, but Chanty backed away, trembling. Don't come near me, Vasper. Just talk, she said, her voice quivering. Chanty, the only obligation I have to Samara is for the child. We're not marrying out of love, it's just for the sake of the baby. After the wedding, I'll file for a divorce. I don't love her. I want you in my life, Vasper's voice cracked with desperation. Please, just give me a chance to fix everything, to make it right. Give me a second chance, please. I love you so much, Chanty. You're the only woman I've ever loved like this. You're the only one. Vasper broke down, his emotions overflowing as he begged for her forgiveness. He poured out his heart, raw and open, hoping that she would understand. Chanty let out a bitter laugh, filled with pain. I've heard this all before, Vasper. But after a few days, I found you in bed with her, without a care in the world. Both of you, wild, unrestrained, she spat out the words through clenched teeth, her voice barely able to carry the weight of her heartbreak. Vasper's chest constricted painfully, each word a fresh wound. If only he could hold her, to show her the depth of his love, the regret that consumed him. But it was too late. He had allowed himself to be swept away by Samara. The memory of that night, of seeing him with Samara, crashed down on Chanty's heart like a wave, the pain suffocating her all over again. Vasper, please, take me back to Jake, she begged, her voice barely a whisper now. Her eyes were pleading, desperate. For a moment, Vasper didn't speak. He simply looked at her, his face torn between love and helplessness. I can read your memory and take you back, Vasper offered quietly, hoping to fix at least this one thing. But Chanty's body stiffened at the suggestion. No. Not my memory, she said quickly, panic setting in. Take me to David's house, she added, her voice growing more frantic. Chanty knew that Vasper could retrieve her memory through a kiss, and she couldn't risk him finding out where Jake had taken her, where they had hidden. She backed away even further, her fear growing stronger with every passing second. Vasper, seeing her terror, stopped. His expression softened once more, his face showing deep regret and pain. He knew he had pushed too far. They locked eyes, the silence stretching between them, filled with the weight of everything that had been lost. In that moment, they both understood that things would never be the same again. Chanty, I love you so much. Vasper's voice trembled with vulnerability as he began to confess, but Chanty's pain and fury surged forward, cutting him off sharply. Her face was a storm of raw emotion. Stop it, Vasper. How dare you even say such things, she spat, her voice shaking with rage. You should be telling that to Samara, not me. You have no shame. Her words came out like knives, and tears brimmed in her eyes, threatening to fall, though she fought them back. You gave me a diamond ring, and just 3 days later, I find you in bed with her? Her voice cracked under the weight of her anguish. The air between them sizzled with her anger, the betrayal still fresh, still ripping her apart from the inside. Vasper's heart clenched painfully as he took in her agony. The memory of his betrayal cut through him, sharper than any blade. He saw how deeply he had wounded her, how raw and exposed her heart still was. Her words struck him with a force that left him breathless, each one a reminder of the destruction he had caused. His chest tightened, as if the weight of guilt was slowly crushing him, tearing him apart from the inside. Chanty, my love for you is real, he stammered, his voice thick with emotion. That night, I was under the power of the magic wine. Please, believe me. I'm telling you the truth, he pleaded, tears streaming down his face, matching the glistening tears that clung to Chanty's lashes. His sobs echoed hers, desperate and filled with regret. But Chanty couldn't hold back anymore. Her pain, buried deep within, surged to the surface. How could I ever forget that scene, Vasper? You and her, naked, in bed. How could I possibly erase that from my mind? Her voice grew louder, rising with each word, trembling under the weight of her heartbreak. I forced myself to move on. I tried to forget you. I did everything I could to let you go. Her sobs filled the room, uncontrollable and raw, her heart breaking all over again as the memories flooded her. And now, here you are again, ruining my life, when all I want is to live in peace with Jake, she exclaimed, her voice choked with pain. Her eyes, once filled with love for Vasper, now blazed with hurt and anger. Vasper's desperation only grew. He shook his head violently, taking a step closer to her. I can't take it anymore. Since that day, I haven't been able to rest. I keep looking for you. I miss you so much. His voice cracked, his anguish evident as he inched even closer. But Chanty stepped back, her body rigid with tension, her mind racing. Please, don't come near me, she begged, her voice trembling as tears streaked down her face. Her hands were shaking, her heart pounding, yet she stood her ground, trying to protect herself from the flood of emotions threatening to drown her. She needed distance from him, needed to keep him away, but Vasper's desperation was overwhelming, and his eyes burned with an intensity that made her feel trapped. I can't let you go, Chanty. I just can't, Vasper whispered, his eyes locking onto hers, the weight of his feelings pressing down on her. Chanty's stomach twisted painfully as his words sank in, the tension in the air suffocating. Jake is the man I will marry, Vasper, she said, her voice shaking, pleading with him to understand. There's no one else. Please, let's not make this harder than it already is. It's time to stop. Her words were a plea, her heart screaming for him to release her, even as it ached for the love they once had. But her mind forced her to choose Jake, the man who hadn't shattered her, who loved her unconditionally. She had to choose him, she had to. There's no other man for me but Jake, she continued, her voice barely holding steady as she tried to cement her decision. But even as she said the words, they tore at her, ripping apart what was left of her strength. No. Vasper's voice cracked as his entire body tensed. Suddenly, he teleported right in front of her, trapping her, pulling her up against the wall. His body pressed against hers, pinning her in place. He positioned himself in between her thighs, his face mere inches from hers. Chanty gasped, her breath catching in her throat, her heart hammering in her chest. There was no escape. He was too close, his presence overpowering her, leaving her nowhere to run. His lips crashed into hers with a fierce, desperate passion, his hands gripping her tightly as he pressed her against the wall. Chanty struggled, her arms flailing as she pounded her fists against his shoulders, trying to push him away, but Vasper was relentless, his grip like iron. She twisted her head, gasping for breath, trying to escape his kiss, but Vasper's need was insatiable, his emotions consuming him. I miss you, Chanty, he murmured against her lips, his voice thick with longing. His arms tightened around her, pulling her closer as if he could fuse them together, never to part again. Chanty's body was pinned, trapped, as he continued to kiss her, his desperation palpable. Chanty, I love you so much. I know I'm still in your heart, Vasper whispered, his breath hot against her skin, his words laced with despair. Chanty gasped for air, finally managing to turn her head away, her body shaking with rage and fear. Vasper, let me go. Her voice quivered as she spoke, her anger spilling over, barely able to hold back her fear. Tears streamed down her face as she struck him again and again, but it was like hitting a stone wall. Vasper didn't flinch, his expression cold, distant, as his hands roamed her body. In one swift, brutal motion, he tore her blouse open, the fabric ripping as the buttons scattered across the floor like shattered glass. Chanty gasped, her breath catching in her throat, her chest rising and falling in ragged panic. Vasper, please, have mercy. Let me go. She cried, her voice breaking, barely audible through the torrent of her sobs. But Vasper didn't stop. His lips brushed against her skin, hot and relentless, his tongue tracing her neck with a searing intensity that made her shudder. She felt his breath on her skin, each kiss igniting a sickening dread deep inside her. The heat of his touch burned her, and she trembled, trying to fight off the rising tide of fear. Her mind flashed with memories, vivid, painful memories of Samara and Vasper. They overwhelmed her, flooding her thoughts with images she couldn't shake. Samara, always in his arms, always the object of his affection. The jealousy and anger twisted inside Chanty like a knife, fueling her desperate struggle to free herself from his grasp. Vasper's hands gripped her tighter as he pressed his lips to her neck, drowning her in a sea of unwanted desire. She fought harder, her body thrashing, her mind screaming for escape. Each kiss he planted along her skin felt like a brand, marking her, claiming her against her will. "Stop. Vasper, please," she whimpered, but her pleas fell on deaf ears as he continued to drown her in his possessive embrace. She could feel the weight of his past with Samara pressing down on her, suffocating her with every memory that flashed before her eyes. It was too much pain, too much history, too much of him. The overwhelming sensation made her struggle even more, her heart pounding as she fought against the flood of emotions and his unyielding grip. Vasper's lips trailed down her neck, each kiss deeper than the last, consuming her in his relentless pursuit. But Chanty's heart screamed for freedom, for mercy, for release from the nightmare that enveloped her. But Vasper, lost in his emotions, reached behind and unhooked her bra, the snap of it breaking echoed in the room as it fell to the floor. Chanty's scream shattered the air, desperate and piercing. "No!" she cried out, her voice trembling with terror. Her screams grew louder, filled with gut-wrenching sobs and uncontrollable cries. "Vasper, no! Let me go! Please," she pleaded, her voice trembling with fear, but Vasper seemed deaf to her cries, his mind consumed by dark, overwhelming emotions. "Jake! Help me! Jake!" Chanty's voice was filled with desperation as Vasper, lost in his turmoil, cupped her breast and silenced her with a searing kiss. Just in that moment, Jake teleported into the room, materializing in the middle of the living room. Chanty sobbed uncontrollably, still crying for help, her voice filled with raw agony. Jake's eyes flared with uncontrollable fury the moment he saw them. His heart pounded with rage, the sight of Chanty in Vasper's grasp igniting a fire within him. Without hesitation, he lunged toward Vasper, grabbing him with such force that he ripped him away from Chanty, who collapsed to the floor in a heap, trembling and shaken. Jake quickly knelt beside her, covering her exposed breasts with his embrace, shielding her from any more humiliation. He draped her tattered blouse over her chest, trying to protect what was left of her dignity. His arms wrapped around her, pulling her closer into his embrace as she cried uncontrollably into his chest. Jake's face contorted with rage, his eyes burning with a desire for revenge, his chest rising and falling with each angry breath. He wanted nothing more than to tear Vasper apart for what he had done, but Chanty's trembling arms clung to him, preventing him from moving. Instead, Jake held her tightly, his hug full of love and silent promises of protection, offering her the strength she needed in that shattered moment. Chanty clung to him, her body racked with sobs, the trauma of what Vasper had done overwhelming her. She felt broken, violated, as if her entire world had been ripped apart by Vasper's hands. Her heart ached, and the weight of the violation suffocated her, crushing her spirit. Vasper, as if waking from a nightmare, sank to his knees, his head hanging low, his hands trembling with the realization of what he had done. The guilt was suffocating, pressing down on him like a crushing wave. He had broken Chanty in a way that could never be undone. He had destroyed everything. The buttons from Chanty's blouse lay scattered on the floor, her torn bra beside them, a haunting reminder of the violence that had just occurred. Jake's murderous glare was fixed on Vasper, the air between them thick with fury and betrayal. Their eyes met, Vasper's filled with regret and shame, Jake's with pure, cold rage. Vasper's gaze drifted back to Chanty, his heart splintering at the sight of her wrapped in Jake's protective embrace, her body shaking with fear, her soul shattered. "I'm so sorry, Chanty. I lost control. Please, forgive me." Vasper's voice broke into a whisper, tears streaming down his face, but his words fell on deaf ears. Jake's focus was entirely on Chanty, his face softened with concern as he looked down at her, shielding her from Vasper's presence. "Take me home, Jake. Please, just take me home, Chanty begged through her tears, her voice barely a whisper. Jake's anger erupted again as he shouted, "Stay away from us." His voice boomed, vibrating with fury. Vasper jumped to his feet, his eyes wide with panic, desperation written across his face. "Chanty, please, I'm sorry," Vasper pleaded, but before he could say another word, Jake and Chanty vanished from the room, leaving him standing alone in the aftermath of his destruction. Vasper stood frozen, his heart pounding in his chest as he stared at the empty space where Chanty had just been. The gravity of what he had done crushed him. His hands shook, his mind spinning out of control as guilt and regret suffocated him. In a blind rage, he slammed his fists into the wall again and again, his knuckles splitting open, blood staining the floor as it dripped from his hands. Tears poured down his face, sobs racking his body as he collapsed to his knees. "Chanty, I'm so sorry," his voice broke, the pain overwhelming him. His gaze fell to the floor, where Chanty's bra and the scattered buttons lay, mocking him. He picked up her bra, holding it in his trembling hands, pressing it to his lips. He kissed it softly, inhaling the lingering scent of her perfume, the warmth of her body still clinging to the fabric. It was intoxicating, and yet it only deepened his sorrow. "I just love you so much. Please, forgive me," he whispered into the emptiness, his heart heavy with unbearable grief. He closed his eyes, imagining holding her again, imagining the feel of her in his arms, kissing her, loving her. But instead, the image of her clinging to Jake flooded his mind. Their embrace, so full of love and trust, broke him further. Once, she had held him like that, once she had loved him. But now, it was Jake who held her heart. A devastating realization hit him like a bomb exploding in his chest. How had everything fallen apart so completely? How could he go on without her? Without Chanty, his world was plunged into darkness. The joy, the light, everything was gone. Without her, how could he possibly go on living? The woman he loved was gone, and he had no one to blame but himself. Meanwhile, Chanty had been crying on her bed since she and Jake returned to the mansion after Vasper had taken her. Jake's heart was aching deeply, torn by Chanty's suffering. He understood her pain, and it reignited the wounds in his chest that Vasper had reopened during their encounter. It hurt even more because Vasper had nearly forced Chanty into something she didn't want. Jake's heart felt like it was being crushed as he remembered what Vasper had done to her. Vasper had grown desperate. Chanty curled up on the bed, sobbing, while Jake sat beside her, his heart heavy with guilt. It felt suffocating for him because he blamed no one but himself. He had taken Chanty to the restaurant, unaware that Vasper would be there too. He hadn't even sensed Vasper's presence until it was too late. He blamed himself for everything. "Chanty, forgive me, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have taken you to that restaurant. This is all because of me." Jake spoke, his voice heavy with sorrow and regret. Chanty's sobbing softened as she looked at him, her eyes swollen and red. She had changed into new clothes when they arrived, immediately showering to rid herself of Vasper's lingering touch. Sitting up on the bed, she gazed at Jake, who was still staring at her with a face full of guilt and remorse. "Jake, none of this is your fault. We went there to eat." "That's what we had in mind," Chanty said, trying to ease the heavy burden Jake was carrying. "Neither of us could have known the royal family, or Vasper, would be there." Her voice was hoarse, almost disappearing as exhaustion overtook her. Jake reached for Chanty's hand, their fingers intertwining. Chanty pulled him down beside her on the bed, and they lay facing each other. She rested her head on Jake's arm, and he held her close, his embrace tightening around her. "I'm so sorry," Jake whispered, their eyes meeting. He gently brushed Chanty's hair aside, and their lips met in a passionate kiss, a kiss filled with the message that Jake wanted to convey: she had nothing to fear. It was a kiss that promised love and protection. "I love you so much," Jake said, his voice overflowing with love as he looked deeply into her eyes. "I love you too, Jake," Chanty replied, her heart speaking the truth. "Does he still linger in your heart?" Jake asked in a hushed tone. Chanty fell silent at his question. Jake's words were true, but she had buried the past deep within her memories and heart. She didn't want it to affect her decisions or her future, especially not her relationship with Jake. "You saw what he did to me, Jake. That's what I despised. He did it against my will." "Thank goodness you arrived in time," Chanty said, tears streaming down her face once more. "Forgive me for not following right away. After you disappeared, security personnel rushed to the garage where I was. They were alarmed by what happened and demanded the CCTV footage. They wanted to investigate because of the triggered alarm. I had to deal with that to avoid suspicion." "They can't know you teleported with Vasper," Jake explained, and Chanty nodded, understanding his reasoning. "Did Vasper read your memory?" Jake asked, worried that Vasper might track them. "No," Chanty whispered weakly. She thought back to what happened between her and Vasper, and her tears fell again. She burrowed into Jake's chest, and he hugged her tighter. Suddenly, a realization struck Chanty. Her bra had fallen to the floor when Vasper had pulled her. She turned to Jake, her face filled with fear, causing Jake to look at her with concern. "Jake, my bra, it fell on the floor when Vasper grabbed me. We didn't pick it up when we returned." Chanty's voice was filled with panic, knowing that Vasper could use it to track them. Jake's expression hardened as he stared at her. Neither of them had thought about that possibility. "Does he have no shame, showing his face after what he did to you?" Jake asked, his eyes full of anger. "But they couldn't be careless. I should bring the 6 guardians here to keep watch, especially since I have to leave next week," Jake added, his voice resolute. Chanty still couldn't shake the fear and worry. She was sure Vasper would follow her. Jake stroked her hair gently, gazing into her eyes. "Don't think about it now. You need to sleep. You haven't rested yet, and you might get sick," Jake said, full of concern. Chanty nodded, feeling the weight of exhaustion pulling her down. Her eyes and body grew heavier. "Don't leave me here," she whispered sweetly. Jake smiled. "I won't. Don't worry, I'm staying right here. I won't go anywhere." Chanty snuggled closer to Jake, and he hugged her tighter. Then she looked up at him and kissed his lips, to which Jake responded with an even more heated kiss. When their lips parted, Jake smiled. "I love you so much," Jake said again, his voice brimming with affection. "I love you too, Jake," Chanty replied. He kissed her forehead, her cheek, and finally her lips again before she closed her eyes to sleep, while Jake watched over her as she drifted into slumber. Jake couldn't sleep, his mind haunted by the events of the day, replaying relentlessly in his mind. He watched Chanty as she slept, his chest tightening with pain as he remembered. He couldn't shake the haunting image of her in Vasper's arms, her face twisted in fear as she cried, pleading for help. The sight of Vasper kissing her while she trembled with terror had ignited a fury within him. If it weren't for Chanty being by his side at that moment, he wasn't sure what would have happened between him and Vasper. He was determined to protect her, especially from Vasper. He would never allow Vasper to return to her life. His jealousy toward Vasper burned as fiercely as ever, because even though Chanty was now with him, he knew a large part of her heart still belonged to Vasper. Vasper still occupied that significant space within her. Jake could feel it. Vasper still occupied that space in her soul, and it tormented him. "You're mine now, Chanty. I won't let Vasper come back into your life," Jake whispered under his breath before softly kissing Chanty on the lips, careful not to wake her. But Chanty stirred, shifting closer to him, her leg brushing against his, her dress sliding up, revealing the soft curve of her thigh as she wrapped her arms tightly around him. Jake smiled, gazing at her exposed skin, his hand resting gently on her thigh. He could feel the warmth radiating from her, his leg nestled between hers, his body stirring with the temptation that came with being so close to her, but he didn't want to disturb her sleep. He wanted her to recover from the stress she had endured. He felt a sense of disbelief. He was overwhelmed by the reality that she was truly his now, lying in his arms, a dream turned into reality. He could feel her skin, her warmth, and it made his heart race. He could touch her skin, feel her body freely. His eyes lingered on her legs, the temptation overwhelming, becoming harder to resist. He gasped softly, his breathing growing faster. "Jake, go to sleep," he scolded himself quietly, brushing his palm over her thigh, squeezing it gently. He prayed she wouldn't wake as he tried to control his desires, his hand lingering. Eventually, he closed his eyes, forcing himself to relax. Soon, they both drifted into a peaceful slumber. But in the midst of their sleep, Vasper arrived, materializing at the foot of the bed where Jake and Chanty lay. Using his invisible shield, his presence and energy went undetected by both Chanty and Jake as they slept soundly. Yet, when Vasper saw the painful sight before him, it struck deep into his heart, making it hard to breathe. The agony of seeing Chanty clinging tightly to Jake, her face buried in Jake's chest, using his arm as her pillow while his hand cradled her hair, was unbearable. Jake's other hand rested possessively on Chanty's exposed thigh, her dress pulled up to her waist, more than Vasper could stand to see, blissfully unaware of Vasper's tortured gaze. Tears fell from Vasper's eyes as he gazed at them, his stare piercing through Jake. His heart clenched painfully, and his jealousy festered, threatening to consume him. If Chanty weren't there, he might have punched Jake without hesitation. His anger and jealousy knew no bounds in that moment. His fists clenched as he gripped the bra he had meant to return to Chanty, but now, seeing this, he had no intention of giving it back. He looked up at the ceiling, biting his lip to hold back the flood of tears and emotions. The hurt was overwhelming. How had everything gone so wrong? How had things turned upside down like this? How had Jake won Chanty's heart while he had lost her? Vasper's mind spun, remembering the single mistake, his night of weakness with Samara, that had cost him the love of his life, and taken Chanty away. With just one mistake, he had lost the woman who had brought him life and happiness. Vasper's attention snapped back to Jake and Chanty as Chanty shifted and moaned softly. Vasper's heart twisted even further, the sound like a dagger plunging deeper into his soul, causing his pain to intensify like a blade twisting in his chest. When she snuggled deeper into Jake's arms, pressing her face deeper against his chest, Vasper felt tortured. Jake stirred as well, hugging Chanty even closer, his hand sliding over her thigh toward her backside, pulling her dress down to cover her exposed legs and hips, all while they both remained asleep. Their breathing synchronized, both of them locked in a tender embrace. Vasper could no longer bear the sight. He vanished from the room, teleporting away. Jake and Chanty remained, peacefully asleep, unaware that someone had entered their room, someone they never even sensed. Vasper reappeared, but this time in Laika's mansion, in the living room on the second floor. In a fit of rage, he hurled her sofas off the ground floor. The sound echoed through the mansion, causing Laika's elf servants to scatter in fear, rushing out toward the garden to escape the chaos. Terrified of Vasper's rampage, he tore down paintings from the walls, shattering them on the floor. Meanwhile, Laika lay in her bed, her eyes closed but fully aware of the destruction unfolding outside, listening to her brother's destruction. But her body began to steam as she struggled to contain her own fiery powers, knowing that if she let her emotions take over, her mansion would be consumed in flames. "The bastard's wrecking all my stuff, damn you, Vasper," she thought, gritting her teeth. But she didn't confront him, knowing it would only fuel his rage further. She knew Vasper wanted her to challenge him so he could unleash all his anger on her. Laika forced herself to relax while listening to Vasper's rage echo throughout the mansion. His tantrum had now reached the kitchen. Laika listened as the destruction continued, the sound of shattering plates and glasses echoing from the kitchen. Vasper's tantrum raged on, even triggering the alarm of her car in the garage. Her servants, terrified, screamed in terror, their voices mixing with the sounds of breaking objects, echoed through the halls. That's when she finally lost her patience. If the neighbors heard the commotion and reported it to the police, it would draw unwanted attention she didn't want. She couldn't risk it. Hurriedly, she leaped out of bed and rushed out of her room, only to be shocked by the scene that greeted her. Her home looked like it had been wrecked by a storm. Her once pristine home looked like a battlefield. Everything was destroyed, nothing remained intact, not even the curtains, which Vasper had torn down. Every piece of furniture had been overturned, her expensive paintings were in ruins, her most cherished artworks destroyed, nothing remained intact. Laika's tears welled up in anger as she realized the extent of the damage. Her body began to steam, flames licking at the edges of her hair, as her fire powers threatened to emerge. But she restrained herself. She struggled to keep control. The stairs were blocked by large sofas Vasper had thrown down. He was still yelling as he continued smashing her car in the garage, where Vasper was now wreaking havoc on her cars. "Vasper! You bastard! Leave my car alone!" Laika screamed, her voice raw with anger. Her voice hoarse from the strain. She ran down the stairs, navigating through the piled-up furniture in the hallway. Even her dining table was flipped over, everything in shambles. As she stood amidst the wreckage, she closed her eyes for a moment, breathing deeply to contain her rage. She hurried, sprinted outside toward the garage. All her cars, windows smashed, bodies dented, as if they had been crushed by massive vehicles. It was as though a catastrophe had hit them, and one car alarm blared loudly in the background. She screamed in fury, staring at the destroyed cars. Not one was usable. Her servants huddled by the wall, their faces pale with fear as they stared at her. She ran toward him, her steps quick and filled with fury. She saw Vasper lift one of her cars and hurl it effortlessly toward the gate. She barely dodged it as it flew past her, crashing outside with a deafening thud. Laika's temper flared as she pointed at him, her voice trembling with rage. "Vasper! You bastard! This tantrum is too much. You've destroyed everything in my house, and now my cars too. You bastard!" she yelled. Vasper glared at her, his eyes sharp and unyielding. Not satisfied, he lifted another car and threw it over the wall. It flew past the boundary, and they heard a loud crash outside. The sounds of horns blaring from cars on the road confirmed the chaos he had caused. Panic seized Laika as she realized what was happening beyond her walls. She knew the police would soon arrive to investigate. The police would be there any minute to investigate, and she knew she was in trouble. "Hey! You're acting like a child, Vasper. Is this still about Chanty? You're acting like a baby. You're about to be a father, but you're still obsessing over Chanty. Grow up, Vasper," Laika shouted. "You've lost your damn mind ever since you laid eyes on her. And now, what? You're still thinking about her when you have a child on the way? Samara's going to give birth in just a few months," she continued yelling at him, her voice trembling with anger. Vasper's expression darkened, but Laika wasn't done. She was furious, and the words poured out of her before she could stop herself. Laika's mocking laughter filled the air. "Are you seriously blaming me for what happened between you and Samara? Do you have no shame? How is it my fault you two had your fun in bed? Did I ask you to do it?" She spat. glaring at him. "You're an adult. You're going to blame me for your sex life now? Where's your brain, Vasper? Is it my fault Chanty and Jake teleported just in time while you and Samara in the middle of your romance?" she added, followed by a mocking laugh. Laika's mocking laughter filled the air, but it was strained, desperate. She could feel the tension mounting between them, and her words only fanned the flames. Vasper froze for a moment, stunned by her words. "How do you know about that?" he screamed, he demanded, his voice rising to a furious roar, his voice filled with shock and rage. Laika's heart skipped a beat. She hesitated, realizing too late that she had said too much. Her face paled, and she instantly regretted letting that slip, her tongue betraying her. She immediately regretted saying those words. "How do you know about that?" Vasper screamed, his roar was deafening, the sheer force of his voice reverberating through the air like a physical blow. Laika stumbled back, the shock of his rage hitting her hard. The force of his voice seemed to knock Laika back as if the sound itself had weight. His eyes blazed with fury as he stepped closer, his anger rolling off him in waves. The elf servants, terrified by the sudden escalation, fled deeper into the mansion, seeking refuge from the explosive confrontation. Vasper continued to advance, his expression twisted with fury, his fists clenched at his sides. Laika stood her ground, refusing to back down, stood her ground despite the fear bubbling inside her. Her body began to steam as fire flickered along her skin, her own powers threatening to burst forth. Both of them were consumed by their rage, their eyes locked, their tempers ready to explode. Vasper's face was twisted with anger, his rage unmatched. Their emotions raw and dangerous, eyes locked in a tense standoff. But before things could escalate any further, the piercing wail of a police siren echoed outside the walls, cutting through the tension. The sound of a police car pulling up to Laika's property interrupted the tense standoff. Both of them turned to look toward the gate as the wail of the siren drew closer, the flashing lights of a police car visible through the gaps. More sirens followed, drawing closer as law enforcement began to arrive. Laika's heart raced. The situation was quickly spiraling out of control. She looked back at Vasper, hoping he would calm down, but his expression had changed. A menacing smile spread across his face, twisted and malicious. Without warning, he teleported to the remaining cars in Laika's garage. In a display of raw power, he lifted one of the cars effortlessly and hurled it over the wall, aiming straight for the police car outside. The sound of metal crashing against metal echoed through the air, followed by the wail of alarms and the startled shouts of the police officers. Laika was shocked, stood frozen, unable to believe what she was witnessing. But Vasper wasn't finished. It wasn't enough for him. His rage was far from spent. He lifted another car, tossing it over the wall with equal force. The chaos outside the mansion intensified, and Laika could hear the mayhem erupting in the street. Screams, car alarms, and the frantic sounds of people trying to make sense of the destruction filled the air. All she could do was stare, her mouth hanging open in shock and disbelief as Vasper, enraged beyond control, continued his destruction. This was madness, utter madness. He was completely out of control. And then, just as suddenly as he had started, Vasper vanished. He disappeared in an instant, teleporting away and leaving Laika standing alone in the aftermath of his fury. She blinked, struggling to comprehend what had just happened. Her mind spun, her heart racing with disbelief. How could things have gone so horribly wrong in just less than an hour? Vasper had wreaked havoc, and now she was left to deal with the fallout. Laika stood alone, staring at the gate, her mind spinning. She couldn't believe that Vasper had caused her so much trouble. The doorbell rang continuously, and she could see another police car arriving, with more people gathering outside the gate, curious about the bizarre events. They were trying to figure out why Laika's cars had flown over the wall, 3 cars, all crumpled and crushed like tin cans. The doorbell rang incessantly, pulling Laika from her stunned silence. Laika's pulse quickened. To make matters worse, the gate remained closed, and with each passing second, the authorities' suspicion grew. More vehicles arrived, adding to the escalating tension. She could feel their eyes on her mansion, on the strange and catastrophic scene playing out in front of them. How was she going to explain this? How could she possibly justify what had just occurred? Her mind raced, searching for a solution as the authorities outside prepared to investigate the bizarre destruction. Vasper had disappeared, leaving her to face the consequences of his actions alone. As Chanty opened her eyes, the first thing she saw was Jake's chest, his gray t-shirt hugging his well-built torso. His arm was draped around her waist, holding her close as he slept peacefully. Glancing at the clock, she noticed it was already past 2 p.m. No wonder she felt hungry. Gently, she slid out from under Jake's arm, carefully lifting it off her waist to avoid waking him. He must have been exhausted, she thought, as he still hadn't stirred. She tiptoed off the bed, careful not to make a sound, and headed straight to the bathroom. Without hesitation, she undressed and stepped into the shower, letting the cool water cascade over her skin. The fresh scent of shampoo and soap awakened her muscles as she lathered up, enjoying the soothing sensation. Suddenly, without warning, Jake appeared, causing her to gasp in surprise before bursting into laughter. He hadn't even bothered to take off his t-shirt, which was now drenched under the spray. His eyes roamed over her naked body, darkened with hunger and desire. With a seductive smile, she grabbed his wet shirt and pulled him closer, slowly peeling it off to reveal his sculpted chest and abs beneath. Her hands glided over his sculpted chest and abs, tracing every curve and line as the air between them thickened with tension. The intensity of Jake's gaze told her everything: his need, his burning desire. His hunger for her, his burning need written in every line of his expression. Shanta's hands trembled slightly as she reached for the waistband of his shorts, pulling them down along with his underwear. Her breath hitched as Jake's arousal stood proudly before her, its size both intimidating and thrilling. Though she was still a virgin, she wondered if she could handle him, but Jake couldn't wait any longer. He pulled her into a fierce embrace, capturing her lips in a fiery kiss. Chanty heard him whisper, "I love you," his hands roaming her body as if worshipping every inch of her skin. Jake's hands and mouth were both hungry, eagerly exploring her curves as he squeezed and caressed her, his heart pounding with love and the overwhelming desire to possess her. His eyes were full of admiration, burning with the intense emotions he felt for her. Filled with admiration and passion for the woman he loved. With each kiss, Jake's deep groans filled the space between them, almost as if Shanta's name was slipping out with every breath he took. Her soft moans in response encouraged him further, their bodies entwined under the continuing spray of the shower. Jake quickly turned off the water, their lips still locked in a heated kiss. His mouth trailed down her neck, his hand moving between her thighs with reverence, sending waves of pleasure through Shanta's body. She gasped, her soft moans blending with Jake's groans as he showered her body with kisses, his lips eventually finding her breasts. Jake worshipped what he had long desired to touch and possess, now within his grasp. The heat of his mouth and the flick of his tongue sent shivers down her spine, while his fingers played with her most sensitive spots, teasing her but being careful not to break the virginity he treasured. He treated her like she was sacred, every touch reverent, yet filled with a primal need. "Chanty," Jake breathed, her name rolling off his lips like a prayer. Jake's body trembled with heat and the overwhelming urge to claim her. Chanty writhed beneath his touch, her fingers tangling in Jake's long hair, whispering his name in soft moans, overwhelmed by the sensations. Her hands instinctively found their way to Jake's body, stroking his thigh, driving him wild with desire. Without warning, Jake lifted her effortlessly, their wet bodies pressed together as he teleported them back to the bed. Their soaked bodies left marks on the bedsheets as Jake's eyes roamed over Shanta's naked form, filled with admiration, worshipping her beauty, perfect in his eyes. She was now lying beneath him, both consumed by the pleasure they shared. "You're so beautiful," Jake said, his voice thick with emotion. Thirsty for more. Jake's mouth found its way between her thighs. He moved his lips lower until he was kissing the sensitive flesh, his kisses slow and sensual, making Chanty close her eyes in bliss, savoring the intoxicating feeling of his mouth on her, his hands teasing her breasts, his fingers circling and caressing, the heat of his mouth driving her wild. You're mine now, Jake murmured, his words filled with raw possessiveness, sending a shiver through her. Jake looked up to see her, smiling down at him as he caressed her body lovingly. So beautiful, he whispered, his face filled with awe. Chanty giggled, looking at him. Jake was utterly mesmerized by her sensitive flesh. How clean and flawless she was down there. The pleasure drove her mad, heightening Jake's own desire as Chanty's body reacted to his every touch and flick of his tongue. It's so beautiful. I can't believe I get to have this, that it's mine now, Jake said. Chanty heard him and smiled, surprised that she could also love him this deeply. Jake kissed her sensitive spot again, making her giggle at the ticklish sensation. He playfully bit her lightly, making Chanty squeal and laugh. Jake laughed too. As he returned to taste her with hunger and passion, he devoured her lovingly. Chanty felt Jake's love through his actions, through his hands and kisses. His touch was intoxicating, his fingers expertly teasing her sensitive flesh, drawing out more moans from deep within her. And his tongue moved faster as he noticed the desperation in Chanty's movements. Jake, she whispered, her body arching as his mouth explored her with increasing intensity. Her moans grew louder as Jake's tongue worked faster, bringing her closer to the edge. Her body bucked involuntarily, her legs draped over his shoulders, pulling him closer as she neared her climax. She gripped his hair, pushing Jake's head between her thighs, her hips grinding against his face, desperate for release. Meanwhile, Jake's hands firmly massaged her breasts. The room echoed with their mingled voices, his deep groans meeting her high-pitched gasps. Finally, it hit. Chanty's body tensed, her mouth opening in a silent cry of ecstasy. Jake groaned against her as she came, his tongue still moving slowly, allowing her to fully experience the height of her climax, before it faded into a tingling sensation. He didn't stop until she had ridden out the wave completely, lapping up every drop of her essence. Chanty's breathing was rapid. She gasped for breath, her eyes still closed, as if she had just climbed a steep hill and was utterly exhausted. She came back to her senses when she felt Jake's kisses again on her sensitive flesh, showering her with kisses once more. As Chanty caught her breath, she smiled down at Jake, his intense eyes locked on hers, full of love. He crawled back up her body, and they shared a searing kiss. I love you so much, Jake whispered against her lips, his fingers still gently caressing her breasts. I love you too, Jake, she replied, her hands cupping the back of his neck, as his fingers remained teasingly on her breasts. Jake gazed into her eyes, smiling as he watched her breathing heavily. His eyes wandered to her breasts, which were resting in his hand. These are all mine, right? He whispered. He gave them a gentle squeeze. Chanty smiled and nodded. They're all yours, Jake, she replied in a sultry voice. Jake's face lit up with happiness, and he captured Chanty's lips in a fiery kiss as his hand slid from her breasts back to her sensitive flesh. He rubbed, squeezing gently, making Chanty squirm with pleasure. They both laughed softly, their mouths still locked together. Chanty's hand clung to Jake's neck while the other held onto his hardness, which had grown bigger and harder. Jake groaned deeply, his lips trailing down to Chanty's neck. Her moans grew louder as Jake's fingers brushed against her sensitive flesh, stimulating her. Jake rolled them both over, spooning her from behind. He lifted her leg over his, positioning himself between her thighs. The friction was exquisite, and though he didn't fully enter her, the teasing pressure made them both groan with need. His hands slid down, playing with her sensitive flesh as they kissed fervently, their bodies moving together, driven by raw passion. Shanta's body burned with pleasure, her gasps growing louder, muffled by Jake's lips. They were both nearing their breaking point, Jake's hips moving faster, in sync with his fingers, chasing the high of their mutual ecstasy. Shanta screamed in pleasure, calling out Jake's name. Luckily, the master bedroom was soundproof, so Lorena couldn't hear the noise from their room. He never pushed inside her fully, careful to preserve her virginity, but the intensity of their connection was undeniable. The bed shook beneath them, despite its size, as Jake's hands and fingers worked her sensitive flesh, thrusting against her with friction alone. Both of them moaned loudly, their sounds echoing through the room. Jake's name escaped Shanta's lips in a breathless cry, her gaze locking with his as they reached the peak together. Both their bodies tensed, Jake trembling with the pleasure that consumed him. He groaned deeply, chanting her name as they both shuddered through their climax. Their lips crashed together, tongues entwining, as Jake spilled his warmth against her inner thigh. Shanty felt the warmth of his release trickling down her thigh as they both panted, their breaths rapid, waiting for their heartbeats to calm. They lay there for a while, exchanging soft, lingering kisses, Jake's hands still resting possessively between her legs. "I love you, Shanty," he whispered, his voice husky with emotion. "I want you to be mine. Forever," he whispered against her lips. Shanty broke the kiss with a soft smile. She gazed into his eyes and whispered back, "Don't worry, from now on, I'm yours, as long as you don't want anyone else." Jake chuckled, his eyes filled with love. "Of course, Shanty. You're the only one I want. Forever. Even until we have grandchildren." They laughed together, the moment tender and light-hearted, despite the intensity of their love and passion. When Jake offered to grab a towel, Shanta stopped him with a grin. "We still need to finish our shower, don't we?" Understanding her playful intent, Jake teleported them back to the bathroom, where they resumed their shower, this time with Shanty washing Jake's body. She relished the feeling of her hands gliding over his muscles, the heat between them only growing stronger. Jake looked at Shanty with eyes full of love and admiration, mesmerized by the beauty before him. As Shanta lathered soap over Jake's body, Jake held her waist, unable to resist planting kisses on her breasts. Shanta laughed and gently pushed Jake's head away. "I'm not done yet," she said, as she continued washing Jake's back, but she clung to him, her hands wandering over his lower back. Jake pulled her into a tight embrace, kissing her neck and playfully nibbling at it, making Shanta squeal and laugh until they were both laughing together. Shanta's breasts pressed against Jake's chest, igniting a fire within him, his hands sliding down to rub her sensitive flesh. Shanta's moans were like music to Jake's ears. Once she finished washing him, she moved to his most intimate area, slowly and teasingly rubbing soap over him, knowing exactly what she was doing, which drove Jake wild. "You're torturing me, Shanty," Jake said in a low, trembling voice, his body shaking with pleasure. Shanta simply smiled mischievously. "How many women have you been with?" Shanty asked playfully, her hands still working over Jake. Jake's mouth dropped open, caught off guard by the question. "Do I have to answer that?" he asked, watching as her hand continued its torturous rhythm. "Yes, I'm just curious," Shanta said, tightening her grip and increasing the teasing, causing Jake's breath to quicken. Unable to take it any longer, Jake pulled her into a fiery kiss. When their lips parted, Jake smiled and answered, "I can count them on my fingers, but none of them were serious, not like this." "Not like with you." Shanta stared at him, searching his face for any sign of dishonesty, but Jake's eyes never wavered. He was telling the truth, and Shanta smiled, turning on the shower to rinse Jake off. They rinsed together under the water, but Jake wasn't done. He turned her back to him and rinsing her body from her breasts down. His hand lingered between her thighs, rubbing her sensitive flesh, intending to rinse her but also driving her wild with pleasure. Shanty moaned loudly, while Jake's other hand caressed her breasts, the water streaming down their bodies. They kissed again, Chanty turning her head to meet Jake's lips, while his hands worked their magic on both her most sensitive areas. After they finished rinsing, Chanty knelt before Jake and took him into her mouth without warning. Jake's head fell back as he groaned in ecstasy, Chanty working him skillfully, her hands and mouth driving him wild. His hand gripped her hair, guiding her rhythm. It didn't take long for Jake to lose control. His breath came fast, his body trembling with overwhelming pleasure. He released into her mouth, and she swallowed every drop, her eyes locked on his as he groaned her name. He then lifted her into his arms, kissing her passionately, whispering, "I love you," between each kiss. Chanty responded with soft moans. With a playful smirk, Jake carried her to the vanity near the sink, sitting her on the counter. Kneeling before her, his mouth found her again, bringing her to the edge of her second climax. Chanty's moans echoed through the bathroom, her body trembling as she held onto the sink for support. Her legs shook uncontrollably as Jake devoured her, his fingers teasing her breasts while his tongue worked its magic. When she finally came, her body shuddered, her cries of pleasure filling the room. Jake didn't stop until he had taken every bit of her essence. Afterward, he pulled her into a tight embrace, their bodies still trembling from the intensity of their love. They kissed deeply, their love for each other more evident than ever. They stared into each other's eyes for a long time, Jake repeatedly declaring his love for Chanty, until their fiery passion finally simmered down. Finally, they dressed together, both smiling. He was grateful that Chanty hadn't taken the situation with Vasper too seriously. Or she just forced herself to forget the incident with Vasper. He thought. By the time they finally left the bedroom, it was past 4 p.m. Dressed casually, they exchanged knowing smiles, their hearts full of love and passion that no words could fully express. When they descended into the kitchen, Lorena was already there, cooking dinner. She smiled warmly as she looked at them, holding hands sweetly. Lorena had no idea what had happened between Chanty and Vasper. The only thing that puzzled her was that Jake and Chanty hadn't come down for nearly 24 hours, but she thought maybe Jake had gone somewhere using his teleportation power. "Sir Jake, the food is ready," Lorena said with a bright smile, and Jake returned the smile. "We'll eat outside, Lorena, by the pool in the gazebo," Jake replied. Then, Jake and Chanty began preparing the meal. Jake teleported everything to the gazebo, while Chanty carried the dessert, walking out of the mansion towards the gazebo. The wind outside was strong, a gusty afternoon breeze. Chanty's hands were full, carrying the dessert. Meanwhile, Lorena brought the water outside and quickly went back in. As Chanty arrived by the pool, a strong gust of wind blew, lifting her white dress, and she squealed with laughter as her black lingerie was revealed. Her dress flew and her skin exposed from her waist to her legs. She stood there laughing, unable to cover herself with her hands full, while Jake laughed too, mesmerized by the tantalizing sight of her perfect figure. Jake swiftly took the dessert from her, teleporting it to the gazebo. In mere seconds, he reappeared, lifted Chanty, who was still laughing, and teleported them both to the gazebo. Gently, he put her down, and they shared a brief kiss and embrace before sitting at the square table, where their food was laid out in front of them. Chanty gazed around, watching the trees swaying fiercely in the wind. Her hair was also being blown wildly by the gusts, but she smiled as they ate together. The wind grew colder, and with only a strap dress on, Chanty began to shiver. Jake noticed and pulled her onto his lap, wrapping her in his arms. "Are you cold?" he asked softly. She nodded, smiling. "I'll get a jacket," Jake offered, but Chanty stopped him. "No, it's okay. Your body warmth is enough," she replied with a smile. Jake grinned, holding her close as the wind grew even colder, and the sky darkened. "Okay, let's go inside." "It looks like it's going to rain," Jake said, teleporting them back into the living room. Chanty got off his lap, and Jake returned to the gazebo to retrieve the food. he brought the entire table back inside, and they continued eating in the living room. As they ate, Jake spoke up. "I think I'll go to Jasmine's tomorrow to handle the paperwork, instead of waiting for another week," he said between bites. Chanty looked at him, her expression serious. "Don't worry, I'll bring David and Marco here so you won't be alone," Jake added, squeezing her hand on the table. "How long will it take?" Chanty asked. "It depends," Jake replied. "But it won't be long, don't worry." They continued eating, but Jake noticed Chanty had gone quiet. "Is it Vasper?" Jake asked, referring to what had happened between Chanty and Vasper. Chanty looked at Jake and shook her head. "No, I don't want to think about that anymore. It's something else on my mind," she said softly. Jake was curious. "Can I know?" he whispered playfully. "What did you notice about Jasmine when you're with her?" Chanty asked, her eyes directly on Jake. Jake smiled. "Why? What's this about?" he asked. Chanty's mouth fell open in disbelief. Could Jake really be so oblivious? "Really? You didn't notice? Or are you just pretending?" she asked. Jake was momentarily stunned, then laughed. "Isn't that normal?" he said with a grin. Chanty's eyes widened even more, unable to believe what she was hearing. She took a sip of water, while Jake simply observed her. "Normal? I mean, she was my friend, and before, it didn't bother me if she liked you. But now, it's different," Chanty admitted, feeling embarrassed for voicing her thoughts. Jake laughed loudly, but Chanty grew annoyed because Jake wasn't taking her feelings seriously. She pouted, staring at him. Jake quickly became serious. "What's so funny about what I said, Jake?" Chanty asked, sounding like a child sulking. "Sorry." Jake cleared his throat, taking a sip of water, but his eyes remained on her. "Chanty, I'm just used to it, you know? Women showing interest in front of me, some even stripped down right in front of me," Jake added, which made Chanty's eyes flare with jealousy. "So, I just thought it was normal, right?" Jake asked, holding her hand gently. His voice softened. "Stripped down in front of you?" Chanty repeated, emphasizing her words. Jake smiled at her. "Chanty, don't worry, okay? I'm not like him," Jake said, referring to Vasper, who had a habit of sleeping with many women. Chanty was momentarily lost in thought, remembering Vasper, but she quickly brushed it aside. "But you're both still men," Chanty muttered softly. Unable to resist, Jake stood up, scooping Chanty into his arms. "Chanty, I love you so much," he whispered, holding her tightly. But what Chanty wanted was clarity about what she desired. Did she have trust issues now because of what happened with Vasper? Jake looked at her, his heart racing. "When you go, come home right after you're done, okay? Come home at night," Chanty said seriously. Jake found her request amusing, but he nodded. "Yes, my love, as you wish, no problem," Jake replied earnestly. "Can't your secretary handle that? You don't have to go yourself, right?" Chanty asked. Jake smiled. "It's faster if I do it myself, you know, talking directly to the owners. But for the paperwork, my secretary can handle that," Jake explained. Chanty wasn't sure how she felt. She imagined how Jasmine looked at Jake, something that hadn't bothered her before, but now, it did. "Jake, don't go near Jasmine, okay?" Chanty said, and Jake was taken aback, staring at her. "Wait, are you jealous of Jasmine?" he whispered, concerned Lorena might overhear. Chanty didn't answer, and Jake laughed, amused and delighted that Chanty was jealous. He pulled her into a tight embrace, and Chanty hugged him back. It's okay to chat casually, but no being alone with her, all right? Chanty added. Jake laughed heartily. Maybe I should just bring you with me on my trip, Jake suggested, and Chanty smiled. Okay, deal, she replied. Jake playfully nibbled on her neck, and they both laughed at the table. After they finished eating, they cleaned up the kitchen together. As Jake had predicted, it began to rain heavily. Chanty enjoyed watching the rain through the glass wall, listening to the gusts of wind. She looked up at the glass ceiling, mesmerized by the sight of the water sliding down the surface, the sound of the rain soothing her. The garden outside was beautiful, soaked by the rain, and Jake came up behind her, wrapping his arms tightly around her, pressing soft kisses into her hair. Slowly, Jake's lips trailed down to her neck. They stood there for a while, Chanty's hands resting on his, now between her thighs as her dress was slightly lifted. Chanty laughed at Jake's playful gestures, but she couldn't deny the warmth spreading through her body from his touch, even though it was gentle. I love you, my love, Jake whispered in a seductive voice that made Chanty's knees weak. She closed her eyes, feeling the heat of his body against hers, his hands roaming gently, one on her breast, the other between her legs. Meanwhile, he continuously whispered sweet nothings in her ear. Chanty could no longer resist. She turned to Jake to meet his kiss. They kissed passionately, standing against the glass wall, facing the garden, with the sound of rain and wind all around them. Their love burned hot as they shared the intimacy once more inside their bedroom that moment. In the dead of night, Vasper lay on the shore, passed out from his drunkenness. The waves barely touched his feet, gently lapping at them. Beside him lay a scattering of whiskey bottles. He lay sprawled out, passed out in his drunken stupor, his hand bloodied. Every night was like this for Vasper. He could only sleep with the help of alcohol that numbed him. The sound of the waves and the chirping of insects were his nightly lullaby. This island, once his enchanted paradise, had now become a refuge for Vasper's shattered heart. The once joyful memories they shared now seemed like distant dreams. The mobile homes still lined up beside the house, but the signs of neglect were clear. Weeds overtook the vehicles, and even the house itself was unkempt. In his sleep, Vasper muttered Chanty's name. Even in his dreams, she was always there. The night dragged on until dawn arrived, but Vasper's body remained motionless. The rising sun cast a magical glow across the island, a stark contrast to the man lying on the shore, looking lifeless with empty whiskey bottles beside him. The waves, growing stronger, reached Vasper's knees, carrying some of the bottles away into the sea. He stirred slightly, feeling the waves like a gentle nudge. He groaned, still muttering Chanty's name. But his eyes remained heavy, refusing to open. The warmth of the sun eventually reached his skin and face. Slowly, his hands moved, and he tried to open his eyes, but the brightness was too much. He shielded his face, squinting against the light, struggling to see. Finally, he sat up in the sand, his right knee bent, his arm resting on it. He stared blankly at the sea before him, his face haggard, his eyes empty, as he watched the bottles dance in the waves. His head throbbed painfully. For a few minutes, he sat there in a daze until his eyes wandered to his bloodied hand. Memories flooded back of the rock he had punched on Jake's island, and the house of Jake he had wrecked inside, throwing his furniture into the sea. It all came rushing back, how after the destruction at Lyca's mansion, he had continued his rampage at Jake's. But none of it quelled the anger or the searing pain of jealousy he felt when he saw Jake and Chanty together in bed. The thought of Jake and Chanty doing what he and Chanty used to do was like death for Vasper. It felt as if he were a soulless shell, breathing in a world of darkness. His life was void of happiness, and he couldn't see any light ahead. He had no idea how to get Chanty back, if that was even possible. He stared blankly at the sea until the pain from the sun's rays became unbearable. He glanced at the house behind him, with no desire to enter. The house, once filled with memories of him and Chanty, would only deepen the ache in his chest. Yet, he couldn't bear to leave the island, nor could he sever the ties to the memories they once shared. Chanty's things were still in their bedroom, even her clothes still lay on their bed. Slowly, Vasper stood, his head pounding from the hangover. He looked out at his yacht floating in the deeper part of the sea. Chanty's name stared back at him. How had he lost the woman he once cherished so deeply? How did Jake take her from his grasp? With just one mistake, everything changed. And the evidence of his one wrong move was coming, his child with Samara. He felt there was no reason left for Chanty to return to his life. He reached into his pocket and pulled out Chanty's bra, which had led him to track down Jake's mansion where Chanty was hidden. He held it to his lips and breathed in its scent, a torturous reminder of Chanty's body. Was this all he had left of her now? Memories and a bra? His hands trembled as he put the bra back in his pocket. He teleported back to his mansion, where the bedroom was now devoid of a bed, the space empty in the middle of the room. He went to his jewelry drawers, opening them and staring blankly at the jewelry he had given Chanty, now returned to him. He placed her bra inside, beside the red diamond and the pink diamond engagement ring. He closed the drawer, heading to the bathroom to shower. As the water poured over him, the scene of Jake and Chanty asleep in bed replayed over and over in his mind. He clenched his eyes shut and scrubbed his face hard, as if trying to erase the memory from his brain. He couldn't accept the thought of someone else holding Chanty, kissing her. Yet the signs were clear. Jake and Chanty had done things Vasper never wanted anyone else to do with her. In a surge of emotion, he slammed his hands against the tiles, his palms pressed hard against them as the shower water beat down on his back. It took him a while to recover, his heartbeat pounding from the rage coursing through him. He was furious at himself, most of all. Why had he succumbed to temptation with Samara? Why hadn't he left the room that night? Why had he let his emotions rule him? He knew it was devastating for Chanty to witness his betrayal firsthand. "You're a fucking idiot, Vasper," he cursed himself. Now, no matter how much he thought about ways to win Chanty back, it seemed impossible. He had a child on the way with Samara. He was ready to support the child, but that was as far as it would go. The agreement with Samara was clear. After the baby was born, there would be a marriage to save her honor and give the child a name, but after the marriage, they would arrange for a divorce. As part of the deal, he would give Samara the mansion and other properties for the child's use when visiting the country. Rather than selling it, he'd give it away for the child's sake. Even though he didn't love Samara, he wouldn't be a terrible father. But the chances of getting Chanty back were growing slimmer by the day. Yet, he couldn't bear to lose her completely. What could he do? If he could just erase Chanty's memory of that night, he would do it. He turned off the shower, drying his hair and body with a towel. He stepped out of the bathroom, still naked, heading for his closet. He dressed in a t-shirt and tight pants, knowing there was only one thing that could give him some release: racing. It was the only thing that gave him the adrenaline rush he needed to forget, even for a little while, the disaster his life had become. He teleported to his garage and selected the next car he would sacrifice. He didn't care if his collection of racing cars dwindled. What mattered was quelling the burning rage in his chest. The fire of anger towards himself and everyone connected to the mess with Chanty, his anger towards Samara, Laika, Jake, and the unbearable pain of losing Chanty. He just wanted her face out of his mind, even if just for a moment. He wanted to move on, but at the same time, he couldn't let Chanty go. How could he move on? He opened the cover of the car he was going to use, his black McLaren Elva. He climbed inside, his movements swift and precise. He started the engine, and for a long moment, he listened to its roar. His gaze was fixed ahead, but his mind wandered far away. Suddenly, he teleported, vanishing from his mansion's garage. Khalid stepped out of the garage, puzzled by Vasper's sudden disappearance. He had just heard the engine running moments ago. With a frown, he returned inside. Meanwhile, Vasper reappeared in his private garage, where he had his personal crew ready to service his car before the race. Vasper exited the car and rolled up the garage door. As it opened, a row of sports cars owned by different racers appeared, all lined up for pre-event conditioning. Vasper had an exclusive arrangement with that shop. He had his own private garage. Whenever he needed something serviced, he'd simply unlock the doors, signaling that the car parked inside needed conditioning. Today was no different. After parking his sports car in the garage, he climbed into another vehicle parked beside it. As he settled in, a staff member from the shop approached, bowing respectfully in Vasper's direction. The staff smiled subtly, casting a glance toward Vasper's sports car, clearly impressed. "Wow. Another victim?" asked the staff, laughing with a hint of regret as he eyed the car Vasper brought before him. He knew that even if Vasper won the race, he would still deliberately dent or damage the car, making sure it could never be restored. Shaking his head as he stared at the vehicle, he couldn't help but feel the waste. Yet, he admired Vasper's passion. It was something else, completely different, as if money didn't matter to him. In just 2 months, he felt like this was the 6th sports car Vasper had intentionally wrecked after a race, even when he won. Vasper tossed the car keys to the staff, who quickly caught them. Vasper slowly revved his engine, driving out of the large garage, passing through the various collections of race cars. He could already feel the adrenaline rush, even though the race wouldn't start until the next evening. He sped up once he hit the main road, racing towards his penthouse apartment in the heart of Tokyo. That night, the atmosphere at the racing field was electric. The roar of engines echoed through the cool air, headlights casting shadows across the crowd. Dozens of racers, all with sleek, customized cars, flaunted their rides with pride. Surrounding each vehicle were stunning women, hot, seductive, and barely dressed, draped over the cars like trophies. Most racers had 2 or 3 babes by their side, hanging off them, flaunting their beauty as part of the spectacle. But all eyes were on one man, Vasper Mondragon. He was the most famous name in the underground racing world, the one every competitor feared and every woman desired. It wasn't just his unrivaled skill on the track, it was his commanding presence. Vasper's reputation preceded him, and tonight was no different. Every woman within the vicinity seemed to gravitate toward him, trying to steal a moment of his attention. His tall frame stood out, his long, unkempt hair, a rebellious decision ever since his breakup with Chanty, only enhanced his strikingly handsome face. A devil incarnate to tempt women. His jawline was sharp, and his blue eyes had a glint of danger. His confidence, posture, and silent intensity exuded a respect few men could command. He was surrounded by flirtatious women, each one vying for his touch, trying to slip into the passenger seat of his sleek black McLaren Helva. One woman, bolder than the others, leaned in, brushing her lips against his. Another was locked in a subtle tug-of-war, trying to steal his attention. But despite their best efforts, Vasper remained distant. He smiled politely, played along just enough to maintain his gentlemanly image, but his heart was somewhere else, his mind on Chanty, never fully engaged with the moment. In the crowd, other men watched Vasper with envy, their eyes filled with a mixture of awe and intimidation. Many wanted to dethrone him, to finally defeat the undefeated legend. But no one had ever beaten Vasper Mondragon. He had become a ghost on the track, impossible to catch, a phantom of speed that no one could touch. Yet still, none of them backed out. Tonight, they would try. The race was set. Engines roared to life, vibrating through the ground, creating a rhythm that quickened the heartbeat of everyone present. The cars were lined up at the start, each one a monster of horsepower and engineering, each racer determined to prove they could challenge Vasper. The women had retreated to the sidelines, their seductive looks now replaced by eager anticipation. The tension in the air was thick, almost suffocating. The flag dropped. Tires screeched, burning rubber filled the air as the cars launched forward, speeding down the track like missiles. Vasper's McLaren tore off the line with such force that it seemed to defy physics. He gripped the wheel, his face a mask of focus, eyes locked on the road ahead. He was in his element now. His reflexes were lightning quick, his mind processing every detail at speeds beyond normal human capability. The world slowed down for him, every turn, every challenge becoming a choreographed dance between him and the machine. His competition was fierce. Racers were aggressive, cutting off each other, risking everything to pull ahead. But Vasper weaved through them effortlessly, as if they were moving in slow motion. The track was treacherous, sharp curves, dangerous slopes, and narrow passages that left no room for error. Yet, he handled it all with the precision of a surgeon. Other drivers tried to overtake him, but each attempt was met with calculated defense. He blocked, countered, and then surged ahead, pulling off maneuvers that seemed impossible. At one point, Vasper's McLaren was forced into a tight corner, with two cars trying to box him in. The crowd gasped. It looked like they had him trapped. But Vasper remained calm. He downshifted, expertly drifting through the turn, skimming the edge of the barrier with only millimeters to spare. The move was so precise, so dangerous, that it left the crowd in awe. He accelerated out of the drift, leaving his competitors in the dust. The race was a blur of speed and adrenaline. The night sky above, the lights of the city flashing by, the deafening roar of engines, it all added to the chaos. Vasper was relentless. His focus never wavered, even as his car grazed other vehicles, narrowly avoiding catastrophic crashes. His competitors pushed him harder than ever, but they were no match for his instincts. In the final stretch, with only seconds to go, a rival car, one of the fastest on the track, pulled up beside Vasper. It was a showdown. The crowd held its breath. Both cars were neck and neck, their engines screaming in a battle for dominance. But Vasper had one last move. At the perfect moment, he flicked the wheel and hit the nitro, sending his McLaren into an explosive burst of speed. The force pushed him ahead by mere inches, but it was enough. The finish line blurred as he crossed it first, leaving his rival behind, defeated. The crowd erupted in cheers, their disbelief giving way to admiration. Vasper Mondragon had won again. It was a victory that seemed almost impossible, a race that tested every ounce of his skill. But for Vasper, it was just another night. He stepped out of his car, drenched in sweat, his heart still racing from the intensity. The women flocked to him once more, their admiration now mingled with awe. And the men? They stared in stunned silence, humbled by the realization that no one could beat Vasper Mondragon. As he stood there, victorious but still haunted by memories of Chanty, Vasper couldn't shake the feeling that despite all the triumphs, something was still missing. Something he could never win back. Vasper Mondragon sat inside his sports car, gripping the wheel tightly, his knuckles white with tension. The sleek black McLaren Elva hummed softly beneath him, its engine rumbling, alive and ready. Across from him, on the other side of the racing field, loomed a massive thriller truck. It was a beast of a machine, its chrome reflecting the stadium lights. The roar of the crowd around them faded in Vasper's ears as his mind focused solely on the task ahead. One thought consumed him, the image of Chanty and Jake together, tangled in each other's arms. The memory was a knife twisting in his gut, the torturous sight searing his soul. His rage had built to a boiling point, and now, there was only one way he knew to release it, through destruction. He wanted to see what it looked like for his sports car to collide with that monster of a truck at full speed. More than that, he wanted to feel the release of smashing into something, to channel all his fury into that impact. He exhaled, eyes narrowing, imagining that the truck ahead was Jake's face in the windshield, smirking as if mocking him. Vasper's heart pounded. His breath quickened. He could feel the cold edge of his anger sharpening with every second. The audience, scattered around the edges of the field, whispered among themselves, intrigued by Vasper's latest stunt. They had seen him do reckless things after races, but this was a whole new level of danger. Most of them didn't believe he would survive the crash. They came for the thrill, for the spectacle of watching Vasper Mondragon face death. And they were never disappointed. A flagger stepped forward between Vasper and the truck, signaling the drivers to prepare. The driver of the truck, a grizzled veteran of these stunts, locked eyes with Vasper through the windshield, wondering what was going through his mind. Vasper, however, didn't flinch. His hands tightened on the wheel as his vision blurred, consumed by the thought of Chanty with Jake, a vision that refused to leave him. Just one impact, Vasper muttered under his breath, his lips curling in rage. The countdown began. 3. Vasper's eyes locked on the truck ahead, a torrent of emotions flooding through him. He could almost hear Jake's voice in his mind, taunting him, mocking him. The image of Jake and Chanty replayed over and over. It was unbearable. 2. The driver of the truck revved his engine, waiting for the moment to launch forward. He had done this before. The crowd around them grew louder, sensing the tension in the air. Phones were raised, cameras capturing every moment. No one wanted to miss what would come next. But inside his car, Vasper was deaf to it all. 1. The flag dropped. The truck surged forward, its enormous weight thundering as it accelerated toward Vasper's car. Vasper hit the gas, his sports car roaring to life, speeding straight toward the truck. The engine screamed as both vehicles hurtled toward one another at breakneck speed. The crowd held its breath, eyes glued to the impending disaster. Vasper's heart raced as his McLaren accelerated. The world outside the windshield blurred, but in his mind, it was only him and Jake. Jake was the truck, the thing he needed to destroy. He gritted his teeth, the fury bubbling up inside him as the distance between them closed. Suddenly, a thought cut through the haze. He was supposed to jump out before the impact. He had the power to escape, to teleport away at the last second, leaving only his car to take the brunt of the crash. But as the seconds ticked down, Vasper's anger overwhelmed his logic. His thoughts were drowned in the rage, in the memory of Chanty with someone else. The gap between Vasper and the truck was closing fast, seconds away from collision. His car shot forward, and still, Vasper didn't make a move to escape. The audience screamed, some in horror, others in excitement. It was clear Vasper had no intention of leaving the car. At the final moment, the two vehicles collided. The impact was cataclysmic. The sound of metal crunching against metal reverberated through the field. Vasper's sports car crumpled like paper against the massive truck, the front end completely disintegrating under the weight of the collision. The force of the impact sent the McLaren spinning, its frame mangled, the windshield shattering into 1,000 fragments. Flames sparked at the engine, the car screeching to a halt as the truck pushed it aside. The crowd erupted into chaos. People screamed, some gasped in shock, others grabbed their phones, eager to document the wreckage. The truck driver slammed on the brakes, his heart racing, eyes wide with disbelief. He hadn't expected Vasper to stay in the car. He stumbled out of the truck, rushing to the mangled heap of metal that had once been a McLaren, his hands shaking as he neared the wreckage. There was no way anyone could have survived that. The audience rushed forward, some screaming Vasper's name, others stunned into silence. A few of them scrambled for a better view, hoping to catch a glimpse of what remained of the infamous racer. It was impossible to see through the wreckage, through the smoke and twisted metal. But then, someone saw him. Vasper was still inside the car. Blood covered his face, streaming from a deep gash on his forehead. His once perfect features were now smeared with crimson, his hair matted with blood. His body was slumped in the driver's seat, head tilted forward, chest heaving. He was conscious, barely. He groaned, his voice hoarse, barely audible above the chaos. "Chanty," he whispered, his voice broken. "Chanty, Lorenzo." The crowd, huddled around the car, looked at each other, confused. "Who's Chanty Lorenzo?" someone asked, as they filmed the scene on their phone. Another onlooker speculated, maybe it's his girlfriend? Vasper's eyes were glazed, his mind somewhere else, still trapped in the memories of Chanty and Jake. He was hallucinating, lost in his own head, even as blood poured from his wounds. His fingers twitched, as if reaching out for something, or someone, but there was nothing but smoke and wreckage around him. Someone called for an ambulance. The rescuers arrived within minutes, tearing through the panicked crowd to reach Vasper. Medics shouted orders, moving quickly to assess his condition. "How is he still alive?" one of the medics muttered in disbelief as they checked Vasper over. "He should be dead." Vasper groaned again, delirious, his mind slipping further into unconsciousness. His body was bloodied but intact, no broken bones, no internal damage despite the ferocity of the crash. It didn't make sense. They tried to ask him more questions, but Vasper's eyes fluttered closed. He passed out, the strain too much for him to bear. "Get him to the hospital," one of the medics ordered, as they quickly strapped Vasper onto a stretcher and loaded him into the ambulance. The news spread like wildfire, and soon the story was everywhere, the crash that should have killed Vasper Mondragon but didn't. It was on TV screens across Japan, headlines flashing around the world. People couldn't believe what had happened. It reached to his sister, Laika, and as well as Samara, saw the headlines. The accident was a global spectacle, but in one household, it remained unseen. Chanty Lorenzo, the woman whose name was on Vasper's lips, didn't see the news. She didn't watch TV. She didn't read the papers. She had no idea that Vasper Mondragon had survived a crash that should have killed him, calling out for her the entire time.